Volume 4, Chapter 150. Do you need any help? Next day, Kyle woke up in the afternoon. He took a bath and left the dorm with Bia. After the theoretical exam was over, all the students who were learning day and night were now sleeping or resting. The practical exam would be held the day after tomorrow. That's why Kyle went to the library. He was feeling a little bitter because Elder Hand didn't help him when Liam was torturing him with his extreme training. Well, I will forgive the old man temporarily because he is my free potion maker and I need to learn about arrays. Kyle shook his head and threw the matter of revenge in the back of his mind. He entered the library and the familiar librarian nodded at him. Kyle looked at the old man. The dark circles underneath the librarian's eyes have become more thicker. His old face was pale. One could see from his facial expression he hadn't slept for a long time. The academy is working him too hard. Kyle's eyes darted at the old man. "Sir, do you need any help?" he said with a serious expression. The academy was huge, but the staff working inside the academy was ridiculously low because if they hired someone strong casually, it would increase the possibility of a mole from other kingdoms to enter the academy. The old man gazed at Kyle. It was the first time someone asked him this question. He had been working inside the library for 2 months, but because he didn't have any assistants, he had to do everything himself. While staring at Kyle, a brilliant idea popped inside his head. He looked at him with a mysterious smile. "Now that you said it, I think I need a little help." Kyle blinked his eyes. Within a second, the old man jumped out from the reception and handed him a thick register. "I will close the upper floors because I can't leave them open if I am not present. Even though the possibility of any student coming to the library is very low because they will be tired after the exam. Still, if someone comes, just tell them to leave because the library is close. I will come back soon. You just need to sit inside the reception and wait for my return." The old man said hurriedly, and before Kyle could reply, he dashed toward the stairway leading to the library next floor. With a swift motion, he activated the array and closed the second-floor entrance. After he was done, he gazed at Kyle and instantly disappeared from the library. "I can finally rest, haha." Kyle looked at the librarian fading back. Even Bia, who was sitting on top of his head, raised her brow. "So, I just need to sit here," Kyle mumbled and gazed at the thick register. It was used to register the names of those who took or bought anything from the library. With a sigh, he sat inside the reception and placed the register in front of himself. "Well, I just need to wait until he comes back. I am free anyway, so it's fine." Bia started flying and sat on top of the reception desk. She gazed at Kyle. "Why do I feel like he went away after dumping the work on you?" Kyle looked at Bia and then looked at the various bookshelves present around him. "It's okay. We should wait for a while." He randomly grabbed a book from a nearby bookshelf and started reading while keeping an eye on the library entrance. Just like the old man said, no one entered the library for the first few hours, but when the afternoon sun started leaving the horizon, 2 male students wearing blue uniforms entered the library. Kyle popped his head from behind the pile of books he read while waiting for the old man. "Is he back?" He was getting bored and tired while doing nothing. The old man said he would return soon, but it's been more than 4 hours since he left. Even after such a long time, he was nowhere to be seen. "I just asked to help for the sake of politeness. Who could have thought this old man would take advantage of me?" Kyle looked at the library entrance. The 2 students who entered had 3 white lines present on their chest, indicating they were his senior. The students' gaze also landed on Kyle, but when they saw his appearance, they frowned. One of them instantly arrived in front of him with narrowed eyes. He had peach hair with black eyes. "Who are you? Where's the librarian?" He was a third-year student. He and his friend encounter a unique monster while completing their mission. The teachers were busy, that's why he wanted to find some knowledge regarding that monster inside the library. The other student also arrived in front of Kyle with curious eyes. Kyle stood up. Bia was sitting behind the books, that's why the new arrival didn't notice her. "Hello, seniors, I am Kyle. The librarian went to do something important. He asked me to sit here until he comes back." The duo looked at Kyle suspiciously because they were not able to sense anything from him. The peach-haired boy frowned but decided to believe Kyle because the academy was heavily guarded. There was no way anyone could trespass without getting caught. "All right, we just want to see some books about monsters and we'll leave after we are done." Kyle hurriedly stopped the duo. "I'm sorry, seniors, you can't enter inside right now. The librarian said to not let anyone in until he comes back." The peach-haired youth narrowed his eyes. He looked at Kyle from top to bottom. "When will the librarian come back?" "I don't know, he just said he will be back soon. We will wait until he comes back." That Kyle wanted to refuse, but the duo just dragged some chairs and sat beside the reception. They waited beside Kyle, who sat in the reception with an annoyed expression. The other boy sitting beside the peach-haired boy looked at Kyle. "Your name is Kyle, right? My name is Richard and he is Jones." Kyle gazed at the duo and nodded. They waited together, and soon the sun was nowhere to be seen as dark clouds appeared on the horizon. Kyle was cursing inwardly because the old man was still nowhere to be seen. On the other hand, Richard and Jones were regretting their decision to stay inside the library. At midnight, Kyle finally saw someone entering the library. Finally, he is back. I can leave now. Kyle stood up and hurriedly approached the person who entered the library, but he stopped when he saw the face of the person. Master, Elder Hand looked at Kyle. He was just passing by and decided to sleep inside the secret room for a while because he was a little tired. What are you doing here? Kyle sighed, but then his eyes lit up. He gazed at Elder Hand with a serious expression and hurriedly told him everything. Elder Hand frowned, but then he shook his head. Taking care of such a huge library is indeed hard. I will ask George to hire some more people to take care of the library. Master, I remember something important, so I will take my leave. Elder Hand was thinking when Kyle grabbed Bia, who was lazing behind the books, and hurriedly fled the library while laughing inwardly. I am finally free. I took revenge on the old man as well, hee hee. Huh, Elder Hand blinked his eyes. He wanted to stop Kyle, but the latter was too fast. Did he just run away? He didn't know how to react. He was here to rest, not to work as a guard for the library. While Elder Hand was thinking what to do, his gaze landed on Richard and Jones, who were dumbfounded when Kyle just ran away without any notice. Kids, Richard and Jones looked at the old librarian. They gulped nervously because for some reason they knew they messed up. They wanted to run away like Kyle because sitting inside the library the whole day was very tiring, but before they could, Elder Hand grabbed them with an evil smile. I have some work for both of you. Elder Hand spoke gently, but the duo only felt goosebumps all over. They were put behind the reception by Elder Hand, who just disappeared after asking them to keep an eye on the library. The duo wanted to cry because even after the night passed and the next day arrived, no one came to their rescue. They could do nothing but stare at the bookshelves with regretful eyes. After leaving the library, Kyle went back to his dorm, but to his surprise, Alec and Carcel were standing in front of his door. While he was walking, Alec's gaze landed on him. With hurried steps, the trio arrived in front of Kyle. Gazed at Kyle. Bro, we were going to leave because even after I knocked on your door a few times, no one answered. You know, nowadays it's so rare to see your face. He put his arm on Kyle's neck with curious eyes. What are you busy with anyway? Did you also secretly find a girlfriend? Kyle gazed at Nine with a raised brow. The word also was very suspicious. I am not sure about myself, but it seemed you found one. Nine chuckled and wore a proud expression. Of course, I am not lonely like you three. I am a charming young man all the ladies would want to acquire, but unfortunately, it's too late because I am already taken. Ha ha ha. Kyle clicked his tongue, but then a smirk appeared on his face. I am waiting for the 50,000 mana stones you own me. Nine's smiles vanished as he stepped back with wide eyes. I don't owe you anything, the results are not out yet. He protested, but Kyle just shrugged his shoulders because there was no way he would get a bad grade. The paper was too easy. After grumbling for a while, Nine threw the matter at the back of his head and looked at Kyle with sparkling eyes. Bro, the practical exam is the day after tomorrow. That's why we are going outside the academy to have some fun. We already took a mission about killing some low-rank monsters because the first-year students can't leave without permission. Let's go together. Kyle thought for a while and nodded. He was bored, so it wasn't bad to do something fun sometimes. He gazed at the Alec and Carcel. He didn't show it, but he stepped back when Alec approached him. He wasn't hostile toward the latter and still considered him a friend, but after knowing about that strange thing called system and Alec's ability to see through things, he was a little cautious around him. Okay, let's go. After Kyle agreed, all of them left the academy. Chapter 151 Market Tour. A few meters away from the academy gate. Inside a market area, even though it was past midnight and the beautiful moon was shining beautifully in the sky, the market streets were bustling with all kinds of activities. A lot of stalls, restaurants, and shops were lined up in a disorderly manner. A group of 4 boys wearing regular clothes were walking around the market streets while talking to each other. The group was attracting a lot of attention because the one leading was very handsome with blue hair and deep black eyes. The other 3 walking beside him also had their charm, but one of them was wearing a black color hoodie. That's why half of his head was hidden. Suddenly, a small redhead popped out from the youth hoodie. Just why do I need to suffocate inside your hoodie? Bia shouted with irritation as she looked around the bustling market. She wanted to enjoy as well, but Kyle forced her to stay hidden. Kyle used his index finger to push the head back inside his hoodie that just popped out again. I told you to stay inside the dorm. I agreed to come out because we are only visiting the market present a few meters away from the academy. I know it is not dangerous around the academy because the area around the academy is guarded, but still we should stay cautious after what happened outside the tower. Bia grumbled, but in the end, she just stayed inside the hoodie while peeking out from time to time. Kyle glanced around the market. He didn't like crowded places, but under the illumination of so many lights it looked beautiful. The sky was dark, but the market was bright and filled with colors. Carcel was walking beside him while Alec and Nine were talking nonstop in front of him. They looked around for a while before stopping in front of a weapons stall. The weapons weren't bad because the lowest rank weapon was E rank while the highest D rank, but the group only looked around for fun as they already had their weapons. Kyle gazed at the weapons and picked up a bow. It was brown, two blue gemstones were embedded in each corner of the bow. Carcel saw the bow inside Kyle's hand. Do you want to buy it? No, I just got curious because of the gemstones. The stall owner was a middle-aged woman. She looked at Kyle, who was holding the bow, with a business smile and tried to sell it, but Kyle just placed the bow back. He liked it, but it was useless because he always used a sword as his weapon. I will try using one in the future. Maybe. The stall owner was happy when she saw the group of handsome boys arriving in front of her stall, but soon she became annoyed because the boys were only looking around without buying anything. Kyle's gaze was on the weapons, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw Nine was fiddling with a finger-sized bead. Nine wore the usual carefree expression as he picked up a maze from the stall, but one could see after he fiddled with the bead, his expression turned cold for a second. Kyle didn't think much about it, but then he noticed Alec was secretly glancing at Nine. The gaze was very subtle, but Kyle instantly noticed it, because after putting the bow back he was standing behind the trio. Kyle frowned, but then suddenly Nine stepped back with a proud smile. Guys, I need to talk to my girlfriend. The communication crystal is buzzing inside my storage ring, hee hee. He pointed at a nearby restaurant. Let's eat something good. Wait for me in the restaurant. I will be back shortly. Kyle clicked his tongue when Nine was shamelessly flaunting about his relationship. All right. After getting the affirmation, Nine smirked and disappeared inside the crowd. Carcel and Kyle went to another stall, but Alec's meaningful gaze lingered on Nine fading back. Well, he will take care of it. He joined the duo, and after annoying another stall keeper, they went to the restaurant Nine pointed. It was small yet filled to the brim. Many customers were sitting around the round tables while enjoying their food. When Kyle, Alec, and Carcel entered the restaurant, an old lady approached with a polite smile. She guided them to a corner where the only empty table was present and handed them a paper menu. What would you all like to eat? We serve monster meat as our best dish, but there are other specialties as well. Take your time to decide. After giving a polite nod, the lady left them alone. I want to eat meat, Alex said while looking at the menu. He wanted to pick all types of meats, but when he saw the price tag, his eyes widened. Why is it so expensive? A single plate of monster meat was worth 100 gold coins. It's because unlike normal meat, monster's meat was delicious. It can also slightly recover consumer energy. Carcel and Kyle gazed at Alex's expression with a chuckle. Then they looked at each other. No, more specifically, they looked at the storage rings present on each other's hands. Carcel was wearing a gold-colored ring that had a lot of gold coins and mana stones. As a prince, he wasn't poor at all, but when he saw so many rings on Kyle's fingers, he raised his brow. Kyle had 3 rings on his fingers that were filled to the brim with many mana stones and weird-looking gold coins. Even though the coin's shape was different from the normal shape, it was gold nevertheless. It seemed the only poor guy present here was Alec, who was almost on the verge of crying after seeing the prize of the monster meat. Even though both Carcel and Kyle could pay for the food easily, an evil smile appeared on their face. While Alec was busy looking at the menu, Kyle mouthed at Carcel. How about dine and dash? Carcel chuckled and mouthed back with a grin. The idea is not bad. Chapter 152 Market Tour II. Meanwhile, after Nine left the trio, he crossed the busy street and entered a dark alley. His expression was solemn when he took out a bead from his sleeves. It was a special device that informed him if someone from his race was nearby. He grabbed the bead and looked at the dark alley. I know you would have been alarmed the moment I took out the bead, so come out already. No one answered. The alley was quiet, but Nine scoffed. Are you denying my orders? He said in an angry tone. His usual carefree and mischievous nature was nowhere to be seen. After he shouted, a shadow emerged from the alley. The shadow approached Nine before it turned into a middle-aged man. The man had black hair and light blue eyes. His skin was glistening with a faint blue hue and he was wearing a black coat. Nine gazed at him and frowned. What are you doing here? Last I remember you were assigned to take care of those damn creatures. The man was obviously displeased when Nine asked him to come out. He half-heartedly bowed and looked at Nine with emotionless eyes. Young prince, the queen assigned me to come here to find out everything about the black-haired boy who was with you a while ago. His name is Kyle. I wanted to enter the academy, but even after trying for a while, I wasn't able to. In the end, I decided to hide inside the city to wait for the youth to come out willingly. Nine frowns deepened as he coldly stared at the man. Why do you want to know about Kyle? The black-haired man became irritated because he was just doing his job. He didn't want to answer, but because Nine's status was higher, he replied with an annoyed tone. The rumors about him having an SSS plus rank beast had already spread in each continent, but because it's just rumored, the queen asked me to confirm the authenticity of the rumors. Also, I am not alone who is keeping an eye on that kid. I can sense a lot of powerful auras following behind him the moment he came out from the academy, but because the principal is back at the academy, that's why no one is attacking him mindlessly. 9 facial expressions darkened. He clenched his fists. Of course, he knew about Bia and what happened when Kyle came out from the tower. He just didn't expect that his mother would take an interest in Bia. She always stayed away from these types of matters. Even Alec and Giant SSS Plus ranked talent didn't pique her interest. After thinking for a while, Nine looked at the man with a deep expression. You don't need to follow behind him anymore. Tell my mother to stay away from this matter. Kyle is my friend. I don't want my people to hurt him. The man frowned visibly. He wanted to protest, but Nine stared at him with his golden eyes. It's the second time you tried to deny my orders. I think you have forgotten after the queen and the future queen my status is the highest. Nine yelled loudly with a cold gaze. It had been a long time since he saw his mother, but he knew even though he left his home, his position couldn't be snatched. The man looked at Nine golden eyes and instantly fell to his knees. Those eyes were the symbol of the unique power that only a few can inherit. That's why, according to the rules, he can't deny Nine orders. Now he had no choice but to report everything back and wait for the queen's next orders. I apologize for my rudeness. I will do as you wish. Nine gazed at the kneeling man. His expression was cold when he turned around to leave, but suddenly he remembered something. He hurriedly stopped the man who was leaving. Wait, the man stopped in his tracks and looked back at Nine, who walked toward him with a smile that he hadn't seen before. Well, do you have mana stones? The man frowned, but he nodded. Nine eyes lit up. He had a bad feeling that he would lose the bet he made with Kyle. He was reluctant to give his hard-earned mana stones to Kyle. Give them to me. The man frown deepened, but he gazed at Nine. I think it's okay to give away some. How much do you need? I don't need much, just 50,000 is enough. The man blinked his eyes, thinking maybe he heard it wrongly. How much? 50,000. The man was dazed when he heard the amount again. Damn it, mana stones are precious. I only acquired some recently. Now he wants 50,000. He cursed inwardly, but Nine stared at him with a smile. He was waiting for him to cough out the mana stones. With a pained expression, the man gave Nine all the mana stones he had. Nine was displeased because he only received 34,000 mana stones. Tusk, you are useless, just leave already. After taking all the mana stones from the man, he turned around and hurriedly left. The man could only stare at his fading image with a painful expression. It's not fair. After leaving alley, Nine hurriedly went to the restaurant where the others were present. He walked inside the restaurant, and after looking around, he spotted the trio sitting in a corner. He hurriedly approached them and threw his arm at Kyle's shoulder. What are we eating? Alec looked at Nine. You are back at the exact time when the food arrived. Nine chuckled and sat beside Kyle, who looked at him with a meaningful smile. His gaze landed at Carcel, who was also staring at him with a smile. After seeing their expression and how they were pointing at Alec, who was eating, Nine smirked with a knowing oh. So they want to dine and dash, hee. It's fun. After everyone was done eating, Kyle suddenly stood up and left with an excuse that he was feeling stuffed and wanted to take some fresh air. After Kyle, Carcel suddenly said he was also feeling stuffy and left Alec and Nine alone. Nine gazed at Carcel back and stood up. I will be back. He left with a grin. Alec was left alone. He frowned because even after waiting for a while no one returned. The old lady approached him and handed him a long bill. Where are they? Alec became anxious when he saw the bill. It was too expensive. He looked outside, but after seeing no one he knew he was ditched. In the end, he paid the bill with a bitter expression. Damn it. You three just wait, I will take revenge. Chapter 153 Bad Experience. After paying the bill, Alec walked outside the restaurant with a sigh. He fiddled with his storage ring. I have a lot of precious things, but I don't have money. Why am I so poor? It seems I need to sell some. The trio, which was previously nowhere to be seen, jumped out from their hiding spots. They looked at each other and started laughing. Alec heard their laughter and turned around to his left. His expression was solemn because the three of them were laughing while standing behind a stall in front of the restaurant. You all tricked me to pay the whole bill, he shouted and approached the trio with narrowed eyes. The crowd around them stopped and looked at them after hearing Alec shout. Nine wiped his non-existent tears while looking at Alec's displeased face. Bro, we are all poor, you are the only one who is rich. He made a pitiful expression and patted Alec's shoulder, who was fuming. Carcel chuckled, but he instantly followed behind Nine footsteps and wore a sad expression. Sigh, I forgot to bring money as well. Kyle blinked his eyes with a smile. He was going to say something dramatic as well, but then he noticed the crowd gathering around them. It was only for a moment, but his eyes traced a few robbed men among the crowd. His facial expression didn't change, but he was anxious inside. Guys, let's leave. The trio stopped joking and looked at Kyle. They instantly noticed the crowd slowly gathering around them. It was strange. They didn't make a big commotion, but for some reason the people were trying to surround them. Alec frowned. He nodded and they instantly tried to leave the area, but for some reason, three middle-aged men wearing black robes left the crowd and blocked their path. Alec's expression turned dark. He stared coldly at them. Move. His voice was cold, but the individuals blocking his path didn't even budge from their location. Instead, four more individuals emerged from the crowd, blocking their path from each direction. With gritted teeth, Alec stepped back. He couldn't sense the aura of the people surrounding them. They are stronger than me. Nine, Carcel, and Kyle looked at each other with grim expressions. They instantly took out their weapons and stood beside Alec. All four of them were ready to fight if anyone attacked them. One of the robbed men standing in front of them scoffed when he saw them taking out their weapons. He opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly his hair stood up and he immediately jumped back. All the individuals surrounded Kyle and the others also panicked. A heavy pressure descended from the sky before an old voice resounded inside everyone's ears. You think if you cleverly set up an array around the kids, I will not sense your despicable presence. One of the black robbed men gulped nervously. He was the one who set up an array around the restaurant to avoid getting caught, but it seemed his trap failed and he messed up very badly. Alec gazed at the trembling individuals before looking at Kyle, Nine, and Carcel. Unlike everyone else, the four of them were perfectly fine. The trembling individuals started sweating as the pressure around them became too hard to bear. The old voice scoffed. It's bold of you all to attack someone in my territory. The worst part is you are trying to attack my students. I will not do anything this time because I can sense some familiar auras. Tell your masters if they sent someone here again, then don't blame me for being merciless. Leave before I kill you all. The robbed man gritted his teeth and his figure blurred as he disappeared in a random direction. The others also disappeared in various directions. The crowd immediately ran in many different directions. Soon, except for Alec and the trio, no one else was present around the restaurant. Even the normal customers sitting inside the restaurant fled because of the sudden pressure. Alec was dazed when the old voice resounded again. You rascals, I just returned a week ago and someone's already causing trouble. Return to the academy right now, or you will have to run around the training ground naked. Alec gulped down when he heard the word naked. It seemed the voice belonged to one of the strong individuals present inside the academy. He turned around to look at the others while speaking nervously. Let's go back. His sentence was cut short because he was standing alone. Alec instantly looked at the fading trio that was already running toward the academy without even glancing at him. Alec was stunned. He wondered why he was always the last one to run. Damn it! With a curse, he followed behind Kyle, Nine, and Carcel, who were already far away. After running for half an hour, they left the market and arrived in front of the academy gate. Normally, even if they ran with all their might, it would have taken them at least 40 minutes, but because they were scared of the words naked, they arrived a lot earlier. Kyle was panting heavily as he glanced at the only guard standing outside the academy gate. The trio was standing beside him with heavy breathing. The guard looked at them with a confused expression. It looked like they just escaped from a life and death crisis. He remembered them because of Alec and Carcel's gorgeous appearance. Also, they left a few hours ago to do a mission. Kids, is everything all right? Nine gazed at the guard with a deadly serious expression. We are not fine at all, please hurry open the gate. Huh, the guard blinked his eyes. He even looked at their backs to see if someone was chasing behind them, but he didn't see anyone. However, he opened the gate to let them in after seeing their desperate expressions. Only after stepping inside the academy did Kyle and the others sigh with relief. They looked at each other. It was the first time they went out together to have fun, and maybe it is going to be the last one as well because the experience wasn't great at all. Chapter 154 Banned. Principal Ratrick was standing inside a dimly lit room when he clicked his tongue with annoyance. It wasn't the first time anyone tried to attack the students from the Royal Academy, but this time it was a lot more severe. I don't think those old kings are going to stop even after my warning. They will send someone again. It was manageable with only Alec, but now that a SSS Plus rank beast appeared inside the academy, I don't think they will stay quiet. He approached a nearby chair and sat down with a sigh. It was fine around the academy, but if the kids went any further without protection, he wouldn't be able to guarantee their safety. He massaged his temples and instantly called someone. A black-haired old man entered the room after a knock. He wanted to bow politely, but the principal stood up with a serious expression. Which idiot permitted them to leave the academy? Didn't I especially say to not let Alec and that kid Kyle go outside the academy? The man looked at the furious principal. He started sweating because after coming back, the principal was working non-stop, and now he was frustrated for some reason. He could do nothing but quietly listen and curse the ones behind his misery. Ban the four of them from entering the mission hall. If I saw anyone give them a mission and let them leave the academy without my permission, I would punish them myself. The black-haired man nodded and instantly left the room. He went to the mission hall, and after gathering all the people in charge, he gave them a set of names. If these people entered the hall and asked for a mission, just kick them out or else we will be the ones to suffer. Everyone nodded with a serious expression and instantly memorized the names. Kyle and Nine separated with Alec and Carcel in front of the dorm building. They both walked together silently. They were busy processing everything that happened today. After reaching their rooms, Nine gazed at Kyle. "Good night," Kyle looked back. "I can see the rising sun. How can there be a good night now?" Nine chuckled and the mood instantly became light. "Then just rest. Remember, we have a practical exam tomorrow." "I know." Kyle opened the door and entered inside. He looked inside his hoodie. "Are you sleeping? I woke up when those individuals gathered around you. I wanted to come out to help, but I felt a lot of prying eyes fixed on your body. That's why I stayed quiet. I think they were there because of me." Kyle sighed and grabbed Bia, who was inside his hoodie. "Don't feel guilty, everyone is fine. Also, it's partially my fault. I knew it was dangerous, but I still left the academy. I wasn't able to refuse because it was the first time I was going outside with friends. Maybe I wanted to experience the feeling, I guess." He placed Bia on the bed. He could feel it. She was feeling sad. "No, it's not your fault. It's the second time you got attacked because of me. I should have stayed inside the room when you asked me to." Kyle sat on the bed and removed his shoes. "Don't think too much, just sleep. We will become stronger in the future, strong enough to roam around wherever we want without fearing anyone else. You can also become my exclusive SSS Plus rank Phoenix in the future. Let's see who dares to attack. The only problem is your size." Kyle chuckled and looked at Bia, who was wearing a solemn expression. Bia wanted to argue that size wasn't everything, but she just stayed quiet. Her mood becomes lighter after hearing Kyle's positive words. Kyle stood up and entered the bathroom to take a bath. Bia stared at his fading figure with her round eyes. "All right, we will become strong together." She closed her eyes emotionally, but the comment about her size was very sour. "Damn it, I want to increase my size as well." Normally it would have increased slowly whenever I advanced a sub-rank, but after consuming Kyle's blood essence my body stopped growing. Maybe after Kyle awakens his bloodline my size will turn normal. She complained inwardly and buried herself inside a pillow to sleep. After taking a bath, Kyle also fell asleep. He didn't do anything the whole day and just lazily lay on top of his bed. He tried to read the ancient array books he found inside the tower, but they were too difficult. In the end, he gave up and decided to read them when he became a little proficient with array symbols. At night, Kyle heard a knock at his door. He opened the door and Nine was standing outside with a solemn expression. Kyle frowned. "What happened, bro? I just went to the mission hall to summit the failed mission we took before leaving. You know what happened? They mercilessly kicked me out." Kyle raised his brow. "Why? I don't know the reason, but it seems we are banned from stepping inside the mission hall," Nine grumbled. It was okay if only Kyle and Alex suffered, but he and Carcel were also prohibited from leaving the academy. This wasn't fair at all. Kyle chuckled when he saw Nine's expression. "I think it's for our safety because we faced a big threat when we went out." Nine mood didn't become good at all. "Anyway, want to eat together?" Kyle shook his head. He and Bia had already eaten an hour ago. Nine wanted to enter his room to tell him the tragic story about how he was mercilessly kicked out, and all the watching students laughed at him, but Kyle pushed him toward his room with a laugh. "All right, go and rest. We have the practical exam tomorrow, but I have been resting the whole day. Let's meet tomorrow," Kyle said and shut his door. He went toward the bed and closed his eyes to sleep again. Chapter 155 Practical Exam. Next day early morning. The sky was filled with clouds, and a beautiful rising sun could be seen among those clouds. In the training ground of the first-year students, Professor Aliza stood on a circular stage in front of the rows of students. She was wearing a navy blue jacket with black pants. Her beautiful long hair was tied in a ponytail. On her left side, Professor Astor was standing wearing a white shirt with black pants. They glanced at the students, but a frown appeared on Aliza's face because a few familiar faces were missing. Some of the students discussed among themselves nervously, while some were excited about the soon-to-be-held practical exam. In the middle of the students, two gorgeous girls were standing wearing blue uniforms. One looked aloof and cold, while the other looked innocent yet charming. A few young boys were even taking secret glances at the girls, but they didn't dare to approach because the girls were strong enough to beat them up. Mia looked at the students around them with squinted eyes and whispered to Lara, "Where are Alec and Carcel?" Lara gazed at her and shrugged her shoulders. "I don't know." While the both of them were talking, 4 individuals entered the training ground. They were on time, but because everyone else was a little early, their entrance brought silence inside the training ground. All the students stared at them while they made their way inside. Even Professor Aliza and Astor glanced at the new arrivals with narrowed eyes. Alec, Carcel, and Kyle felt a little embarrassed being stared, but Nine smirked. He was the reason why they were late. He wanted a special and memorable entry. He even forced Kyle and the others to wear the academy uniform. Nine was leading with a satisfied expression as they all approached the students who were staring daggers at them. After walking among the quiet crowd, they stood beside Lara and Mia, who were staring at them with raised brows. "Nice entry, your friend knows how to become famous," Bia exclaimed while sitting on top of Kyle's head. A lot of eyes were staring at her, but she was already used to it. Kyle glanced at himself with a sigh. It was the first time he wore the academy uniform. Unlike his normal loose clothes, the blue shirt was a little tight, making him a little uncomfortable. Alec gazed at Lara and Mia. "Hey, it's been a while." Lara's face was emotionless, but when she glanced at Alec, a small smile appeared on her face. She gazed at Carcel, Kyle, and Nine with a nod. Kyle was pleasantly surprised, but he just nodded in return. He wanted to look away, but from the corner of his eyes, he noticed something that made him click his tongue inwardly. Mia was standing beside Carcel, and they nodded at each other, but Kyle could see the mighty prince's ears were red. Tisk, it seemed after Nine, the second one to find a partner is Carcel. It seemed a pure crush because the couple himself didn't notice. Kyle's eyes lingered on them and he saw Mia's sweet smile. "Stop staring, it's not a good habit." Bia's voice resounded inside Kyle's head and he immediately turned his eyes away like he never saw anything. With a sigh, Professor Aliza clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. "Good morning, girls and boys. I hope everyone is fine and working hard. I was one of the people who designed the theoretical exam, and I have to say I am very disappointed in some of the students. The result is not out yet, but the few papers I checked were so terrible that I badly wanted to fail those individuals." Her sharp gaze swept through the crowd of students. A few of them even started sweating because their papers were almost empty. "Anyway, that's the topic we will discuss later inside the classroom because the results will probably come out after a week." With a serious expression, Aliza pointed at the ground. "Now look at your feet, there are many white circles present on the ground. Start moving and stand on a nearby circle you see. These circles are connected to an array, so only one individual can stand on a single circle." The students instantly looked down. Indeed, a lot of circles were present underneath their feet. Under Aliza's gaze, they hurriedly moved and stood on the circles. Aliza nodded and started explaining about the practical exam. "All right. These circles will take everyone to a separate space where the practical exam will be held. It's just like an artificial dungeon, but a little different because you won't appear inside a forest or open field. Instead, everyone will appear on top of a separate stage. The stage will be surrounded by white fog and you can't go outside the stage. After you are there, a countdown will start, and within a minute various monsters will appear from the fog. At the start, the monsters will be low-ranked, but with time they will become stronger. They will attack and try to injure the person standing on the stage. Killing the monsters will give you points that will decide everyone's ranking." She paused for a few seconds to let the students digest all the information. The moment any student is heavily injured or loudly admitted defeat, they will be ejected out from the dungeon. Those who came out can see their final scores through that projection. Her hand pointed at a large projection floating above the student's head. The projection showed numbers from 1 to 200, but right now no name was written in front of the numbers. "Am I clear, or does anyone want to ask a question?" There was silence for a moment before some students raised their hands and asked some stupid questions like, "Are the monsters dangerous?" Or, "If they defeat all the monsters inside the dungeon, how will they come out?" Aliza rolled her beautiful eyes and glared at the students. "I see some of you have a lot of unnecessary worries, but let me clear them. First, it's not possible to last for a long time inside the dungeon, because with every monster you kill, a new and more powerful monster will attack you. Second, I don't think anyone has such high stamina to last for a few days inside the dungeon without getting tired. Lastly, if someone can last a few days inside and kill all the monsters attacking him or her, then that student will automatically come out." She said the last line with a scoff, and then her gaze landed on Kyle, who was listening attentively. "Kyle, leave your bounded beast behind." Kyle stared at her with a frown, but Aliza sighed. "If you don't, it will be considered cheating because you won't be fighting alone. The purpose of this exam is to test each individual's strengths separately. Don't worry, you can leave it with." Her sentence was cut short when two old men entered the training ground. One was Elder Han and the other had black hair. They looked at the students and Elder Han waved at Aliza. "We are only here to activate the array." Aliza nodded and again looked at Kyle, who raised his hand. "All right." Bia gazed at the beautiful lady. Her eyes sparkled. She wanted to go toward Aliza, but Kyle's voice made her mood sour. "Bia, stay with Master for a while." "Og, okay." With a reluctant expression, she started flying and went toward Elder Han, who was busy placing some crystals around the training ground. A surprised expression appeared on his old face when he saw Bia suddenly coming toward him. Professor Aliza also looked at Bia's figure. After Bia settled down on Elder Han's shoulder, he looked at Kyle with a sigh. He somewhat had an idea of Kyle's personality after seeing him so many times. Kyle was good-natured and somewhat quiet, but he didn't easily trust others. "I will take care of her," he said and resumed his work. A lot of students gazed at Bia. Even Professor Astor's curious gaze lingered on her body. He scoffed inwardly with an annoyed expression. It's too dangerous to act inside the academy right now. Even though my identity is clean, the principal is here, that's why I can't take a risk. Anyway, I just need to report back. It's not my job to do everything. His gaze landed on Alec for a second before his thunderous voice resounded inside the training ground. That's it, I am sending you all inside the dungeon now. Be ready. With that, Professor Astor looked at the two elders who were setting up the crystals on the ground. They nodded and placed a few more crystals at the other edge of the training ground. Kyle gazed at his feet. A white circle was present around him. He felt a familiar sensation before his vision turned dark for a few seconds and he arrived on top of a stage. Just like Professor Aliza said, a layer of thick fog surrounded the stage. He stepped forward and tried to walk inside the fog, but a transparent blanket appeared at the edges of the stage, blocking him from entering the fog. Chapter 156, I am resigning. Elder Han looked at the fading students, and after nodding at the professors, he and the man beside him left the training ground. They went to the second-year training ground. Similar to before, two professors were standing in front of the students explaining about the practical exam. With a nod, Elder Han proceeded to activate a familiar array that was specially designed to send the students inside the dungeon for the practical exam. A lot of eyes were locked at Bia, who was sitting on top of his shoulder. A similar scene happened at the third-year training ground, but this time, just like Professor Astor, a greedy gaze was locked on Bia, but because of Elder Han, the gaze retracted after a few seconds. After activating the last array, Elder Han sighed and massaged his temples. He needed to prepare to leave for the central continent within 6 months, that's why he wanted to rest, but for the past week, the academy was working him to the bone. He was assigned to prepare for the practical exam with Vice Principal George. He waved and sent the black-haired man standing beside him away before walking toward George's office. It took him a few minutes as he walked among the buildings and empty grounds before he arrived in front of a tall building where the academy treasury was present. The various rooms present within the building were specially used by the vice principal, the principal, and the 4 elders. Elder Han's room was present within the library, as he would usually spend his time in research about arrays and herbs while unveiling the benefits of more potent potions. He stepped inside the building. Unlike the powerful individuals living inside the building, was quite plain. After walking for a while, he arrived in front of the biggest room. He knocked, and after getting a response from inside, he entered the room. All this while Bia curiously looked at everything Elder Han did. She saw the hallway they passed from before stopping in front of a room. Her eyes narrowed when Han entered the room. The room was mostly empty, but a large square table was present at the opposite end of the room with many chairs. 4 old men were sitting on the chairs while gazing at the hundreds of projections flying in the air. They were throwing comments here and there while staring at the projections without a deep interest. Her curious gaze subconsciously landed on the old man sitting at the far end. He had white-haired and deep black eyes. The man looked old but had a very muscular body, and unlike the others, a powerful commanding aura was present around his body. The moment Bia's gaze landed on the old man, he instantly turned around and stared at her with a raised brow. Bia was startled, but she just looked at another person and pretended to not notice the man's gaze. He is strong, very strong, she thought inwardly, and looked at a familiar person. It was George who protected her and Kyle when they were attacked in front of the tower. Elder Han started moving. He went to a nearby chair and sat down with an annoyed expression. Almost all the people present inside the room gazed at him. More specifically, they gazed at Bia, but their gaze retracted after a few seconds. Han gazed at George with a cold expression. I am telling you, if you ask me to do one more thing, I am going to resign. Just how can you work me so much that I am mentally tired? George glanced at Han with a smirk and ignored his rumbling. He was also busy checking and opening the artificial dungeon, but whenever he saw someone else working more than him, he was satisfied. The other 2 elders present inside the room gazed at Elder with pity and sadness when they heard the word resign, as they knew Elder Han couldn't resign or leave the academy because the latter had signed a contract to work for the Royal Academy for his whole life. It was an unfair contract, but they didn't dare to voice their opinions because the devil who cleverly made Elder Han sign the contract was sitting inside the room. It was Ratrick. After grumbling for a while and getting no response, Elder Han snorted and looked at the projections. Inside the projections, students from each year were fighting with some wolf monsters while standing on the stage. Among the hundreds of small projections, 3 square-shaped projections were floating above all the other projections. They were the ranking projections, and a series of numbers with different names could be seen written on those 3 projections in an orderly manner. The moment any student killed some monsters and gained some points, their names would appear on those projections, but the names were changing with every second. Principal Ratrick gazed at the projections. He wanted to say something, but then he looked at Bia and Elder Han. Can it understand what we are talking about? Han frowned. He picked up Bia and placed her on the table. I don't know about others, but I think the bird. What was the name again? Yes, Bia can understand Kyle. Bia ignored the old man who was talking about her to show that she didn't understand, but she kept her ears on the conversation. Her gaze was on the projections. There were so many projections bundled up together that she had to narrow her eyes to look for some familiar faces inside the projections. But even after looking around for a while, she didn't see Kyle. Principal Ratrick nodded and looked at Bia. Little one, can you understand me? He frowned because Bia didn't move her head. Instead, she was looking at the projections. He knew that the bonded beast could understand their companion, but the young beast mostly didn't understand human language, and from the information he received, Bia was only 7 to 8 months old. I think she can't understand, one of the elders said while glancing at the principal. Maybe, who knows? Ratrick didn't agree with them because he wasn't sure. He had seen some bonded monsters, but they were all low-ranked because usually these monsters disliked bonding with humans or any other race. Bia was someone who had a legendary potential to reach SSS plus rank in the future, so maybe she was able to understand everything they were saying. Chapter 157, Testing Arrays. George glanced at the projections with a frown. He was holding a thin register where he wrote down some names. I can see a lot of students are well versed in combat, especially the third and second year, but some of the first-year students' movements are stiff while fighting. Elder Han gazed at the projections while drinking water. It's because they are not experienced yet. They all have the potential to become strong in the future. With time, they will surely become better in combat. The names on the 3 higher square-shaped projections were changing repeatedly. Even though it's only been 10 minutes since the practical exam started, from each year the top students have already secured their place. After the top 10 students from each year took their spots, their projections crossed the other projections and stood in the front. From the first-year students, Alec was already in first place with 200 points. Carcel second, Mia and Lara's names were also present within the top 10, and 9 name was in the 11th spot. Principal Ratrick's gaze was fixed on Alec. He saw his fighting style. As the various monsters emerged from the fog surrounding the stage, Alec stood unfazed. What an elegant yet ruthless way to use a sword. His sword looked a little old, but for some reason it seemed special. His gaze landed at some third and second-year students before he saw Carcel. The latter was using his spear to repel and kill the incoming monsters. Bia, who had been watching the projections for a while, frowned. Where is Kyle? Just like Bia, Elder Han also frowned while searching for the name of his one and only student. He wanted to brag a little, but his student was nowhere to be seen. He is not weak, so why is he not present on the first-year ranking? It's been more than 10 minutes, don't tell me he didn't even kill a single monster. There were a total of 200 numbers in each ranking projection. So the moment anyone killed a monster within the dungeon, their name would appear on the list. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the other projection. Principal Ratrick noticed Han agitated. He chuckled because he knew Han took a kid as his disciple, and the said student was none other than Kyle, the one who had bonded with a legendary beast, and because of him, a lot of unnecessary attention was drawn to the academy. Ratrick looked at Han with a grin. He cleared his throat and moved closer to the ladder. Who are you finding? Let me help you. Everyone else present inside the room also looked at Han, and his facial expression darkened a little. After a few seconds, they all chuckled as they knew about Kyle because Elder Han was boasting about him everywhere he went. Han snorted coldly at the laughing individuals and waved his hand to look through the many projections while cursing Kyle inwardly. Damn you, Kyle, just what the hell are you doing? As he shuffled through the projections for a minute, the familiar face finally entered everyone's eyes. The smile on their faces vanished as they stared at the projection with surprise. Ratrick's left eyelid twitched as he gazed at Kyle. How did he learn it? Amidst the quiet atmosphere, Bia's eyes sparkled. Elder Han's eyes widened for a second, but then he chuckled at himself. How can I forget about that? This rascal learned it so easily, and after learning, he is even able to make a bigger version of it. On a white stage, Kyle was standing while surrounded by at least 20 F-rank wolves monsters. The monsters growled loudly with anger and frustration. They wanted to attack Kyle, but a thin blue shield was present around him, protecting him from their attacks. The shield would crack from time to time, but Kyle would throw out some more mana stone, and the cracks would disappear within a second. There was a curious smile on his face, indicating he was enjoying the process. Elder Han laughed a little and gazed at the other in a taunting manner. So anyone was saying something? Ratrick clicked his tongue. Now, after seeing Elder Han's proud expression, he was thinking of taking a disciple as well. It was too sour to see others brag about their students. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, while everyone was fighting with the monsters, Kyle was testing the array he learned last week. After he arrived inside the dungeon, Instead of getting ready to fight, he took out the low-grade mana brush he bought from the Academy store with 9 in the morning. It cost him 500 mana stones, but it was worth it. He could have bought it with the Academy currency called points, but after the first mission where he found Bia, he didn't take another mission so he didn't have any points. He gazed at the brush and injected some mana inside it. The tip of the brush shone brightly with black color. With a chuckle, Kyle instantly drew a familiar beginner array around himself. It was a little hard to draw the same symbols in a bigger version, but he was done within half a minute because he practiced this array a few times before. After the first minute ended, 2 F-rank wolves monsters came out from the fog. They instantly attacked Kyle, but the latter took out many mana stones and scattered them inside the array. The mana stone's energy was drained, but a thin shield appeared around him. For the next few minutes, Kyle tested the array in many ways. Now 20 F-rank monsters were banging at the shield, but as long as he supplied enough mana stones, the array would recover instantly. I am done testing the beginner defensive array. Now let's test the second one. If he wanted to, he could easily kill the F-rank monster around him as he was already D-rank, but he wanted to test what he learned because he knew he wouldn't be able to leave the academy to fight anytime soon. He instantly bent down and after supplying mana inside the brush, he drew some symbols inside the defensive array. The previous symbols shone brightly and started moving. They merged with the new symbols, creating a familiar yet different array. Kyle took out more mana stones and threw them inside the array while gazing at the monsters. The shield around him trembled a little. The energy from the mana stones was sucked dry instantly, and a thin beam formed out of nowhere. The beam instantly attacked the wolves and 2 wolves died on the spot, but then the array also lost its energy to attack. It's effective, but I think defensive is better because the offensive array used too many mana stones. With a sigh, Kyle placed the brush back inside his storage ring and took out his sword. Let's fight now, Chapter 158 jumped to the second spot. With a click, Kyle's silver blade came out from the scabbard. The shield around him was cracking because he stopped supplying mana stones. He gazed at the wolves gathered around him and stepped out from the almost broken defensive array. The many blood-red eyes of the wolves followed his movement, and the moment he stepped out they pounced at him with their claws and teeth, trying to tear his flesh away. Kyle's sword moved swiftly and he sidestepped to attack the nearest wolf with a normal slash. His hand moved nimbly, and without any resistance, the F-rank wolf head was severed from its body. His eyes swept through the remaining wolves before gazing at the fog around the stage with a raised brow. It had been a minute, but no new monster emerged from the fog after the 20th F-rank wolf. The pattern of the dungeon was broken because when he arrived inside the dungeon every minute 2 F-rank wolves would come out from the fog. Kyle retracted his eyes and easily stopped some more wolves pouching at him with their ferocious teeth. His feet moved with a rhythm as he moved among the wolves without using any kind of skill and cut another 2 wolves without much effort. It was too easy as the wolves were too weak in front of him. In the end, he only used his sword to kill the monster surrounding him. After one more minute when Kyle stopped, the dead bodies of the wolves piled around him. He stood with his sword drenched with a murky green liquid while looking at the mess he created. Under his gaze, 2 more monsters finally came out from the fog, and to his surprise, the previous dead bodies turned into dust that scattered and left the stage with a strong gust of wind. The new monsters were different from the previous wolves as their bodies were slightly taller and more robust. 2 sharp long canines could be seen extended out from their mouth as they jumped forward to attack Kyle with the similar vigor as the previous wolves. The rank increased now its F+ rank, Kyle mumbled under his breath. His breath was even and not even a drop of sweat could be seen on his forehead, making the previous fight look like it was just an illusion. At the start, his sword pattern was very easy, but it changed many times within a few seconds, and the 2 new monsters were dead under his normal swings. He waited for a minute and another 2 F+ rank monsters came out from the fog. In his mind, the dungeon pattern was finally complete. With every minute 2 monsters would come out from the fog, but after the 20th monster, their rank would increase. He wasn't sure, but after 10 more minutes, he would know it anyway. His sword slashed at the monsters, and just like before, it passed through their bodies as easily as a knife cutting through butter. As Kyle continued to fight, his name, which was nowhere to be seen a few minutes ago, appeared on the ranking projection at the 200th spot, but under the serious gaze of the principal and the other old men, it soared within a minute and jumped unward carzily. Principal Ratrick clicked his tongue when he saw Elder Hand's smug expression. Even George was wearing an astonished expression when he saw Kyle fight. Tusk. Whenever I saw him, he was lazing around, but now looking at his fighting style, I can't spot hesitation that one would see in an immature warrior. He is agile and knows how to handle a lot of enemies together. It seemed he learned a lot inside the tower, or was he always working hard and I didn't notice? He thought inwardly with a sigh before looking at the principal. He is the one who absorbed the Ice Dragon's skill in the Academy entrance test. Ratrick replied with a nod. The one with the B-rank talent. George glanced at Elder Hand. From the corner of his eyes, he could see the latter body become stiff when the principal mentioned Kyle's talent. Yes, Kyle has the potential to reach B rank in the future. After he left the tower, I wasn't able to sense his rank as he seemed to be wearing some kind of powerful artifact to mask his rank, but now seeing him fight, I think his combat power is just slightly lower than Alec. A chuckle escaped from Ratrick's lips. His sharp eyes observed Kyle and Alec's movements. Even though both of them were killing the monsters very easily, he could see some difference. He tapped at his sword. I think just like Kyle, Alec's sword rhythm is following a pattern, but if someone who is experienced with a sword looked at their fight, he would tell in a single glance Kyle is better. A surprised expression appeared on George's face. Elderhan also gazed at the principal with a raised brow. Everyone inside the room could see in the projections that even though they compared both Alec and Kyle, the one dominating the exam was Alec because he was faster and more precise. Bia also perked up her ears when everyone suddenly started talking about Kyle. Ratrick's gaze lingered on Bia, but he looked away at the projections. Its simple Alec's sword pattern is hard but predictable because he is using the same rhythm. On the contrary, Kyle looked like he was using a rhythm, but a sharp gaze can see he would change his style completely within a few swings. It's like his mind is working faster than his sword, or maybe he has observed a lot of people fighting with the sword because even though his sword is wild, it looks like it's following a pattern. Everyone was quiet, but then Ratrick tapped the table. But I think if right now Alec and Kyle fought a 1v1 battle, Alec would win because even though Kyle's sword movement is better, he lacks experience. He is fast and agile, but it's like he just recently started learning the sword, unlike Alec, who seemed a lot more experienced than Kyle. Everyone observed the projections. George massaged his temples and looked at the principal. Should we write his name for the... His sentence was cut short because the principal shook his head. He will be among the top students from the first year. Let him enter the upcoming Academy's tournament, but don't write his name for that place. He is good enough to rival Alec, but his talent isn't enough for him to qualify. If it was me, I would have placed his name in the list, but the final decision is already declared by the Central Continent. They don't want anyone lower than S rank. George nodded and didn't place Kyle's name in the register. Meanwhile, Elderhand sighed after listening to their conversation. He knew Kyle's actual talent, but he wanted Kyle to be safe and stay out of this matter. Still, he would tell the latter about the situation. In the end, the final decision was on Kyle. He didn't tell me about his talent, I just checked it secretly, so I have to tell him about this in a roundabout way. If he wants to enter the Lumber realm, I won't stop him because even though it is dangerous enough to cost him his life, the things present inside can make him strong. He gazed at Bia. Now a lot of eyes were on Kyle due to this little fella. He couldn't protect Kyle every time. That's why even though he was reluctant, after careful consideration, he was willing to permit him to enter the realm. It's going to be hard to tell the principal about his actual talent. On the other hand, Kyle's name was repeatedly jumping upward non-stop. Within 10 minutes, his name arrived at the second spot, only below Alec. Their points were similar, but because Kyle started killing late, he took the second spot. After the 20 F+ rank monsters, 2 flying E rank monsters came out from the fog. Kyle narrowed his eyes and looked above. Bats, the flying 20-centimeter monsters, had short snouts, large ears, and gray fur covering their whole bodies. Just like the wolves, their eyes were blood red as they stared at Kyle. Kyle was ready to attack, but then the bats opened their mouth and a screech spread out. It was so loud that Kyle's head buzzed and he winced in pain. Damn it. The attack was unexpected, but even though it was bearable, Kyle didn't want to hear that unpleasant sound again. He waved his hand and 2 thunder arrows struck the bats out of nowhere. The bats wanted to dodge, but the arrows were too fast. With a painful screech, their lifeless bodies fell to the ground with a thud. It's better for my ears if I kill them the moment they arrive on the stage. With a sigh, Kyle retracted back inside the array and scattered some mana stones inside to activate it again. He wanted to test if the defensive array could stop the sound attack. After a minute, 2 more bats arrived on the stage. They screeched, but it didn't affect Kyle at all because the array blocked the sound waves completely. He waved his hand and 2 more thunder arrows struck down the bats and killed them instantly. It continued until 2 snake-like E-rank monsters crawled out from the fog. Their bodies were covered with pointy scales and they were too agile. Kyle fought them, but because they were too fast, he had to activate his agility skill. After 10 minutes, 2 new and stronger monsters emerged from the fog. With every 10 minutes, the monster's rank was increasing. When the D-rank monsters came out from the fog, Kyle finally started using his skills, but because his mana was recovering slowly, he mostly used the skills to repel the unexpected attacks. Now it's getting hard. Kyle wiped the sweat from his forehead. After fighting the 20 E+ rank monsters, he was tired. That's why he wasn't able to kill the monsters as easily as before. So that's why Professor Aliza said no one can last until the end of this dungeon. He chuckled slightly, because to fight each new wave of powerful monsters, he used his mana and stamina. Fighting without rest would undoubtedly strain his body. With a sigh, he used his skill Ice Spear to kill another lizard monster that pounced at him from behind. After he killed the 20th D rank monster, something unexpected happened. Instead of 2D rank monster, a single green monster holding an axe came out from the fog. The monster was standing on 2 feet just like humans. Its posture was stooped and it had wolf-like pointy ears. The green monster had well-developed muscle and was long-armed. An orc in its C rank, Kyle exclaimed with a dazed expression. He was tired after fighting so many D rank monsters. It's going to be a difficult battle and I don't think I can continue after fighting this large thing. He gazed at the orc with a dry laugh. I am not even sure if I can defeat it with my current condition. Orc was a monster that, unlike other monsters, held a tiny bit of intelligence. They lived in groups and wouldn't be seen normally because they lived deep within the dark forest. Chapter 159, Kyle or Alec. Inside the first-year training ground, a lot of students were panting while lying on the ground. Their breath was heavy and their clothes were untidy. Professor Alice's gaze swept through the students who were ejected from the dungeon. Some of them admitted defeat when they experienced too much pressure, while some got injured. After one more minute, some more students appeared inside the training ground, their condition even worse than the previous students. Professor Astor clicked his tongue when he saw the tired students. What a waste of resources. He took out a lot of vials filled with green color liquid from his storage ring and waved his hand. The vials started floating and stopped in front of the injured students. The lying students grabbed the potions and hurriedly gulped down the contents. They sighed with relief when the healing potions started curing their injuries. After calming down, the students gazed at the ranking projection floating above their heads with expectations. OMG, I am ranked 45. One of them exclaimed with excitement when he saw his rank improve compared to the last time they fought in the ranking assessment. A few more students shouted with twinkling eyes when they saw themselves in a better rank than before. One of the students with olive hair pointed at the top names with shock. Damn. Look at the top names, their points are so high. 1 Alec equals 2702, Kyle equals 2703, Lara equals 2525, 4 Carcel equals 2455, 5 Mia equals 2356, 9 equals 2177, Lily equals 1858, Jake equals 1240. Everyone below the 10th rank got points lower than 1000, and after the 20th rank the points are even lower. The bitter gaze of the other students lingered at the top names. All those who entered the tower occupied the top ranking. His friend sitting beside him scoffed. He patted the olive-haired boy's shoulder to increase his morale. It's normal. The lowest rank of those who entered the tower is at least D rank. Not like you and me who barely reached E rank after spending 6 months studying and training. The olive-haired boy looked at his friend with a sigh. He was just a little jealous. After 1 minute, a familiar black-haired boy appeared inside the training ground. All the students turned around to look at him with respect and jealousy. Jake clicked his tongue and slumped down on the ground with heavy breathing. His clothes were damped with sweat and dry blood. He thought he would be able to kill more monsters, but when a few E+ rank monsters attacked him together, he got injured. Damn it, he cursed and slammed his fist on the ground when he saw his rank. A familiar floating vial filled with green liquid appeared above his body. Jake gazed at Professor Astor from the corner of his eyes and grabbed the vial with a sigh. After him, Lily came out of the dungeon in a very bad situation. She wasn't even able to stand and her body slumped down on the ground before she fainted. Professor Aliza gazed at her body and within a second she appeared beside her. She opened her mouth with her slender fingers and forced Lily to gulp down a high-grade healing potion. After sensing her stabilizing breath, Professor Aliza stepped back with a sigh. Soon, a few more familiar faces appeared inside the training ground. 9 Mia and Carcel. Just like the others, they also dropped on the ground. Their condition wasn't good either, but they weren't injured. Instead, they admitted defeat when they knew they wouldn't be able to kill any more monsters. 9 pinched his nose bridge and patted Carcel's shoulder with his tired hand. Look at the top 2 majestic names, they are making me want to beat them up. Carcel chuckled and slapped his hand away. You sure you won't get beaten up yourself? 9 glared at him and snickered. Your second spot is gone, what are you so happy about? Carcel looked at Kyle's name and then at Lara's name. The feeling of getting pushed down is very bitter. It seemed I have been slacking recently, I need to work harder. He hummed and narrowed his eyes slightly. Bia isn't present with Kyle, I wonder how he is advancing so fast. His speed is almost equivalent to Alec and his talent. His voice trailed off when he remembered Kyle's actual talent. In the eyes of the professors and vice principal, George, Kyle only has B rank talent, but he and the others who climbed the golden stairway with Kyle knew the truth. The individuals from other kingdoms were too focused on Bia, which is why no one cared about Kyle's talent, but the news would surely spread sooner or later. I don't think Alec, Mia, Lara, and Nine would tell anyone else. No one else from the academy was present on that floor, so maybe it will take some time before the academy finds out about his true talent. He didn't know whether Kyle hid his actual talent purposely or it was a mistake from the academy. Anyway, Kyle would tell the professors when he is ready. It's better for me and the others to not interfere. Nine gazed at Carcel with a frown. He rubbed his hand that just got slapped by the ladder. What was that? Why was he crying? His expression turned grim. His golden eyes shone for a second, but he closed them instantly because it was too painful whenever he saw these strange yet true visions. Damn. If it's going to be so painful, at least show me the whole scene, not just a single image. He massaged his temples with a painful expression. Carcel gazed at him from the corner of his eyes. Are you all right? I am fine, just got a headache. Professor Aliza looked at the students. Everyone was out except Alec, Lara, and Kyle. After one more minute, Lara comes out while panting. She clenched her chest and dropped to her knees. Her left arm was bleeding heavily. Even after trying her best, she wasn't able to defeat the orc. Aliza saw her condition and instantly gave her a high-grade healing potion. Only 2 students are left, she said while looking at the ranking projection. The students' gaze was also on the projection. They have the same points. Who do you think will get the first spot? One of the students whispered, and everyone started guessing who would come out from the dungeon first. Kyle or Alec, Chapter 160, Ethereal Voidbreaker /. Meanwhile, Kyle was standing on the stage with a dazed expression when the orc gazed at him with red eyes. Kyle could see flames dancing in the orc's eyes. He took a deep breath. I am tired and I only have 25% mana left. Let's see if I can kill this huge thing, or… He chuckled and dashed at the orc after activating swift steps. Now he only had 2 choices, fight or flight, and Kyle was not in the mood to back down. The orc axe was gleaming in the light when he saw Kyle coming at him at full speed. He snickered and lunged at Kyle with his muscular body. The orc movements were faster than Kyle, but because of its heavy body, the latter's speed was just slightly lower than his. The orc swung his massive axe, aiming to strike down the prey with a single attack. After closing the distance, Kyle propelled his body to the left to evade the massive axe. He opened his palm, conjuring a fireball in his hand in an instant. With a swift motion, he hurled it towards the orc's left eye. The orc's eyes narrowed when he saw the fireball. He reacted instantly and stepped back before stopping the attack with his axe. Kyle clicked his tongue because the fireball only left some burn marks on the orc hand. With a roar, the orc once again swung the axe at Kyle, but the latter was nimble and quick, evading the orc's strikes with graceful agility. Kyle channeled his mana once more, this time summoning thunder arrows crackling with electric energy. With a flick of his wrist, he released the arrows, sending them soaring towards the orc. The arrows struck true, electrifying the orc and momentarily stunning him. Seizing the opportunity, Kyle closed in, his sword gleaming in the air. He unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, each blow landing with precision and power. The orc, though formidable, lost momentum for a moment because of the sudden arrows and struggled to defend against Kyle's relentless assault. Sparks flew as the clash of steel echoed through the battlefield. Kyle panted heavily. His clothes were drenched with sweat and his shoes screeched back on the stage when he clashed with the orc. In a final, Kyle took a deep breath. His mana was already down. He knew if he didn't finish the battle soon, he wouldn't last long. His eyes gleamed, and with a decisive move, he gathered the remnants of his mana. A painful expression appeared on Kyle's face when all his mana depleted instantly. He winced but glared at the orc. If I am going down, I will at least take you with me. Third strike. Ethereal Voidbreaker /. He shouted at the top of his lungs and unleashed a devastating strike, imbuing his sword with every bit of mana present inside his body. With a swift and precise swing, the blade sliced through the air, meeting the orc's axe head-on. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the stage. A rift of light and energy that obliterated anything in its path appeared on the stage. With a resounding boom, the orc's axe shattered under Kyle's attack. The orc's body was flung backward and hundreds of wounds appeared on every part of his body. With a painful roar, he fell to his knees. Kyle stood tall for a few seconds, his hand trembled because of the aftereffects of the attack. His blurry gaze landed on the orc's blood-filled body. It's still I've. His legs gave in, but he stabbed his sword inside the stage to stand. He gritted his teeth and looked at the orc. After so much struggle, I need to kill it at least. With his body battered and his strength waning, Kyle mustered every ounce of determination he had left and dragged his trembling body toward the orc. The orc, sensing him, tries to strike back with one final desperate attack. His large arms were broken, but he flung them at Kyle. In a moment of sheer willpower, Kyle stumbled and dodged the orc's arms. He clenched his sword and counterattacked with a swift and precise strike. Kyle's sword pierces through the orc's defenses, delivering a fatal blow to his chest. The orc lets out a final roar before collapsing to the ground. Exhausted and on the brink of fainting, Kyle's body dropped down on the stage with a victorious smile. The battle is won, but at a great cost. His eyes closed instantly and his grip around his sword loosened. "Good night," he said inwardly and lost consciousness. A faint light appeared around his body and ejected him out from the dungeon. The moment Kyle appeared inside the training ground, his body dropped. A lot of eyes stared at him with respect and awe. His score was still tied with Alec. Some of the students even praised him inwardly when they remembered Kyle's talent. In their eyes, his potential was only B rank, but he was almost equal to someone who had SSS plus rank potential. Professor Aliza instantly arrived in front of Kyle's body. She bent down and gave him the healing potion, but he didn't wake up. Nine, who was feeling a lot better, crawled toward Kyle with a worried expression. "Is he all right?" Aliza grabbed Kyle's wrist and checked his nerves with a frown. "He depleted all his mana. It will take some time for him to wake up." Nine made an annoyed expression. "It's just a midterm exam. Why the hell these two are trying so hard?" He gazed at Alec's name. Even though Kyle and Alec's points were equal, the latter hadn't come out yet. Meanwhile, Principal Ratrick's gaze was glued to the projection from where Kyle disappeared. The whole room was quiet. The two top students were giving them too much shock. First, Alec suddenly broke through to C rank while fighting the orc. Second, Kyle's last sword move left everyone speechless. George took a deep breath. "What a strong sword strike. It's only at the beginner stage, but it's already so devastating," he said, and remembered how Kyle's sword moved to deliver the second last strike. It was strong enough to injure even a C-rank monster, not to mention the orc who was only C-rank. Principal Ratrick nodded. "I take back my evaluation. If Kyle fought with Alec now, I think there's a 50% chance he can defeat him if he used this move." Chapter 161, A Realm. After 5 minutes, when some of Kyle's mana recovered, his eyes snapped open with a jolt. He hissed because his left arm was pressed by someone. His body was aching, but his eyes darted at his surroundings. A lot of whispers resounded in his ears. "The last thing I remember is that I killed the orc." He saw a familiar ceiling and could feel the rough touch of the ground on his back. With a groan, he finally pushed the heavy weight pressing on his arm. "Who is it?" he mumbled slowly, but then the person lying beside him moved away and looked at his face. "You are awake." Kyle blinked his eyes and stared at those familiar golden eyes. "Nine," he was dazed. It was the first time he saw Nine eyes so close. A thin golden thread was crawling inside Nine's eyes. It moved non-stop around his pupils like a snake. It was so thin that if someone didn't look closely, no one would notice it. "Hey, you fine." Suddenly Nine moved back with a frown and waved his hand in front of Kyle's face. Kyle instantly closed his eyes. A sudden green light appeared inside his shut eyes. He didn't know the reason, but he felt angry at Nine for some reason. "What is this feeling?" "It's the feeling when those powerful individuals tried to probe my and Bia's body." "No, it's a little different." "I am fine," Kyle said and shook his head. "I am thinking too much." He wanted to stand, but his body didn't listen as he was too tired to move. In the end, he sighed and just sat down on the ground. "Now only one person is left." A pleasant voice came out from his left. Professor Aliza was standing a few meters away from him with a frown. Kyle looked at the professor. He could see a lot of students lying or sitting around him as well. Some of them were even glancing at him from time to time. He gazed at the ranking projection floating above his head. "Oh, Alec is still inside." His voice trailed off when a grumble resounded beside him. "I feel like both of you wanted to show off," Nine said and clicked his tongue. Kyle chuckled. He wanted to come out after seeing the C-rank orc, but then he thought it would be a pity if he didn't test his limits. With a sigh, Nine tapped Kyle's shoulder and looked at the ranking projection. 1 Alec equals 3002, Kyle equals 3003, Lara equals 2704, Carcel equals 2565, Mia equals 2456, 9 equals 2277, Lily equals 1998, Jake equals 1260. Both of your points are the same, so why isn't he out yet? "I don't know." Kyle shrugged his shoulders and closed his eyes. "They have to wait until Alec comes out." On the other hand, Alec took a deep breath as he gazed at the dead body of the orc. It had been 5 minutes, but no new monster emerged from the fog. He looked at his hands. After he broke through to C rank, his mana recovered, but he was mentally exhausted. He waited for another 2 minutes and finally something stepped out from the fog. Alec gripped his sword, ready to fight. He stepped back and looked at the large leg that just stepped outside from the fog. His eyes narrowed as he waited for the monster to completely come out from the fog. Within a second, another leg stepped on the stage, and the whole monster stood tall in front of Alec, who almost freaked out. A tall, ugly brown troll with one round eye in the middle of his face was standing in front of him. The troll was holding a large wooden bat. His arms were muscular and his stomach was bulging out slightly. Alec looked up at the towering monster with a dry smile. B rank directly after C rank, is not it a little unfair? A determined look flashed inside his eyes as he stepped back once more. Don't think I am scared. We will meet again. This was Alec's last words as he instantly admitted defeat inwardly and he was ejected out from the dungeon. He appeared inside the training ground. Unlike the others who fell the moment they appeared, he was standing properly. His gaze lingered around when Professor Alice's voice resounded inside his ears. All right, Alec is out. The practical exam is over. She gave Alec a sidelong glance with a raised brow. I am very satisfied with everyone's performance. It seems you all have put in a lot of effort, but we will talk about it later because I know no one will have the energy to listen to me right now. So just go and rest. I will see you all in class after 2 days. Alec nodded and looked at the ranking projection. My and Kyle's points are equal, he mumbled with a sigh. Does that mean Kyle also killed the orc? I don't know his actual rank because of the artifact he is wearing, but if he did that means he is at least D+ rank. Suddenly someone grabbed his arm. Bro, can you stop releasing your aura? I don't know why, but you and Kyle are becoming similar day by day. At least stop showing off that you broke through. Nine looked at him with an annoyed expression. He was sour all over. Damn, I am the one who wants to show off. Why are the both of them taking the spotlight? Alec blinked his eyes and instantly hid his aura, but it was too late because a lot of shocked eyes were staring at him. Kyle, who was sitting behind Alec, chuckled. Let's leave, he said, and after stretching his body, he stood up with a wince. I need rest. Carcel, Lara, and Mia also stood up. Alec looked back with a sigh and they all started walking together. Under the envious gaze of a lot of students, they left the training ground and went toward their dorm. After walking for a while, Lara and Mia said goodbye to the boys and went to the girls' dorm. Alec and Carcel also left when they arrived in front of the boys' dorm building. Kyle was walking beside Nine when he started talking with Bia inside his head. Bia. Can you hear me? No one replied for a while, but after a few seconds, Bia's voice resounded inside his head. I can. He stopped in front of his dorm and after nodding at Nine, he went inside. Where are you? Should I pick you up? I don't think you can even if you want to. Also, I saw you and the others fight inside the dungeon. You did? How? Kyle entered the bathroom to take a bath while talking with Bia. Tusk, it's complicated. After I went with your master, he brought me to a building. We entered a room where George and 3 more powerful individuals were sitting. A lot of projections showing the students fighting with monsters were floating inside the room. After removing his clothes, Kyle opened the tab and cold water poured down on his body. SSS, too cold. Well, it's natural the artificial dungeon was created by the Academy so they can probably see what's happening inside. Bia stayed quiet for a while. She was eating high-quality meat with the old individuals after the practical exam was over. They were all talking about a lot of things without knowing that she was listening to everything attentively. Kyle, I think you need to clear the matter about your talent. The old man with white hair seems to be the academy principal because even George treats him with respect. Also, they seem to be selecting students to enter some magical realm. Kyle froze. He ruffled his hair with a frown. A magical realm, it was not something that could be seen easily because these realms were left behind by some powerful individual. Also, information regarding this type of realm was very lacking. I don't know much. They didn't discuss about the realm, but your name was removed from the list of who would enter the realm because of your low talent. The matter about my talent is complicated. It's not like I can just go and say my talent increased overnight. That's impossible. They will know about it naturally because I don't think the news about my talent will stay hidden for long. Kyle talked with Bia while taking a shower. He came out after drying his hair and climbed the bed. Bia was filling him with a lot of new things and he just replied from time to time. The more Kyle listened, the more surprised he became. Damn. Why do I feel like you're spying on them? It's not a good habit, but it's bringing a lot of information, so how about you stick with Master for a while? It's not bad at all. If not for you being wanted by the whole continent right now, you could have become a top spy. An evil grin appeared on Kyle's face as he laughed inwardly. Bia, who was eating, suddenly choked when she heard Kyle's sudden laughter inside her head. The individuals sitting around her looked at her with confused expressions. She wanted to curse but stopped herself and innocently focused on eating without caring about the stares stabbing at her back. Chapter 162. What a long day. While Bia was talking with Kyle, suddenly Principal Ratrick frowned and took out a vibrating communication crystal from his storage ring. Everyone present inside the room went silent, and a strange tension appeared in the air. Bia looked up at the principal, who distanced himself from the others before the communication device lit up, showing a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe. The king, she exclaimed inwardly with surprise while secretly peeking at the communication crystal. On the other hand, a confused expression appeared on Kyle's face. He sat up with a frown. If the principal was speaking with the king, that meant they were probably talking about the secret realm. You are sure the other person is the king? I am 100% sure. I saw him only once when we went to the royal castle before we entered the tower, but his face isn't something I can forget. He looked just like Carcel's older version. Can you hear what they are talking about through the communication crystal? Bia's gaze returned to the food, and her ears perked up, but she didn't hear any voice. She glanced at the principal only to see a transparent shield around him. Tusk, I can't hear anything. Their voice is blocked. Leave it then. Maybe it's not something we should know. Anyway, tell me more about that Academy's tournament we were talking about a while ago. It's never happened before because the Royal Academy doesn't need to show its dominance. The first reason behind its prestige is the principal, who is currently the only SSS rank in the whole kingdom. Secondly, no matter their original status, all the students studying inside the academy have always achieved something incredible in their life. Bia talked with Kyle, filling him whatever she heard about the tournament inside the room. After a few minutes, Principal Ratrick removed the transparent shield around himself. He walked toward George and the elders with a grim expression. George stood up, and his expression was grim as well, because if the king called so suddenly, something was surely wrong. What happened? Ratrick gazed at everyone inside the room with a serious expression. I am leaving for a while. I will return after the Academy's tournament, so take care of the Academy in my absence. After getting a nod from all his trusted subordinates, he chuckled to lighten the mood. Tell the students that those who worked hard and participated in the tournament will have a chance to get a special training session from me. I will teach them some life-saving techniques. Those old fogies from other kingdoms are also doing it. Contact me immediately if there's any urgent situation. I am leaving. Ratrick waved his hand. He turned around and started moving, but after he stepped forward, his body disappeared from the room. George looked at the fading image. Did something happen? Why did the king call him so suddenly? He massaged his temples and waved at the elders with a serious expression. Go back for now. Elderhand sighed and stood up. Let's leave, little one. He picked up Bia, and with the other two elders he left the room. After walking for a while, he looked at Bia with a smile. Should I send you back, or would you like to stay with this old man for a while? Bia blinked her eyes and tilted her head cutely. Elderhand chuckled, seeing her reaction. It seems you can't understand what I am saying. Well, I should send you back because I have some work to do. He walked toward the boys' dorm, but then stopped outside the building with a frown. I know he is inside the building, but I don't know his room location. It's such a hassle to go and acquire information about it from the main hall. I remember I gave him a communication device. His sentence was cut in half when a familiar voice resounded opposite to him. Master? Elderhand gazed at the person with a raised brow. Kyle was walking out of the building with a serious expression. How did he know I am here? Kyle ignored the suspicious stare he was getting from the elder and approached him hurriedly. While Elderhand was staring at Kyle, Bia flapped her wings and started flying. She landed on top of Kyle's head. Her eyes sparkled when she thought about everything she did today. Just like you said, it's really fun to listen to others without their knowledge. I should do this often, hee hee. Kyle could hear Bia's giggle inside his head. He suppressed his smile and stood in front of Elderhand. Thank you, Master, for taking care of Bia. Elderhand didn't say anything. He was processing the hidden smile present inside Kyle's eyes. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared inside his head, which he didn't dare to believe. Don't tell me Bia understand everything we talked about inside the room. It's not possible, right? His eyes landed on Bia, who again tilted her head with her innocent eyes staring back at him. Maybe I am thinking too much. With a smile, Elderhand looked at Kyle. After seeing the latter fighting abilities, he was proud of his student. It's fine, now go and rest for today. You must have been tired after the practical exam. I am busy tomorrow, but from the day after tomorrow, make sure to come to the library after noon. I will teach you about arrays as long as I am here. I saw the symbols you drew on those pages. It wasn't satisfactory and needs more improvements, but I can see you worked hard. He started pointing out Kyle's mistakes, like how while drawing the symbols Kyle didn't care about their thickness, and how he cramped too many symbols in just a single beginner array. Kyle listened to every mistake Elderhand pointed out with a stoic face, but inwardly he was suppressing his laughter because Bia was saying something very opposite. I am telling you in front of the other old individuals, Elderhand praised you like you are a genius. He showed off that he is your master. Why is he complaining now? While watching you draw arrays inside the projection, he was laughing nonstop. He even said you are born to learn about arrays. He said your beginner arrays were perfect without even a single error. Tusk, how can someone change their words so easily? Kyle gazed at Elderhand, who was busy scolding him with a serious expression. He looked so serious. Are you sure we are talking about the same person? After a few minutes, Hand finally left him alone. With a smile, Kyle went back to his room. He picked up Bia from his head and poked at her bulging stomach with a grin. You fool, don't do it. The food was too tasty so I ate everything they gave me. Let's sleep then. Kyle put her on top of a pillow and wrapped a blanket around her before lying down on the bed as well. He gazed at the ceiling of the room with his black eyes for a while. What a long day. After a few seconds, Bia could hear Kyle's peaceful breathing. He can sleep so easily. Chapter 163. The band student went out. The next day inside the Royal Academy wasn't much eventful because after the practical exam students were tired. Some of them spent their day inside their rooms on the beds sleeping, while some went outside for fun. The second and third year students mostly took some missions and left the academy to enjoy some nearby restaurants or markets. The midterm results would be announced a few days later. That's why they were roaming around before they suffered the consequences of their bad results. In front of the mission hall, Nine wore a gloomy expression as he tried to step inside to get a mission, only to get a glare from the person in charge. Damn it. My life has gone downhill after a single mission with Kyle, Alec, and Carcel. I promise from now on I am not going to invite them whenever I am going outside. He grumbled inwardly and decided to leave because even after arguing with the person in charge, he didn't get anywhere. After walking for a while, he kicked a nearby pebble. They are all sleeping like logs, now I don't know what to do. In the morning, he knocked on Kyle's door only to see the latter sleeping without any care. As usual, he wanted to barge inside Kyle's room and make him sober, but it seemed Kyle was prepared because he slammed the door shut the moment Nine tried to enter his room. With an annoyed expression, Nine left Kyle alone and went to check on Alec and Carcel, but it seemed today was the day he would be alone because they also shut their doors on his face. Tusk, I want to leave the academy. I want to see a lot of fresh water. I want to. His voice trailed off as he gazed at a group of students nearby. A purple-haired youth wearing a second-year uniform was walking toward the north with 3 more students. Nine narrowed his eyes slightly as he saw the familiar round glasses on the purple-haired youth's eyes. A smile appeared on his face, and he hurriedly waved his hand at the purple-haired individual who was busy talking with his friends. Senior Blaine almost freaked out when he heard a loud shout nearby. He settled his glasses and looked at the person who called him. Nine, he smiled politely seeing a familiar junior. He knew Nine as they interacted with each other before they entered the tower. It was a pity that, unlike the 2 powerful first-year students, only 2 students from the second year returned alive from the tower, but Blaine was happy to return safely. He waved back as he didn't know why Nine was waving at him out of nowhere. One of Blaine's classmates who was standing beside him frowned. Hey Blaine, the smile on his face is giving me a bad vibe. Huh, the smile. Now that you mentioned it does look a little evil. Blaine blinked his eyes. His friends gestured for him to leave, but Nine sped up and instantly arrived in front of him with a grin. Seniors, where are you going? Blaine sighed and assured his friends that Nine wasn't a bad guy. Afterward, he looked at Nine with a smile. We are going outside to have some fun. What about you? Nine's smirk widened. Senior, I am free. Take me with you as well. Huh, you want to come with us, but we are going a little further from the academy because we have to complete a mission as well by killing some mud monsters. It's okay, Senior. You can do whatever you want. I am just going to roam around for a while, then we can return together. Nine said with a smile. Blaine thought for a while. His friends were reluctant, but after speaking with them and getting their permission, he agreed. With Blaine and the other second-year students, Nine walked toward the academy gate. When they arrived in front of the gate, Nine purposely hid behind the group who showed the guard their mission page. After they left the academy, the guard standing at the gate narrowed his eyes when he saw Nine's fading figure. Why does that kid look familiar? The guard whispered, but then he recalled the warning he received a few days ago. His eyes widened slightly. He was one of the students who were banned from stepping outside the academy. He wanted to stop the kids, but the group had already gone far. I am not allowed to leave the gate. Sai, I need to tell the elder. He massaged his temples and hurriedly grabbed a student from nearby to send the message to the person who warned him a few days ago to not let the banned students go outside the academy. On the other hand, Blaine looked back at Nine. We are going this. He stopped midway and looked around his friends. Nine was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? He and his group members looked around for a while, but they didn't see Nine at all. In the end, they left the area because they had to visit some places before completing the mission. Next day early morning, Blaine and the trio returned to the academy with satisfied expressions. They talked about the places they visited while laughing. Their mission was complete, but the moment they entered the academy, a black-haired old man stopped their path with narrowed eyes. They all stopped and looked at the old man with confused expressions, but their confusion was replaced with horror when the old man said that they had to run 100 rounds along the academy walls. "Why?" Blaine said with disbelief. 100 rounds. It was too much because the academy was huge. He wasn't even sure if he and his friends would survive after they finished running. Because you all helped a student who was banned from going outside. Start running or else I am going to increase the number. Blaine looked at his friends who were cursing him inwardly. He wanted to cry. All the students who took a mission were informed about some banned students, but he didn't listen carefully to who those students were. That's why he agreed to Nine's request. I should have known something was amiss the moment Nine smiled so evilly. He cried inwardly and started running with his friends who were staring daggers at his back. The old man looked at their backs and sighed. After getting the news about Nine, he instantly informed the vice principal, but the latter only chuckled and said not to worry about Nine because he had a guardian following behind him outside the academy. Anyway, I need to punish these kids a little. The banned students' names were written inside the hall. How did they miss it? Chapter 164, He Needs to Suffer a Little. Kyle was standing inside the bathroom as he looked at his reflection in the water. His gaze darted at his head as he grabbed the corner of his hair with a nonchalant expression. My hair is still black. He wiped his hair and body with a towel and wore a long-sleeve pale blue shirt with gray pants. After the practical exam, he didn't do anything and just stayed inside his room with Bia for the whole day. Today, the first-year classes were finally starting again. That's why he woke up early. In the evening, he had to go to the library to take lessons about arrays. After wearing clothes, he left the bathroom and looked at the wrinkled blanket on the bed. Bia, let's leave, it's time for class. He removed the blanket and poked at Bia, who had become too lazy recently because of him. Tusk, I think I need to dip you in water. Bia shivered as she remembered what happened yesterday. The devil Kyle suddenly thought she was too dirty and made her take a bath. I told you I didn't like cold water. Bia cried out and instantly left the bed. She fluffed up and shook her red feathers before flying around Kyle. Kyle chuckled when he saw her becoming more and more like a bird. Both of them left the room together and Kyle knocked on Nine's door, but no one replied. He blinked his eyes. Where is he? Just yesterday he was pestering me to come out. Kyle knocked again, but after getting no response, he left the building heading straight toward the classroom. His question was soon answered when he neared the class building. A black-haired old man was standing in front of a group of students with a frown. He was giving them a lecture with an angry expression. Kyle raised his brow, seeing two familiar faces among the group. First was Blaine and second was Nine. Nine was all right because he was wearing a neat shirt, but Blaine and the trio standing beside him didn't look good at all. Their clothes were wrinkled and drenched with sweat. Even their breathing was shallow as they tried to stand firmly in front of the old man. A small crowd of first-year students was standing a little further from the old man. They were laughing and whispering among themselves. Kyle neared the crowd of students and tapped someone's shoulder with a curious look. Huh. The olive-haired student suddenly turned around with annoyance, but when he saw Kyle's face, his eyes instantly lit up. Classmate Kyle, his voice was too loud and the student standing beside him gazed at him with raised brows before spotting Kyle. It's Kyle. Look, the famous bird beast is flying around him. Damn. Why is he here? Did he find out we were bad-mouthing him? They whispered among themselves, and some of them even stepped back, fearing that maybe Kyle heard them when they were bad-mouthing him. Kyle wanted to face-palm. He just wanted to inquire what was happening from the olive-haired boy, but now the whole crowd was staring at him. He cleared his throat and stepped back with a polite smile. I just wanted to know what's happening there. He pointed at the old man and the group of students who were getting scolded. The olive-haired boy smiled when he heard Kyle. He was thinking of befriending the latter because he was one of the people who admired Kyle for his hard work and determination. Even though Kyle's talent was low, he was rivaling Alec, who was above his league. That's why the olive-haired boy inspired Kyle as his role model. Well, no one knew what would be his thoughts if he knew how much Kyle worked hard. Classmate, my name is Trey. Let me tell you what's happening. Trey explained everything he knew. How Nine slipped out from the academy even though he was banned by the elders, and how Blaine and his group helped Nine even after knowing the consequences. Blaine and his group were punished yesterday, but Nine just arrived back today morning. That's why he was now getting scolded by the old man. Kyle blinked his eyes after hearing the explanation. You sure Blaine helped him? Why do I feel like he was tricked by Nine? Bia's voice resounded inside Kyle's head. You are just feeling, knowing his personality. I am 100% sure he tricked Blaine. Kyle suppressed his laughter and thanked Trey before walking toward the building. Trey and another black-haired boy followed behind him. While he was walking, he gazed at Nine, and to his surprise, the latter was looking at him with a begging expression. Nine cried out inwardly. Help me, bro. It had been an hour he had been listening to the old man. Now even his ears had given up. Kyle smirked and turned around without even sparing him another glance. Bia, who was flying above Kyle, also looked at Nine's expression. She gave him a pitiful glance and laughed inwardly while following behind Kyle. Bia looked at Trey and the black-haired boy following Kyle before finally landing on top of Kyle's head while stretching her wings. Aren't you going to help Nine? No, he needs to suffer a little. Senior Blaine and his friends were punished because of him. Kyle chuckled, and after walking inside the building for a while, he appeared in front of a familiar classroom. He pushed the door and entered inside. More than half of the chairs were empty, but the ones present inside became quiet for a few seconds when Kyle entered the room. Kyle, Kyle heard a familiar voice and looked at the rows of chairs. Carcel was waving at him from the second row. He was sitting alone because Alec hadn't arrived yet. With a smile, Kyle sat beside him. After a few minutes, a lot of students entered the classroom. Soon, Alec, Lara, and Mia also arrived. When the class was filled with students, a dejected brown-haired boy entered the classroom with slumped shoulders. Nine wiped his non-existent tears and glared at Kyle and Carcel. They both saw him being scolded, but they didn't help him. With a grumpy expression, he sat in the front row with Alec instead of Kyle. Kyle gazed at Nine and just shrugged his shoulders with a smirk. Chapter 165, a tiring yet normal day. After the classroom was filled with students, Professor Aliza finally arrived in the room with some papers. Her expression was grim when she glanced at some students with a disappointed look. Everyone present inside the room went silent when she arrived and gave them a cold glance. She stepped onto the stage and stood behind the podium before slamming the papers on the podium. "Good morning, everyone." Her narrow gaze swept on the students sitting on the chairs. "I know you all have rested enough yesterday. That's why I would like to talk about the theoretical exam." She picked up the papers and fiddled with them. "I am done checking everyone's papers, but some of you maybe thought I would check them with closed eyes. That's why the only thing they wrote inside the papers was some made-up stories and strange symbols that even I can't describe what they were." Her voice lowered as she sighed. "I know the exam was a little hard, but that's not an excuse for not preparing adequately. We covered the material extensively in class, and I provided proper guidance for studying. So why are the results so bad? Even the ones who were inside the tower and didn't get the chance to study properly had scored better than the rest of the class." Her gaze first landed on Kyle and then on Alec and Mia, but when she saw Nine, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry because his paper was something that she would never forget. "Well, I mean, except for some special cases." She cleared her throat and left the papers on the podium. "Anyway, you will get your results after 2 days. They will be posted inside the students' hall. Let's not waste more time and start the lesson." The students finally relaxed when Professor Aliza stopped talking about the theoretical exam. Nine glanced back at Kyle with a pained expression. He saw how Professor Aliza gazed at him when she said the ones who entered the tower performed better. He even remembers how, unlike Kyle, she gave him a terrible stare. "I think my 50,000 mana stones are already gone." He blinked. His eyes had lost the luster of life when he thought how he had to give Kyle 50,000 mana stones. The class continued as Professor Aliza started the lecture about how mana affects the individual's bodies and makes them stronger the moment they break through. After 2 hours, the class was over and Professor Astor entered the classroom. He talked about different weapons and artifacts. 2 hours later, the first-year students left the classroom and entered another classroom to take the history lecture. A curly-haired old man who seemed to be in his mid-50s was already present inside the classroom when the students arrived. The old man gave the students some books and talked about how humans and other races lived after their relationship became better. He also talked about some old customs and why the sea continent doesn't like interacting with other races. All the students listened attentively when the old professor suddenly started talking about the sea continent. Information regarding that continent was lacking because the mermaids always stayed inside the water. The mermaids possess a very strong affinity with water. That's why they prefer to stay in their home kingdom, but they can change their appearance and become similar to humans or elves. That's why even if they come out and roam inside the other continents, no one can recognize them. The class started whispering when they heard that the mermaids could change their appearance. So it's true. That's why it's so hard to see a mermaid. Tisk, they are always nonchalant about everything and never helped others. Also, the sea continent people are cowards who hide inside water. No, they are too weak and beautiful, that's why they don't come out from the water. Some of the students chuckled at this comment, but Nine frowned. He just clicked his tongue and looked at the professor. Kyle heard the chatting. He also wanted to see a mermaid someday, but from the corner of his eyes he saw how Nine and Alec's expressions became sour when everyone badmouthed the mermaids. Kyle raised his brow, but because the professor silenced the class he forgot about this small thought. "Class, let's stop the lecture here, we will continue tomorrow." After the professor left, the students started chatting among themselves. After a small break, they all went to the training ground where Professor Liam was eagerly waiting for them. "Finally, the exams are over and I can start working again," Liam said with a smile and asked the students to start training while he pointed out their mistakes. Kyle shuddered a little when he thought about the recent training session he had with Liam. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood in front of a dummy. He took out his sword and started practicing as well. His whole day was packed with classes and training. After a while, Kyle sat on the ground while wiping his sweat with a towel. He gazed at Alec, Carcel, and Nine. The trio was training a few meters away from him with serious expressions. Lara and Mia were in the long-range training area, and for some reason Trey and the black-haired boy were following behind him, but unlike before, Kyle didn't dislike interacting with others that much. Maybe he had changed a little after making some friends. Even though they all have their secrets, it wasn't something Kyle needed to worry about. He had a big secret himself. A genuine smile appeared on Kyle's face as he closed his eyes for a while. A tiring yet normal day indeed. After spending 2 hours in the training ground, he went back with 9 and cleaned himself before heading straight toward the library. The old librarian greeted him, but Kyle's eyes stopped at a new face. A tall and slender girl wearing black clothes was working beside the librarian. Her face looked innocent, and she was wearing thick glasses on her eyes. She seemed to be in her late 20s. The girl looked back at Kyle and nodded, but her eyes glanced at Bia's body for a second. Master finally found an assistant for the librarian. Kyle thought inwardly and replied with a nod. He glanced at the old librarian to confirm if it was fine to enter the secret room in front of her. "It's fine." After getting a reply, he approached the end of the first floor of the library before taking out a familiar crystal and opening the secret room. Kyle coughed the moment he entered the room. A lot of smoke was rising, and he could smell something was burning. His eyes darted inside the room only to spot an old figure standing in a corner, brewing something inside a large bowl. Master Elderhand gazed at Kyle and waved his hand. The smoke instantly disappeared. "Just sit on the chair. I picked some new books about arrays for you, so read them carefully. You can ask me any question you want." Kyle sighed and just sat down and picked up one of the books present on the table. He would ask some questions here and there while reading. Elder Han would also lecture him from time to time. Kyle took in all the information, and at night he was finally free to go back to his room. After coming back, he ate something with Bia and slumped down on his bed with a tired expression. Soon, he fell asleep. Chapter 166, Result I 2 days later. The student hall was filled to the brim, as almost every student of the Royal Academy was present here today. The hall was devoid of any furniture, but 3 big boards were placed in different corners inside the hall, so the students of each year could see their results. All 3 boards only had 3 white sheets stuck on them. Each sheet showed a separate result. 1. The theoretical exam result. 2. The practical exam result. 3. The final result. 2 old professors wearing blue robes were sitting in the middle of the hall to answer the students who had problems with their results. The professors wore serious expressions as they talked to the students who were causing unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, a few meters away from the student hall, Alec, Carcel, Lara, and Mia were walking together. They chatted and made their way toward the hall to see their results. The atmosphere was harmonious. For the past 2 days, their schedule was packed with classes and training. Alec rubbed his hands together with anticipation as he saw the familiar hall in the distance. "I know about my practical exam result, but I am not sure about the theory exam. I just hope we all get good marks because Professor Aliza was quite angry due to some students." Carcel looked at Alec. After spending so much time with the latter, he was very comfortable around him now. "I did good, so I am not worried about myself, but you." His sentence was cut short because Alec glared at him. "We will see in a while who did better." Lara and Mia both looked at the duo and shook their heads. Suddenly, Carcel remembered something and a smirk appeared on his face. "What about Kyle and 9 bet? Who do you think will win?" Mia raised her brow. "What bet?" Alec looked at her with a mysterious smile. "It's a very tragic bet that 9 lost even before he made it." "What?" Alec laughed and explained about the bet to Lara and Mia. The girls wore an amused expression when they listened to the details. "Giving 50,000 mana stones to someone else isn't something small. Even I don't have that many mana stones," Lara exclaimed with a serious expression. She thought about Kyle inside. She was still uncomfortable around others and didn't know how to start a conversation, but now she was willing to talk to her classmates. Recently, she even tried to talk to Kyle, but because she felt too awkward and embarrassed, she wasn't able to say much. "No one is a bad person. They won't harm me without any reason. It's just my mind who perceives them bad and beneath me. I need to change my mindset." Her thoughts were complicated. She knew her personality wasn't good, but now she was trying her best to change a little. After getting help from Hansen and Kelvin in the tower, she realized how wrong she was. Not everyone was bad. She felt a little guilty for all those people she looked down at. In the end, it was all because she wasn't able to make genuine friends after the incident that happened in her childhood. That's why her personality naturally becomes cold and arrogant. Alec looked at Lara and tilted his head. "Hey, relax your brows. Why are you frowning so much because of 9 and Kyle's bet? 9 won't ask you for mana stones." He chuckled and looked ahead. Lara blinked her eyes when she saw Alec's face and nodded before her expression finally relaxed. She stepped back a little because Alec was too close. After a while, they stepped inside the hall. Many students were entering and leaving the hall. They looked at the three boards, and after asking a nearby student, they went toward the first-year result board. Alec frowned when he saw so many students standing in front of the board. "Excuse me, please give me a small way. I want to see my result as well," he said, and some of the students looked back with annoyance, but when they saw Alec's face, they instantly made a small gap between the crowd. Some of the students even snickered and whispered among themselves, looking at Alec and the others. Carcel and Alec stepped issues the crowd, while Lara and Mia followed behind both of them. They soon saw the board, but Alec rubbed his eyes with shock. "Am I hallucinating?" Carcel's eyes also widened slightly. He patted Alec's shoulder. "Does that mean I am hallucinating as well?" Lara and Mia were also shocked, but unlike the duo, they didn't show it on their faces. Mia looked at Carcel. "I believe it's not a hallucination if we all are seeing the same thing." Lara shook her head. A rare smile appeared on her face. The students who saw her smile squeaked with shock. It seemed Nine didn't just lose the bet, he lost very terribly. Alec was too shocked to even hear Lara's words. He pinched Carcel's arm to confirm if he was seeing things. Carcel rolled his eyes and smacked his hand away. "Why the hell are you pinching my arm?" Alec took a deep breath and looked at him. "It's because it's painful if I pinch myself." He chuckled and pointed at the result. "It's a little sour to see this result." Carcel massaged his temples. "I am feeling sour as well, my rank dropped." Alec glared at him. "Hey, I lost my rank as well," Lara chimed in as well. "I thought my rank would increase, but it's the same as before." Mia sighed at her friend's childish behavior, but she noticed something that made her laugh. Her slender finger pointed at the theoretical exam result. "Look who is last." Alec and the other two followed her finger, and after seeing the name, they burst into laughter. Even Lara started laughing. The students around them looked at them with confused expressions. Didn't the four of them lose their ranks? Why are they laughing? Chapter 167 Result II. On the other hand, Nine knocked on Kyle's door with an anxious expression. He paced around for a while, and Kyle finally came out wearing a brown hoodie. Bia was sitting inside his hoodie. "Why do you take so much time just to get ready?" "Hurry up," he dragged Kyle toward the student hall. Kyle chuckled when he saw Nine anxious expressions. He cleared his throat. "I hope the mana stones are ready." Nine glared at Kyle. Even though inwardly he knew he lost the bet, he wouldn't accept defeat until he saw Kyle's result with his own eyes. "We still haven't seen the result." After walking for a while, they spotted Alec and the others, but because they were too far away, Nine didn't call out their names. A few minutes later, when they arrived in front of the student hall, Nine stopped Kyle. "Wait, I am not ready yet." He wiped his sweaty forehead and looked at the hall with a serious expression. It looked like he was fighting an inner war. Kyle looked at Nine's expression. He wanted to laugh but controlled himself. "If we stand here any longer, the day will turn into night. Let's enter." Nine sighed and fiddled with the ring he was wearing. All right, all right." With a dry smile, he entered the hall with Kyle. After passing through the crowd of students, they saw a small gap between the crowd present on the north side. Nine squinted his eyes. He could see Alec, Carcel, Mia, and Lara standing in front of the board, but for some reason they were laughing. "I am having a very bad feeling." He grumbled inwardly and left Kyle behind before approaching the laughing individuals. After passing through the narrow path, Nine tapped on Alec's shoulder. "Bro, why are you all laughing?" His sentence was cut short when his gaze landed on the board. His eyes contracted into a slit when he saw the first name. Nine's mouth was wide open as he pointed his trembling finger at the board. "Impossible," he cried out loudly. Alec and Carcel looked at him with pity before both of them stepped forward and patted his shoulders with a sigh while exclaiming simultaneously. "It's fate." Nine slapped their hands away with a glare. He was the one who had to give away his mana stones. "The hell with fate, I don't believe this result, I want a refund. I mean, I want to check Kyle's papers with my own eyes before I believe this board." "Oh," Kyle's voice resounded behind Nine, and Nine finally shut his mouth, but inwardly he was crying. Kyle pushed him back and looked at the result. Even he was surprised. "While you got the first rank." Bia's surprised voice resounded inside his head as she peeked from his hoodie. Even though she didn't understand much of the written words on the board, she was sure the top name was Kyle. Practical exam result. 1 Alec equals 3000 and Kyle equals 3002. Lara equals 2703. Carcel equals 2564. Mia equals 2455. 9 equals 2276. Lily equals 1997. Jake equals 1260. Theoretical exam result. 1 Kyle equals 100/102. Jake equals 100/96. 3 Luna equals 100/86. 4 Mia equals 100/84.55. Jessica equals 100/83. 6 Kerkel equals 100/82. 7 Alec equals 100/79. 8 Lara equals 100/77. 209 equals 100/9.5. Final result. 1 Kyle, 2 Alec, 3 Lara, 4 Carcel, 5 Mia, 6 Jake, 7 Luna. 17-9. When Kyle's gaze landed on 9 theoretical exam results, he burst out into laughter. He was happy to see himself at the first rank, but seeing 9 at the last was more amusing. I remember you said I will be the last no matter what. He patted Nine, who was dazed after seeing Kyle's result. Huh? Nine looked at Kyle, who was pointing at the last name in the theoretical exam. He followed his finger and almost fainted on the spot. Impossible, I am last, no way, this result is fake. His face was red with embarrassment and he wanted to bury himself underground. Just a week ago he was saying Kyle would take the last spot no matter what, and now he was the one who was in the last spot. How can he accept this? It's too unfair. Also, why is my score even lower than 10? The students around them whispered, and because of Nine's loud voice, the two professors sitting in the middle of the hall frowned. One of the professors shouted at them. What's the problem? Which Brad is shouting inside the hall, come here, I will tell you if it's unfair or not. Nine shuddered. He instantly took back all his words and smiled at the professors. I was just joking. Right, bro? He placed his arm on Kyle's neck with a forced smile. Alec and Carcel stopped their laughter. Even Mia placed her fingers on her lips. The professor raised his brow with an amused expression, but then he pointed at the exit. Leave if you have seen your results, don't make a scene here. Nine nodded, and with the others, he instantly left the hall. After they stepped outside, Kyle rubbed his hands and looked at Nine with a smirk. So what about the mana stones? Nine wanted to curse. His heart ached when he thought about the mana stones he gathered with sweat and pain. Alec, Carcel, Mia, and Lara stood beside the duo with amused expressions. They wondered where Kyle and Nine got so many mana stones to make such a big bet over a small exam. With a reluctant expression, Nine looked at his storage ring before looking at Kyle while flashing a smile. Bro, we are friends, how about we forget about the bet, it's just some mana stones. Kyle raised his brow. His smirk widened as he placed his arm on Nine's neck. You are right. It's just some mana stones, that means it's not a big deal to give them to me. He gazed at Nine, who laughed dryly. Right, it's not a big deal. Alec and the trio watched while laughing how Kyle took the exact amount of mana stones from Nine without giving the latter even a 1% discount. They were surprised because Nine actually took out so many mana stones. The most shocked one was Alec. He remembers how Nine, Carcel, and Kyle forced him to pay the restaurant bill when they went out for fun. Now seeing Nine wealth, he was feeling very poor. Damn, they are rich and still forced me to use the only gold coins I had, pity bastards. Chapter 168 Hidden Danger. After Kyle took the mana stones from Nine, everyone went to train for a while. Kyle wore a satisfied expression the whole time. He spent 2 hours inside the training ground with the others before leaving for the library. Elder Han was already waiting for him inside the secret room, and unlike before, he was free today. With a serious expression, Han sat opposite Kyle and taught him about the weak points of arrays. All the arrays had a weak point. It was something that would destroy the array if not handled properly. Usually, the weak points would be present in the middle of the arrays, but some more complicated arrays had their weak point hidden underneath layers of symbols. He asked Kyle to draw an array on a page. Kyle nodded, and unlike before, he only took a few seconds to draw the 9 basic symbols on the page and completed the defensive array. Elder Han was surprised at his speed, but he stopped himself from praising Kyle and took out some mana stones before placing them on the page. The array lit up, and a circular defensive shield formed inside the page. Look closely. Kyle nodded and saw how Elder Han just touched a specific part of the shield and it burst into particles. This is a weak point that can destroy the array. Your array was fine, but I found the weak point very easily because you just copied everything from the book. Kyle listened to everything with a serious expression. Elder Han nodded inwardly with a smile, seeing Kyle's serious face. To hide the weak point of an array, you have to change the placement of the symbols and make it unique in your way. Don't just copy everything. Usually, it's very hard to find the weak point with the naked eye because each array has a different weak point. You have to sense the mana around the array. It's complicated because unlike normal mana, the mana around arrays is very thick, but when you start sensing, you can see small symbols floating around the array. To find a weak point, you have to look for a tiny hole within those symbols. It's very rare to see no weak point in an array because it's not possible. Kyle nodded. After Elder Han finished his explanation, he gave him a book related to weak points. Just focus on the beginner arrays for a while because finding a weak point inside an array is very hard. Han gazed at him one last time and stood up to do his work. Kyle sighed and made another array on a new page. He closed his eyes and sensed the mana around the array, but he didn't find any floating symbols. Destroying arrays is harder than drawing them. He shook his head with a sigh, but then Bia looked at the array curiously. I think I can sense the mana around the array you made, but I am not sure about the weak points. You can how? Bia blinked her eyes and came out from his hoodie before sitting on the table. I can naturally see it. I am now sure about the reason. Don't close your eyes. Just like how you can sense the faint feeling of mana around your body, try to sense it around the array. If you focus on it, instead of feeling, you can see faint needles like threads made of mana. They are continuously floating around the array. Maybe the threads are the array symbols. Kyle listened to Bia's words and did what she asked. After trying a few times, he was able to sense the threads, but it was so faint that he had to concentrate on a single thread. He sensed that thread for a while and tried to follow its movement. He wanted to see the other threads as well, but after a few minutes his head started aching. On the other hand, Elderhan almost broke the glass vial present inside his hand. His eyes showed shock and disbelief. He sensed it already. It took him more than 3 months just to sense a single symbol, and Kyle sensed it within half an hour. He took a deep breath to calm his troubled heart. Don't concentrate on a single spot for a long time or else you will get a headache. Try to sense it naturally. Sensing mana can place some pressure on your mind, so take your time, no need to hurry. Kyle nodded, and after taking a small break, he started observing the array again. After a few hours, he left the secret room. He went back to his room and fell asleep. His everyday schedule was very similar, as he has to wake up early for classes. Then he would train with the others in the training ground for a few hours. Afterward, he would go to the library to get array lessons from Elder Han. It was a normal routine just like any other student, but Kyle liked this peaceful life. Inside a dimly lit room, Professor Astor was pacing around a communication crystal with a serious expression. A projection of a middle-aged man wearing dark clothes was seen on top of the communication crystal. With a deep breath, Astor stopped and gazed at the crystal. "Are you sure you want to do it? If yes, I am out of this plan. My life in the academy is pretty good. I can't risk getting caught." The other person snickered. He had deep red eyes and black hair. "I want that beast no matter what. I know the other kingdoms are keeping an eye on the academy, but I don't care. The principal won't come back for a while, and I have already sent a few spies inside the academy. You just need to do a single thing and you are still hesitating. I am not giving you so many resources just to get a negative response every time I ask you to do something." Professor Astor gritted his teeth when he saw the latter crazed expression. Why do you want it so badly? It's just a beast. It's not like it will reach SSS plus rank within a few months. There's no point in getting your hands on it because you have to use many resources just to let it grow. Also, unlike the Royal Academy where no one is willing to make a move, they won't hesitate to attack you if they knew about this. The man present in the projection chuckled. He didn't care about Astor as he could kill the latter anytime, but he needed Astor's help. That's why he was willing to hear him out. "Who said I am like those idiots who want to just acquire a strong pet? I don't want to make it grow. I want to use it for my new experiment. If I succeed, I will be able to increase my talent. I will write history, ha ha ha. Now that we are doing it the hard way. Just bring me all the talented students from the academy. After my experiment is done, I will dig their hearts and make some incredible life-increasing potions. It would be a very beautiful sight when Principal Ratrick returned and saw everything, ha ha ha." A crazed laughter echoed inside the room and Astor's eyes widened slightly. Talent is something that can never be changed. It was everyone's potential, and no matter what, after reaching their potential, no one could advance further, but the man inside the projection claimed to increase his talent. Astor took a deep breath. He was still against the idea of doing something risky inside the academy, but he agreed after the black-haired man promised to give him some of the benefits. Chapter 169, The Tournament. Kyle's time in the academy seemed to be passing very peacefully, as the only thing he did for the next 5 months was to attend lectures, train, and learn about arrays. Even though he was confined within the academy, he didn't mind it because he knew he wasn't strong enough yet. During these months, he didn't notice any changes in his body. Everything stayed normal. The disadvantage was that it was too normal, and Kyle became worried because he showed no sign of a breakthrough even though he was working as hard as everyone else. Unlike him, the others were progressing at the same speed as before. Alec was already C rank, so everyone knew it would take some time for him to break through again, but 2 months later Carcel broke through to D+ rank while training. His breakthrough was a surprise for all the students and professors, but the excitement died down, and everyone became numb because Mia also broke through to D rank after a week. Even Nine, the one who for some reason always slipped out from the academy and would return after a few days, broke through to D rank. Nine was very happy after he broke through. He laughed and boasted to almost everyone in the classroom. He even challenged Kyle because he was still sour about the mana stones he lost. In the end, he lost within half a minute. It was a very miserable defeat because even though Kyle didn't break through to the next rank, he was stronger than Nine in terms of combat. Kyle was very frustrated because of his progress, but in the end, he just sighed because he wasn't able to do anything. At the end of the 5th month, after thinking for a week, he made a big decision and decided to tell Elder Han about his bloodline so the latter could see if anything was wrong with his body. But when he went to the secret room, he didn't find Elder Han anywhere. He waited for a few days, but Elder Han didn't return to the secret room. With a sigh, he was going to give up when another elder from the academy approached him and gave him a letter and a life-saving artifact that Elder Han left behind before leaving the kingdom for some reason. Kyle thanked the elder and read the letter. He was shocked because inside the letter Elder Han told him that he knew about Kyle's actual talent, which was SS rank. The letter even gave him information regarding the secret realm. Han said it was a very dangerous place, but if Kyle wanted to enter the realm, he would talk to the principal about the matter regarding his talent and take care of everything. At the end of the letter, Elder Han apologized as he wasn't able to tell everything directly to Kyle because he had to leave due to some matters related to the secret realm. Kyle was frozen on the spot. He massaged his temples. The old man was sly. He found out about Kyle's talent through some artifact without his knowledge. With a sigh, Kyle looked at the life-saving artifact Elder Han left behind with the letter. It looked like an ordinary white brooch. Even when Kyle placed it on his shirt, it wasn't much attractive to the others. I didn't know the details about this artifact because Master didn't explain anything about it in the letter. Kyle shook his head and went to the training ground because today Professor Aliza was going to announce something important. After a few minutes, he arrived at the training ground. It was filled and all the first-year students were standing in rows. In front of them, Professor Liam and Aliza were standing with serious expressions. "We are a little late," Bia's voice resounded inside Kyle's head. She was flying above him because recently she gained a lot of weight and Kyle forbade her to sit on top of his head. Kyle gazed at Bia. She should increase her size instead of weight. He chuckled inwardly and stood with the students. He gazed around and could see many familiar faces: Alec, Carcel, Trey, and the others. The only one missing was 9. Did he go out again? While Kyle was thinking, Professor Liam clapped his hands and gathered the students' attention. "Kids, please listen carefully as to what Professor Aliza is going to explain because it's very important." He stepped back and Professor Aliza nodded at him before looking at the first-year students. "As you all know, within 2 months, the final exam for each year will arrive, but this year we are doing something different." His gaze swept through the students who were listening carefully. After careful discussion with the king, the principal had decided to hold a friendly tournament between all the academies present in the kingdom, so the students of each academy can exchange combat experience with the students from the other academies. She wasn't finished when the students erupted into a huge uproar. "A tournament? Something like this never happened before. Why did they want to hold a tournament so suddenly? I think the king wants to recruit some talented individuals through this method. But the students of the Royal Academy are the more powerful. Why do they need to hold a tournament?" Their whispers were disturbed when Professor Aliza shouted, "Silence!" Kyle looked at the professor. He already knew about this topic, so unlike the others, he wasn't surprised at all. "It's just a small friendly tournament between academies, so I don't think there's any need to become anxious. Even though it's a friendly tournament, there will be a lot of rewards for the students who will participate, but not everyone can participate in the tournament." The whole training ground was silent as Professor Aliza narrowed her eyes slightly. "Only the top 10 students from each year can participate in the tournament. After the midterms, the ranking of each class was adjusted, and I believe you all know who are the top 10 students from your class. I know you all are feeling bitter and think it's too wrong that, except for the top 10 students, others are not given a chance to prove themselves even after so much hard work. That's why, after careful consideration, the Academy has made a new rule. For the next 2 months, all the students can challenge the top 10 students for a battle. If you can defeat any one of the top 10 students, you will get their spot for the tournament. Of course, this will continue for 2 months. In these 2 months, you can challenge the top students whenever you want, but to make the process fair, each student is only allowed to challenge all the top students a single time." Professor Aliza nodded when she saw the series of expressions of the students. "I hope I get to see some surprises in these 2 months because one of the rewards for the students participating in the tournament is that Principal Ratrick will give them a special training session himself." Some of the students gasped when they heard the principal was going to give a special session to the students who entered the tournament. It was not every day they stumbled upon such a big chance. Principal Ratrick was the strongest in Kingdom Escalante, and his lessons would surely bring benefits to the students. Even if they didn't get any other reward, getting a training session from the principal was already enough to ignite the flames within each student. All the students turned their heads and stared at the top students with serious expressions. They were ready to fight and snatch their spots, but when they saw Alec, they instantly shook their heads because the target was too strong. Then their eyes landed on Carcel. He was too strong as well. Afterward, Kyle, Mia, and Lara. They were also out of the list because no one was in the mood to get beaten up. Professor Aliza saw their serious expressions and sighed. She clapped her hands. "That's it, I don't have much to say. Remember, you can only challenge the top students in the training ground in front of Professor Liam, who will judge your battles. All right, now leave. I know you have a history class an hour later." When she was done, suddenly a voice resounded from behind her. Sorry I was a little late. Aliza turned around to look at the person who just entered the training ground, her eyes narrowed. You are not just a little late, Nine, the announcement is already over. I hope you have a good reason for being so late or else I have to give you a proper punishment. Her voice turned angry. Nine blinked his eyes innocently. The vice principal called me. I am sorry for being late, he said with a sigh. Aliza wanted to scold him, but when he talked about the vice principal, she stopped. I will confirm your words. If you are lying, don't blame for being merciless, she said, and instantly left the training ground. With a smile, Nine approached the students. For some reason, he felt like a lot of students were staring at him with burning eyes. Huh, he approached Kyle and whispered slowly. Why are they staring at me like they found their prey? Also, what did Professor Aliza announce? Kyle looked at him from head to toe with a raised brow. Why do I feel like his skin is glistening? He thought inwardly and explained everything to Nine, who was late. Nine's facial expression darkened when he heard about how the students were allowed to challenge any top student. He looked at the other students with a snort. I am not an easy prey. Don't pick me for a battle or else you will regret it. Chapter 170. You are not in the top 10. Nine looked at the other students and shouted at the top of his lungs. I am not an easy prey. Don't pick me for a battle or else you will regret it. Kyle blinked his eyes. He tapped at Nine's shoulder with an awkward expression. Why are shouting? Nine turned around with a frown. He flipped his sleeves and looked at Kyle with a serious expression. Can't you see how everyone around us is staring at me? They probably want to challenge me to a battle because they think I am a weak prey. They want to snatch my place. The students who heard Nine words scoffed with mocking expressions, and some of them even laughed a little. Kyle wanted to slap Nine's head because it seemed the latter had forgotten his final result, but before he could, Alec stepped between them with a laugh. He looked at Kyle with eyes saying, leave it to me. Alec placed his arm on Nine's neck and looked at him with a mysterious smile. I don't think they want to fight you. Nine was confused as he gazed back at Alec and Kyle. Carcel looked at the trio with a sigh, but there was a smirk on his lips. With a chuckle, Alec said in a very loud voice so everyone around them could hear. My apologies, but if I remember correctly, you are not in the top 10. Nine's body froze. He blinked his eyes twice, trying to digest everything he just heard. After Alec's words seeped inside his head, he hurriedly recalled his final result, and his eyes widened. He was so busy looking at Kyle's midterm result, that's why he forgot about his final result. His face flushed and he could hear the laughter of his classmates. With an awkward smile, he slapped Alec's arm away. It's not that I forget about it, I was just joking. Nine was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig the ground and bury himself, but he was too thick-skinned to admit that he forgot about his result. He cleared his throat and looked at Alec with knitted brows. He wanted to change the topic. Then why are they all staring at me like I am their prey? Carcel chimed in with a smirk. Actually, you are a prey. Not just for all of them, but for me, Alec, and Kyle as well. Nine looked at the trio who had evil grins on their faces. He was having a very bad feeling about all this. While his mind was in overdrive, thinking about all the bad things he did in the last few months, Kyle tapped at Carcel's shoulder. Let me. Kyle looked at Nine while rubbing his palms. Yesterday, a certain second-year senior who you have been avoiding for the past 5 months put a huge bounty on your head. The person who can beat you up will receive 200 mana stones. Nine's expression instantly paled. Now he knew why the moment he entered the training ground, all the students looked at him with hungry eyes. It seemed Senior Blaine was still angry after he used him to leave the academy. Nine had been avoiding Blaine at all cost, but it seemed the latter found a way to take revenge. He looked at Kyle with a pitiful expression. Bro, you are lying, right? Senior Blaine won't do it. He is a big-hearted person. Kyle looked at him with a nod. Yes, he is a big-hearted person, that's why he is giving 200 mana stones if we beat you up for him. Nine stepped back with a dry laugh. He could see that Alec, Kyle, and Carcel were very serious. They were ready to beat him just up for 200 mana stones. Not just the trio, the whole class was ready to try their punches on him. I know mana stones are precious, and 200 mana stones are a lot, but how can they beat their friend and classmate just for the sake of some meager stones? Also, aren't 200 mana stones too little? If Senior Blaine wanted to put a bounty on me, he should have at least used 2,000 mana stones. Nine grumbled inwardly, but his gaze was fixed on Alec, Kyle, and Carcel, who were ready to make a move. The trio stepped forward, followed by some other students, and Nine panicked, but then he suddenly pointed at the training dummies while shouting with a serious expression. Tisk, we are getting late for the history class. His move was very sudden, that's why a few students even stopped and looked back, but Kyle chuckled as he saw Nine fleeting back. Even Alec and Carcel burst into laughter. Mia, who was standing at a side and watching everything, looked at them with a giggle. Even Lara had a thin smile on her face. On the other hand, it was the first time Nine ran so fast. With large strides, he was at the exit within a few seconds. I am leaving for class, see y'all later. He shouted and disappeared from everyone's view while cursing Alec, Carcel, and Kyle inwardly. Damn it. They ruined my young master image. I will take revenge. How can you three do this to me just for the sake of 200 mana stones? After 9 left, Bia stopped flying and landed on Kyle's shoulder with a sigh. What a pitiful soul, Kyle gazed at Bia. Even though she liked sitting on top of his head after he stopped her, she didn't do it. He isn't pitiful. He even gave the elder in charge a headache because he is leaving the academy too frequently. It's not safe outside. Bia nibbed on her left wing while thinking something inwardly. Just like Kyle, she noticed 9 glistening skin, but her sight was more sharper than Kyle. That's why she saw the slight blue glow around 9's skin. She had a hunch, but it was too ridiculous. Also, her knowledge regarding that race was too lacking because even the phoenix, her birth parent, didn't know much about it. I wonder why is he going out even though he knows it's dangerous. Alec finally calmed down and looked at the others. Let's leave for the class as well. Kyle nodded and followed behind him. The other students were a little disappointed because it seemed Alec, Kyle, and Carcel were only joking when they said they would beat up 9. They sighed. The offer of 200 mana stones was very tempting, but they knew 9 was strong, and his friends were even stronger than him. That's why they silently threw the matter at the back of their heads. Chapter 171, A Friendly Spar. After the history class, the first-year students went for another lecture before returning to the training ground again. This time the training ground was a little different because Professor Liam removed some of the training dummies and placed 2 big arena stages in the middle. When the students arrived, Professor Liam cleared his throat loudly. He was wearing a white shirt with golden patterns. His hair was properly slid back and he looked very neat and tidy. The first-year students looked at him and the 2 stages with complicated expressions. Under their gaze, Liam took out a chair from his storage ring and sat down with a paper and a pen. Kids, the arena stages are ready and I am your referee. Now you can challenge the top 10 students. There was excitement in his voice as he called the top 10 students' names. 1 Kyle, 2 Alec, 3 Lara, 4 Carcel, 5 Mia, 6 Jake, 7 Luna, 8 Lily, 9 Jessica, 10 Nike. Step forward. The top students looked at each other and stepped out from the crowd. Liam pointed at them with a smile. Students, these 10 individuals are your target for the next 2 months, so who wants to challenge them today? His loud voice resounded inside everyone's ears. Even though you can fight each of them only once, I believe in you all. These 2 stages will stay in this place for 2 months, so step forward and show your resolve. Crush the top students and snatch their spots. He stopped his speech and looked at the top students who were staring at him with strange expressions. Even the other first-year students looked at him with unknown expressions. Some of them were even sweating. Is there anyone who would like to challenge the top students today? We have to start your training sessions afterwards, so hurry up. I know you can challenge them tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but isn't it better to do it today? What if they become stronger tomorrow? He asked again, but not a single student stepped forward. They didn't even budge from their places. Alec looked at the professor, who seemed to be too excited, unlike the students. He turned his head backward and looked at his classmates. Even after a few minutes, no one stepped forward. Everyone seemed to be thinking very deeply, contemplating if they should challenge the top 10 students or not. Alex sighed and moved closer to Kyle, who was standing a little further away from him. He tapped his shoulder, making the latter look back at him with a hum. Hey, I don't think anyone wants to fight with us now. How about a friendly 1v zone between you and me? I have been wanting to fight you for a while, but because we were too busy with classes and training, I didn't ask you. Kyle raised his brow. He thought for a while. Alec was stronger than him and he knew he couldn't defeat him. Not now, when his rank was still stuck at D rank because of some unknown reasons, but a friendly match wouldn't do him any harm. All right, he nodded. A satisfied smile appeared on Alec's face as he raised his hand and looked at the professor. Professor, can the top 10 students spar with each other? His question instantly gathered the attention of everyone. Even Carcel and 9 looked at him with surprise. Professor Liam raised his brow when he heard Alec. He thought for a while and nodded with a grin. All right, the top students can fight with each other, but their ranking won't change even if they lose to each other because they already possess a spot in the tournament. Their match can be the opening battle. I hope after seeing their friendly fight, all the other students would get some motivation and would be ready to step forward for a challenge. He spoke loudly and clapped his hands before looking at Alec. The 2 who want to fight step on one of the stage. Alec looked at Kyle and both of them instantly climbed the stage. Bia, go stay with Mia for a while. I want to test my strength. Bia grumbled a little. She wanted to fight together but did what he asked and started flying toward Mia. Next time we will fight together. All right. Mia was surprised when Bia suddenly landed on her shoulder, but she started caressing her small head with a smile. Liam sighed, glanced at Bia and waved his hand. A transparent shield appeared around the stage where Kyle and Alec were standing. He dragged his chair and sat in front of the other students while pointing at Alec and Kyle. Look closely. You can learn from them. Also, try to find their weakness. When it's your turn to challenge them, use those weaknesses against them. he said with a serious expression, making Kyle and Alec almost trip on the stage. The students nodded and looked at the duo with serious expressions, ready to find their every weakness. All right, start fighting when you are ready. On the stage, Kyle looked at Alec. Within a few seconds, both of them stood opposite each other and took out their swords. The atmosphere crackles with anticipation as Kyle and Alec face off, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. The previous jokes and harmonious atmosphere was nowhere to be found. Both of them knew their opponent wanted a serious fight. Kyle was the first to channel his mana, summoning 2 thunder arrows and hurtling them toward Alec with lightning-fast speed. He also activated the skill Swift Step and dashed forward with high speed. The students around them gasped because Kyle's speed was very fast. Not one to back down, Alec instantly dodged the arrows, and after seeing Kyle coming at him at full speed, he tapped his foot lightly on the stage with a smirk. Earthquakes! Kyle stopped as the ground beneath him rumbled ominously, and he stumbled a little as he raised his head, only to see Alec's incoming sword. Chapter 172. I made a mistake. Kyle's eyes narrowed sharply. He wanted to dodge, but Alec's sword was too fast. With a clenched grip, he took Alec's strike head-on. As their swords touched, a huge shockwave spread out in the air. Kyle's feet creaked backward on the stage as his hand went numb from the sheer amount of strength Alec used in his attack. Damn it, he isn't holding back at all. He grumbled inwardly and infused one of his legs with mana. A thin, transparent layer of mist appeared on his leg as he threw his food forward, aiming for Alec's stomach. Alec looked at the incoming attack, and the force on his sword loosened as he tilted his body to dodge. Kyle smirked, and with a burst of speed he infused his fist with a layer of mana. Taking Alec off guard, he punched forward. Even though Alec was faster, he didn't see this coming. His eyes flashed with surprise, and he instantly moved his arm to block the punch. A stinging pain appeared on his wrist as he stumbled a few steps back with a wince. He looked at Kyle, but his eyes widened slightly, seeing another punch directed at his face. "When the hell did you learn to fight with fists?" He shouted and was ready to block, but the punch stopped midway and Kyle whispered, "Ice spear." The air around them contacted and turned visibly cold within a second. The mana inside Kyle's body moved and a large floating ice spear appeared above his head. Alec looked at the spear hovering above Kyle's head with a serious expression. He knew the attack wasn't weak at all. As the spear shot forward with lightning-fast speed, Alec raised his hand and an earth wall appeared in front of him. "One won't work." He grumbled inwardly because unlike Kyle's ice spear, his defense skill was only E rank. He used his mana and hurriedly formed 3 more walls in front of himself, but to his shock, the ice spear exploded after crashing into the first earth wall. It shattered into tiny fragments, and those chilling fragments spread out on the whole stage. The mana shield around the stage trembled as ice spread out everywhere. Alec's body temperature dropped, and he felt the ice seeping inside his body. Cold breath came out from his mouth as he instantly removed the earth walls before dashing toward Kyle with incredible speed. Kyle clicked his tongue because his surprise attack failed. He glanced at the ice that didn't affect his body at all and dashed forward as well. He could see Alec's figure, but the latter's speed was almost double than him. Their swords clashed with lightning speed, creating a mesmerizing display. The voice of their clash echoed throughout the whole training ground. The shield around the stage started trembling because the battle was intense, with both fighters giving it their all. All this while the audience was eerily quiet. They watched the duo with heavy breaths and gasped from time to time with awe. Under their intense gaze, the duo had exchanged multiple blows within a minute. Some of the students gulped nervously while unconsciously stepping away from the 2 arena stages. Their tiny bit of motivation to fight the top students was already out of the window. 9 gazed at Kyle and Alec. He could see Alec had the upper hand because Kyle was having difficulty while trying his best to match Alec's speed. He massaged his temples with a grumble and moved toward Carcel. "They are showing off." Carcel didn't look back at him. He was busy analyzing the fight. He didn't see any opening in Kyle and Alec's attacks, but Kyle's hand gripping the sword was visibly shaking due to the impact. "Yes, they are," he sighed with a dry smile. He was stronger than Kyle in terms of rank, but he was sure he would lose if they fought seriously. "If you want to show off as well, how about we climb the stage after them?" A sly smile appeared on his lips as he finally looked at 9 for an answer. "Haha, I remember Professor Aliza was looking for me. I don't think I can accompany you any further, bro." 9 chuckled, and after tapping Carcel's shoulder, he disappeared within the crowd of students. Carcel raised his brow, looking at the fading back. Even though 9 chuckled with a nonchalant expression, there was visible panic in his eyes. Tusky fled again. I wanted to beat him up a little and get those 200 mana stones. What a pity. On the other hand, Professor Liam's eyebrow twitched uncontrollably. He looked at the stage where the intense fight was going on before looking at the students standing behind him. He could see it from their sweaty faces after witnessing Alec and Kyle battle. Not a single student looked willing to challenge the top students. Liam's shoulders trembled slightly as his excitement vanished into thin air. He was happy that Kyle and Alec were so powerful, even better than the third-year students. But he was sour all over because he was here to ignite the flame of motivation within the kids, not to scare them away. He massaged his temples and looked at the stage with a sigh. I made a mistake. Meanwhile, Kyle and Alec's swords clashed for about 10 minutes and Kyle was the one who was being pushed to the edge. He was panting and his hands were trembling. Alec looked at Kyle. He was tired as well, but he was better than Kyle, who seemed to have strained his body while trying to match his speed in attacks. With a last leap, Alec narrowed the distance and attacked Kyle using his sword art. His sword glowed with intense white light, and even though Kyle blocked, he stumbled backward due to the pressure and his sword dropped on the stage. Kyle chuckled and moved his hands up in surrender. He closed his eyes for a while, feeling the metallic smell around himself before simply slumping at the stage with heavy breathing. His eyes were closed when Alec's voice resounded inside his ear. Are you okay? Kyle winced because his muscles were too strained. He looked up and saw Alec's helping hand. You could have used that transport skill to avoid my last attack. Kyle grabbed his hand and stood up. His breathing was heavy, but he took a deep breath to calm his nerves before looking at Alec. Transport skill? Oh, he meant instant teleportation. No, it requires too much mana. Alec nodded but then patted his shoulder with an annoyed expression. Tusk, even when we were fighting so seriously, you still didn't use all of your skills. You didn't even use your sword art. Kyle looked back at him with a raised brow. It's not like you used all of your skills and you only used the sword art at the end of the match. Alec chuckled. Well, that's true. Let's fight more seriously in the future. They talked and looked at the shield around the stage. It disappeared when Professor Liam stood up from the chair and waved his hand. Chapter 173, Scared Ducklings. After Kyle and Alec stepped down from the stage, Liam looked at them with a solemn expression. The duo looked at each other and just shrugged their shoulders before sitting in an empty corner to rest. Liam cleared his throat and looked at the remaining students. So, who is going to step forward next? His question was left midair because the students scattered around the training ground to train without even glancing at him. Heck, they weren't in the mood to break their bones or teeth. Liam looked at the fleeing students dumbfounded. He hissed while looking at himself. I did so much preparation only to see them running away like scared ducklings, he grumbled, but then Lara raised her hand. Liam looked at her. What? They want to have a friendly spar as well, she said with a serious expression while pointing at Lily, Mia, Luna, and Jessica. Liam's gaze swept on the students who wanted to spar. All of them were the top students. Do whatever you want, he grumbled and just sat between the two arena stages to oversee the fights. The girls made two teams and stepped on the two stages. The first team was Lily versus Mia, and the second team was Luna versus Jessica. Lara and some students observed their fight. The girls' battle wasn't as brutal and strong as Kyle and Alec, but they weren't weak as well. That's why the remaining students were even more scared to challenge the top 10. While Kyle was sitting on the ground, he gazed at the arena stages with a hum. Bia had already appeared beside him the moment he was done. Mia is using some new skills and spells. I think Lily will lose. On the other hand, Luna is stronger than Jessica, but she isn't utilizing her mana properly. Alec mumbled while wiping his sweaty arms with a towel. Then he looked at Kyle with furrowed brows. By the way, when I grabbed your hand on the stage, I felt like your temperature was too low and your skin felt cold. Is everything all right with you? Even though Alec was speaking seriously, there was worry in his voice. Kyle looked back at him with a frown. His body had turned a little cold recently, but it wasn't to the point of affecting him, so he just left the topic. He touched his palm, but it was the same as usual. He was feeling fine, but he knew something was wrong with his body. He would turn 18 after a few months, so he wasn't sure if his hair would turn silver again like last year. Also, while bathing, he saw his reflection. It was only for a split second, but his eyes turned green for some reason. All of this was just too strange. He wanted to ask someone about this, but he didn't know any elder except Han personally. I am fine. I guess, he sighed and stretched his arms before standing up and shaking his head. Too much sweat. I will be back after taking a bath. All right. Alec looked at his fading image. He thought for a while and activated the system appraisal function. He hasn't used it on Kyle after leaving the tower because it didn't work. Name, Kyle Ohan, race, human special, trying to find the cause, loading. No more information provided. The target is wearing a high-grade presence concealing artifact. It's still not working, Alec sighed and just closed the system interference. It worked on everyone else, but it never worked on Kyle no matter what he did. Meanwhile, Bia flew around Kyle. She gazed at his face with a serious expression. Are you really okay? Want me to rub your head if you're feeling down because you lost to Alec? Kyle chuckled and grabbed her body before caressing her wings with his fingers. I am fine. Alec is a strong opponent. Even though he has something called system helping him, he always works hard. His talent is awesome as well. Of course, losing is sour, but it's fine if the opponent is not my enemy. He placed her on top of his head. Bia grumbled slowly but sat down with a smile. You said I am gaining weight. Why are you placing me on your head now? Just because? Kyle walked for a while before arriving in front of his dorm. He stepped inside and took a bath. With wet hair, he sat down on the bed with a communication crystal. After a few seconds, the crystal lit up and an old voice resounded. Kyle? Kyle smiled as he placed the crystal in front of him. Yes, it's me. Father, how have you been? Soon, he could hear some more familiar voices from the crystal. Kyle, it's me, Neon. Can you hear me? I used the fruits and broke through. This time you come back, we are going to have a one-on-one. Hey, what are you saying? He just called after a long time and all know about his fighting. You brats, let me talk to my son. Kyle smiled and talked with his brothers for a while before he and his father were left alone. Kyle, are you all right? I can hear your voice is a little hoarse. How's the academy? Also, how's Bia? Kyle heard the many questions his father asked him in a single breath. I am perfectly fine. I just had a friendly battle with my friend, that's why my voice sounds a little tired. Bia is also fine, she is listening. Good, good, just take care of yourself. Remember, we are always here for you. Come back when it's safe. Kyle's expression softened. He felt a warm feeling spread inside his chest. I will. He took a deep breath. He was frustrated recently because of his body and wanted to talk to someone. After hearing the Baron's voice, he felt like telling him everything. Father. Yes, I am all ears, Dad. Yes, I am here. I have been feeling very cold recently. Oh, I think it's because the temperature is getting cold, wear warm clothes. Try to eat and drink warm things. Kyle smiled. He could hear there was worry in his father's voice, but he was already very strong. How was it possible for the surrounding temperature to affect his body? I will. He talked to the Baron for a long time, sharing a few things that happened recently while hiding the ones that would worry the old man too much. He didn't even notice the passing day, and after the call ended, it was already late at night. He sighed, I didn't go back to the training ground. Well, I will go tomorrow. He looked at Bia, who was already fast asleep, and went to sleep as well. Chapter 174, he actually seemed sick. He looked at Bia, who was already fast asleep, and went to sleep as well. Next day early morning, as usual, Kyle went to the classroom, and after the lectures, he and Nine were walking side by side toward the training ground. After a few minutes, they arrived and started training. The training ground was filled with students. The top 10 students were busy training while the remaining stood in front of Liam in rows. The students looked at Liam seriously as he was giving a motivational speech. The speech continued for an hour. Kyle almost cringed and blocked his ears because of the honorable and boring speech. He was not even able to focus on training. With a sigh, he looked at Nine, who was sitting beside him. How long do you think this will continue? Nine made a serious expression and counted his fingers before bursting out in laughter. No more than 1 week. Kyle smiled and looked at Liam when Nine pointed at the standing students. Look, a few students were brainwashed by the professor and stepped forward. Who do you think they are going to challenge? Kyle looked at the 3 students who were looking at the professor seriously, their gaze burning with determination. No idea, but I think I should get ready. Maybe they would pick me. He touched his sword and tapped Nine's shoulder. By the way, when are you going to challenge one of the top 10? I don't think you are weak. The tournament is after 2 months. Are you not going to participate even after knowing the reward? Nine gazed at the place where Kyle touched with a strange expression. His eyes widened slightly and the thread around his light golden pupils contracted for a second, but after a second his eyes turned normal. He smirked and patted the back of Kyle's exposed hand. Kyle stopped gazing at the 2 arena stages and turned his head sideways to look at him. There's still 2 months. I will challenge someone and get a spot on the last week to avoid getting caught in a lot of battles. All right. That's a good idea. Kyle nodded and pointed at one of the stages. Someone claimed the stage and challenged Carcel, who? Nine eyes sparkled as he watched a buff student who had purplish hair standing on the stage with a serious expression. I know him, his name is Hinnon. Just like the olive-haired boy who is following you recently, he was following Carcel last week but stopped when the latter glared at him with deadly eyes. Anyway, why is he picking Carcel? He is strong, but he can't defeat him. Even I can't guarantee a victory against Carcel. Kyle blinked his eyes when he heard about the olive-haired boy. He knew Nine was talking about Trey because the only person following behind him was Trey. Nine grabbed Kyle's shoulder and shouted, Look, Carcel is on the stage, it's starting. They both waited for a serious battle, but what they saw left them speechless. Only after half a minute, Hinnon dropped to his knees with various injuries. Meanwhile, Professor Liam's face palmed when he saw the outcome of the battle. The remaining students who were ready to challenge the top students again scattered and left the area without even looking back at Liam. They almost got tricked because of his motivational speech. Liam looked at the students and massaged his temples with a dejected expression. Damn it, I worked so hard to motivate them. It seemed there's no need for a referee anymore. He looked back at the two arena stages with a sigh and regained his old duty as a training instructor. Students, the arena stages are open for the next 2 months. Remember, you can challenge the top students. It's okay if today no one wants to, but you have a lot of time. He clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. Let's start training now. Today we will do some physical training. So first, everyone should run 10 rounds around the training ground. Then we will do push-ups and pull-ups. The students groaned when Liam shouted with a serious expression. Hurry up! Kyle looked at the running students and stood up. He gazed at 9 and started running as well. Let's join them. Bia, who was sleeping on his head, woke up due to the sudden movement. She yawned and started flying around. 9 gazed at Bia for a while. He stood up and followed behind Kyle with a tired expression while grumbling inwardly. I swear the only thing I hate is running. His gaze lingered on Kyle's back as Alec, Carcel, and the girls also joined the run. Alec dashed and tapped 9's shoulder with a smile. Hey, your face seemed a little pale. What happened? Did you see a ghost? 9's dazed gaze was fixed on Kyle's back as he whispered slowly. So many injuries. His sentence trailed off as he felt a stinging pain inside his eyes. He rubbed them gently and shook his head before looking at Alec with a sigh. Just a little tired. Okay, but if you're feeling sick, rest for a while. Alec sighed, glanced at him, and left him alone. After they were done, Professor Liam asked them to do some push-ups, but only after a few push-ups. 9 raised his hand with difficulty and looked at Liam. Sir, I am not feeling good. I want a tiny break. Liam gazed at him with a frown. Within the last 2 months, it's the 20th time you have been feeling sick during training. Do you think I don't know what your tricks are? 9 clicked his tongue and just resigned to his fate with a downcast expression. After they were done with the push-ups, Professor Liam made them run again until the students were breathless. The top students were relatively fine compared to the others, so Liam dismissed the remaining students before asking the top students to run again. While running, Kyle looked at 9, who was dragging his body toward the exit with the other students. He chuckled. For once he actually seemed sick. Chapter 175, Blessing or Curse. 9 left the training ground and dragged his body to the dorm. The moment he entered the room, he slumped on the bed and closed his eyes instantly. After a while, he stood up and looked at the small circular mirror hanging outside the wardrobe. He gazed at his moist eyes. Soon, small red veins appeared underneath his eyes and he winced with pain. I don't even know if it's a blessing or curse. He rubbed his eyes with a painful expression as he sat down on the bed with a sigh. Even though his expression looked calm, his mind was racing because a moment ago he saw something again. It wasn't something anyone could know because the thing he saw hadn't happened yet. A powerful ability. Huh? He scoffed at himself and buried his face in the pillow. I should not have been born with this ability. My elder sister already had it, so why do I have it? 9 knew his ability wasn't high rank like his sister, but it was something gifted to him from birth. In every generation, one member of the royal family would awaken this ability, but after his sister, he also started seeing visions. At first, he thought they were just nonsense and never focused on them because the visions only appeared when he touched someone's skin directly. They were random and he would see only one vision in months. After he turned 16 and awakened his talent, everyone was shocked because, through the talent awakening crystal, it was proved that just like his sister, he had the unique ability to see the future. Even though his mother, the queen, tried her best, the news traveled fast around the whole kingdom. The ability holders were revered as someone great from ancient times. That's why after the people protested, the queen went into a dilemma. The future queen was already decided, as her beloved daughter would inherit the throne in the future. That's why, to appease the people, his mother, who never even glanced at him after giving birth to him, increased his status among his other siblings, and he was given the right to do everything he wanted. They didn't even know a prince named 9 existed, but when they heard that I also awakened the special ability, they wanted to get on my good side. Why? Just because those so-called ancestors left behind some strange rules. Huh. I hate these types of people, a bunch of hypocrites. 9's gaze turned sharp. He hated everyone from the palace. They all neglected him when he needed them the most but came running when he was useful. That's why after he was given freedom and high authority, he left his home. At first, he wanted to wander around and didn't have any specific plan in mind, but then while traveling he heard about the Royal Academy. His interest was piqued after hearing about Principal Ratrick, and just for fun he registered for the test. His presence inside the test was almost invisible because he wasn't strong. His parents never had any expectations of him. That's why he didn't work hard like his siblings, who were always trying their best to be noticed. Even though he didn't show anything remarkable in the entrance test, he passed the first 2 rounds with extreme difficulty. When the third round, 1v1 battles among the participants started after the first clash, he was going to give up, but then he almost coughed out blood on the stage when he heard someone shouting from behind. Mark my word. You have 0 chance of winning with how slowly you are attacking. 9 snapped. He dodged the opponent's attack and looked back at the person who was giving remarks on his battle. His eyes narrowed slightly as he saw a familiar person sitting luxury among the academy teachers with a satisfied expression. Isn't he the one who got the lucky spot and didn't need to fight in the final round? He thought inwardly with a frown and dodged another attack from his opponent when another remark was thrown his way. Defend yourself, do you even have a brain? 9 stopped himself from rolling his sleeves and going down to beat the shit out of the person who seemed to be enjoying himself. His anger increased when another remark resounded in his head. With a dark expression, instead of the culprit, he punched and kicked his opponent to calm his nerves. He didn't even notice when he won the match and entered the academy with the other students. Damn it. I just wanted to see the Royal Academy entrance test. How the hell did I lose my mind just because of some terrible remarks? He cursed inwardly and glanced at the culprit with angry eyes. The person looked ordinary with deep black eyes, but for some reason the corners of his hair were silver. 9 took a deep breath to calm down and save the person's face in his mind for future revenge. Before the academy tested everyone's talents, his identity was exposed to the vice principal by some shitty people who were following him from the shadows without his knowledge. In the end, when he snapped, they gave him a reason that they wanted to protect him. 9 controlled himself, and soon he saw a familiar face stepping on the stage to test his talent. It was the strange boy who remarked on his performance during the 1v battles. When the teacher called out the boy's name, he smirked evilly while mumbling the name slowly. Kyle. I am sorry, but it seems I will take out my frustration on you. He was smirking when the teacher announced Kyle's talent with a nonchalant expression. B rank. 9 almost tripped when he heard Kyle's talent. I thought he would be someone with a high talent when I saw him remarking everyone 1v battles like a master. Damn it. It's unfair. How can you curse others with so much confidence when you don't even have enough strength to protect yourself? Chapter 176 Spiritual Gaze. After Kyle was done testing his talent, he left the stage, all this while 9 sharp gaze followed his back. Talent doesn't matter, I will still take out my frustration on you, he made up his mind inwardly. They were given a tour of the academy and afterward, 9 reluctantly went to his assigned dorm, but he was surprised to see Kyle entering the room next to him. Kyle stopped for a moment and glanced around with a nonchalant expression. 9 body stiffened, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Kyle's gaze swept past him like a flash. The latter didn't even seem to recognize him. After Kyle disappeared inside the room, 9 scoffed and entered his room while forming a plan to take a small revenge on Kyle. Afterward, he would leave the academy. Anyway, he was only here because he got curious. The next day, after checking the first-year schedule, he went to classes, but unlike the eager students, Kyle wasn't seen in the classes for a whole week. He clicked his tongue and threw Kyle out of his mind, but then Professor Aliza suddenly asked the class if they knew anything about Kyle Ohan. Her voice was a little angry when she asked them to remind Kyle about the upcoming ranking assessment. 9 smiled mischievously when he saw her frown. As a good neighbor, he instantly wanted to do his duty and tell Kyle about the angry professor. He wanted to see panic on Kyle's nonchalant face. He laughed evilly and went back to his room. The next day, he saw Kyle standing in front of the dorm and his eyes sparkled with amusement. 9 cleared his throat, and after patting his clothes, he called out to Kyle, who was going to enter his dorm. Kyle, right? Kyle turned around, and instead of his usual nonchalant expression, he looked at 9 with a frown. Yes, it's me. 9 blinked. He was here to see Kyle's reaction, but he got a little nervous when Kyle stared at him directly. He stretched out his right hand with a smile. It's nice meeting you, I am 9. Kyle looked at him from head to toe. 9's eyebrow twitched, and he almost had the urge to leave because it took Kyle a whole minute just to grab his hand. As you already know, my name is Kyle. It's nice meeting you too. 9 looked at Kyle with a forced smile. He was going to say something when he felt a familiar jolt of pain in his eyes. He winced inwardly, and an image of a man appeared inside his mind. His mind was blank for a second as he saw the man standing within a sea of blue flames. The man was flying, and 9 could only see his back, but even his back looked majestic. Just a single glance, and 9 was sure the individual was powerful enough to crush anyone with a single move. A shocked expression appeared on his face as he stared at Kyle in a daze. His mind raced with only a single question. How was it possible for Kyle to become so strong when he only had B-rank talent? His pupils contracted the next second when he sensed Kyle's rank. It was F+ rank. The only people who reached F+ rank were Alec, Carcel, Lara, and Mia, but they all had incredible talents. On the other hand, Kyle sensed 9's shocked gaze and he instantly hid his aura, but for the next few seconds there was an awkward silence. So why did you call for me? 9 finally snapped out of his stupor when Kyle broke the silence. He smiled and looked at Kyle. This time his smile was wider as he hurriedly tossed the plan of taking revenge on Kyle out of the window and instead decided to befriend him. With time, they become close, and Nine knew even though their friendship started because of a weird vision, Kyle was his first genuine friend. After spending some time with Kyle, he learned a lot of things about him. Unlike his outer nonchalant appearance, Kyle was a very observant and trustworthy person. He was also sharp, but for some reason he disliked interacting with others. Nine chuckled and sat down on the bed thinking about how his small revenge turned into friendship. I still want revenge for those bad remarks, but damn, he is too strong. I can't catch up no matter how much I try, he grumbled, and after a while a serious expression appeared on his face. After entering the academy, he saw a few more visions related to his classmates, but today when Kyle tapped his shoulder on the training ground, it almost made him panic because what he saw wasn't something good. It was only a single image, but Nine was sure it was going to happen very soon because in the vision Kyle's appearance looked the same as now. The image showed an area filled with tall green grass and wild weeds. Kyle was lying alone between the grass with tattered clothes. His eyes were shut and a lot of bloodied injuries could be seen on his whole body. I wasn't going to participate in the tournament, but after seeing the vision, I think it's related to the tournament. I need to stop this from happening. A determined expression appeared on his face. Even though Nine knew Kyle would be fine because he had already seen him standing in a sea of blue flames with a majestic presence, he didn't want to take any risk. The vision Nine saw had never been wrong before because his ability was related to nature. I need to make sure Kyle avoids this situation. If someone dared to kidnap or attack him in the presence of so many strong professors and Vice Principal George, that person would be really strong. I am too weak. I need to start working hard if I want to help him. Nine groaned and he decided to work even harder from now on. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Kyle panted heavily as he lay down on the ground with a tired expression. I can't run anymore. Bea sighed and sat down beside him. I think today's training is a little brutal. Kyle winced as he moved his legs to relax his tired muscles. Just a little brutal, he scoffed and looked at the other top students who were still trying their best to run. The only person who seemed to be in a better condition was Alec. Professor Liam looked at Kyle's figure and finally gave the signal to stop. Okay, it's enough for today. I will see you all tomorrow with the other students. He chuckled with a satisfied expression and left the panting students alone. Alec looked at the fading back of the professor before sitting down to calm his breath. Carcel, Lara, Mia, and the other top students had already slumped down with panting breaths. After a while, Kyle stretched his legs with a sigh. I am not coming here tomorrow, I am taking a day off, he grumbled, and Alec looked at him with a tired expression. I am not coming as well. He seemed to be taking revenge because we scared the other students too much when we fought each other. After a while, they finally had the strength to stand up. They all dragged their bodies toward the exit. While walking, Kyle thought for a while and looked at Alec. Anyway, do you know what happened to Nine? Alec gazed at him with surprise. The first question that appeared in his mind was, why was Kyle asking him this question? Shouldn't he ask this to Nine? I don't know, we should go and see him tomorrow. Kyle nodded. He just wanted to know if Alec was able to know something like this with the system. After Kyle left, Alec massaged his temples and looked at his fading back. Why do I feel like Kyle knows something? No, it's not possible. He shook his head and threw the thought at the back of his head before thinking about Nine. Even though he told Kyle he didn't know anything, he had an idea as to what was wrong with Nine. I wonder what he saw. I just hope it's not something bad. Alec's eyes gazed at the system interference. He thought about it and a familiar screen appeared in front of him. System analysis. Name 9 Orlando Race Mer Rank D Talent S plus Special Healing C Rank. The individual can heal others and himself with mana. Inherited skill. Spiritual gaze low grade. The individual can see a split second in the future if he touches someone's skin directly, but the ability will cause pain because of its unique nature. The skill grade is too low, that's why it can't be used frequently. It will activate itself randomly. Other skills, no more information provided. I have to say I was quite shocked after seeing this, but it's fine. Even though he isn't a human, he is one of my friends. Also, I am 100% sure he saw something again, that's why he looked weak and sick. Alex sighed and went back to his room to rest. Chapter 177 Intermediate Mastery in Arrays. Next day, Kyle didn't see Nine in the classroom. He frowned and became a little worried. After the classes, he skipped the training session together with Alec and Carcel. The three of them went to Nine's dorm. Kyle gazed at the two individuals standing behind him and knocked on Nine's door for the second time today. The first time was in the morning, but because no one opened the door, he left it alone. He waited for a minute and knocked on the door again but didn't receive any response. Don't tell me he went out again, he sighed and looked at the duo standing behind him. Alec shrugged his shoulders. Maybe, it's possible. Anyway, now that Nine isn't present, we are free for the day. What are you going to do? Kyle looked back at Nine's dorm with a serious expression. I am going to the library for a while. Huh, Alec and Carcel both looked at each other. Kyle did go to the library frequently for some reason, but for the past week he stopped, so they thought maybe he won't go there again. All right, then we are leaving. If you are free, you can see us in the second-year students' building. I heard they are trading some stuff with the juniors, Alex said and left the building with Carcel. Kyle looked at their backs for a while. He once again knocked on 9 door. Huh. He was sick. Where did he go in such a condition? He shook his head and went to the library with Bia. When he stepped inside, he saw the familiar old librarian who gave him a nod. As he walked through the rows of bookshelves, he felt someone was staring at him from behind. Kyle frowned and looked back only to see the new woman who was assigned as an assistant to the librarian. She was wearing a light blue robe and he could see glasses on her deep eyes, but she wasn't looking at Kyle. Thought she was busy sorting some books on a nearby bookshelf. Did I make a mistake? He grumbled inwardly at how paranoid he was and was going to brush the matter when Bia's voice resounded inside his mind. She was staring at your back. Huh? Kyle's feet stopped for a moment and he blinked a few times. She was? He gazed at the woman again, this time with a serious expression. He had been coming to the library for a few months now, and sometimes he would feel someone was staring at him. Yes, she turned away the moment you looked back. Bia yawned and flapped her wings while sitting on Kyle's head, but her eyes were sharp as she gazed at the woman. Kyle gave a sidelong glance to the woman who seemed too busy with the books, and after noting her strange behavior, he entered the secret room with Bia. Bia flew around the familiar room with a bored expression before sitting on the only table present in the middle of the room. On the other hand, Kyle sat down on a chair and picked up one of the books present on the table. The book was thick and filled with complicated symbols, but he read through each symbol with ease. Under the guidance of Elder Han, Kyle has achieved a lot in arrays within a short amount of time. Even Han was shocked at his improvements because Kyle was very fast at picking up things and his learning was basically out of the chart. There were 7 stages of array mastery. 1 beginner, 2 novice, 3 intermediate, 4 advanced, 5 expert, 6 master, 7 grandmaster. When Elder Han suddenly disappeared, Kyle had reached intermediate mastery in arrays. He gazed at the pile of books present on the table. I think I will be done with these books within 2 months. Maybe I will reach advanced mastery before the Academy's tournament. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. The books were quite hard even for him, but after he started learning seriously, he liked this profession. Kyle thought trailed off for a second as he thought of a silly scenario. In a large forest, he was surrounded by hundreds of monsters, but he stood tall and just waved his hand, sprinkling mana stones everywhere. Instantly, a high-ranked defensive array appeared around him. In the end, the monsters weren't even able to touch him as he easily killed them with another high-grade offensive array. The battle was won and he didn't even use an ounce of mana. How good it would be. Bia narrowed her gaze at Kyle's face. He was wearing a strange, evil smile for some reason. Kyle, huh, you okay? Kyle blinked and pinched his nose bridge with an embarrassed smile. I am fine. Meanwhile, inside Vice Principal George's office. He frowned as he looked at the brown-haired youth sitting in front of his work table. So you are saying I need to increase the security around the academy? Nine wore a grave expression as he looked at George. Yes, I think something bad is going to happen, George scoffed. He knew Nine's identity as a prince, but he didn't expect to hear such bullshit. Just who would dare to attack the academy in his presence? After Ratrick, he was one of the strongest in the kingdom. Also, the nearby kingdoms weren't idiot enough to send their elites to barge into the academy because no one wanted to make Ratrick their enemy. He picked up some papers from nearby and started reading while pointing at the exit. Okay, I heard you, you can leave now. Nine looked at the pointed finger and sighed while massaging his temples like an old man. He had been trying to talk with George for a while now, but the latter didn't seem to believe him. It's not unexpected. He didn't know about my inherited ability. All right, but even if you can't increase the security, please keep an eye on the students to avoid any future danger. He stood up with a serious expression and left the room. George looked at Nine's fading image and his frown deepened. This brat, why is he suddenly stressing about the academy security? Did someone from his kingdom want to attack the academy? Anyway, it's better to be cautious. I will ask the elders to guard the kids for a while. He sighed and started reading the papers. After the sudden news about the Academy's tournament was released by the king himself, all the academies present within Kingdom Escalante started preparing for the tournament with full power because the king promised to reward the top 200 students himself. The public also heard about the news and was excited because something like this never happened before, but their excitement died down when they found out the Academy's tournament would be held in a secret place, away from their eyes to avoid all types of mischief and hidden danger. A lot of nobles voiced their opinions in front of the king because even they were forbidden to know the tournament location. In the end, the king ordered to record the whole tournament inside the video crystals. After the tournament, the crystals would be sold to everyone who wished to see the students' performance in the tournament. After 1 month passed, a total of 86 academies registered for the tournament. Each academy was informed to bring 30 elite students, 10 students from each year, inside a luxurious room filled with various types of beautiful antiques. The room was painted white and a large bookshelf filled with documents was present on the left. A huge brown curtain was floating behind a golden-haired man who sat on a chair embedded with gems. He placed his hand on the table present in front of himself with a frown. Two tall individuals wearing golden uniforms were kneeling in front of the sitting man as they told him the news they received a few moments ago. Your Majesty, we have checked the information, it's true. The golden-haired man who seemed to be in his mid-30s sighed as he waved his hand to dismiss the guards. After the guards left, he took out a communication crystal for the ring present on his middle finger and enveloped the crystal with mana, seemingly trying to contact someone. A few moments passed when the crystal finally lit up, showing a projection of an old individual who was sitting on a grassy field. Ratrick, the old individual, gazed at the golden-haired man with a polite smile. The man was none other than the King of Kingdom Escalante. Your Majesty, why did you call me so suddenly? The king looked at the old man with narrowed eyes. I just received a report about that student of yours. What was the name again? Kyle, was it? A confused expression appeared on Ratrick's face as he waited for the king to finish his sentence. You said he only had B-rank talent, but in the report I received his talent isn't B-rank. At first it was fine because he only had a beast that had a legendary talent. There was no way he should be able to nurture the beast with his strength, that's why no one was willing to take any risk, but now with his actual talent being SS rank, the old foggies are becoming too greedy. Ratrick frowned as he heard the news. I had no idea about this, he said with a sigh, but the king looked too serious. It's okay, ask George to protect that kid for a while and send him to the secret realm with Alec and Carcel. I believe the three of them will give us a lot of surprises in future. Chapter 178. I need to verify his talent. The time within the Royal Academy was passing peacefully. All the students of each year were busy challenging the top 10 to snatch their spots. At first, the students were reluctant to fight because the top 10 from each year were stronger, but after hearing about the tempting reward the king would give to the top participants of the tournament, they were motivated. As the day of the tournament neared, a few confident students challenged and fought against the top students. Even though not many were able to win, the professors in charge were astonished to see some hidden individuals with great strength defeating the top 10. From the first year, Kyle, Alec, Lara, Carcel, Mia, Lily, and Jake stayed in their position, but the ranks below them changed repeatedly. To Kyle's surprise, Trey, the boy who was following behind him, entered the top 10 after defeating Nike, who was ranked 10 in the whole class. From the second year, Blaine was able to enter the top 10 easily, and from the third year, students mostly the top 10 were defeated by their classmates except the top 2 students who were twins. In the first year training ground, 9 was sitting beside Kyle as he looked at the figures present on the 2 arena stages. In the first stage, Alec and Carcel were having a friendly match, while in the second stage, a brown-eyed youth was fighting with Lara. 9 stood up and gazed at the blue-haired girl sitting on his left. It was Mia. She was playing with Bia Wings with a smile. It's my turn next, he shouted with a serious expression while glancing at his opponent Lily. From the original 2 months, only 2 weeks were left, and soon the selection process for the tournament would end. That's why if he doesn't get a spot in the top 10 within 2 weeks, he won't be able to enter the tournament. Kyle stood up as well and patted 9's shoulder. Now that you have finally decided to fight, be careful, she isn't weak at all. 9 was able to sense the hidden meaning behind Kyle's words. She is strong. Make sure to not break your bones. He nodded with a solemn expression and entered the arena stage under Professor Liam's eyes. Lily was standing beside the students who were watching Alec and Carcel fight, but when she saw 9, she climbed the stage and stood opposite to him. 9's expression stiffened as he remembered the not-so-beautiful past. During the selection process, when they were fighting for a spot to enter the Tower of Opportunity, she kind of roughed him up into a tattered mess. He took a deep breath and took out his weapon. Lily smiled as her long hair floated behind her back. After the professor waved his hand, both of them attacked each other with incredible speed. Meanwhile, Kyle looked back and his eyes narrowed at Bia. He could see the gleeful expression on her face as Mia caressed her fur gently. I feel like someday you will abandon me for a beauty. Kyle scoffed because she didn't even reply and ignored him completely. He sighed and sat down again, watching 9 battle with a serious expression. On the stage, 9 blocked another magical attack from Lily and jumped backward before attacking her with water bullets. The fight continued, and Kyle chuckled when he saw 9 getting beaten up here and there, but in the end, the latter won after a long and exhausting fight on the stage. 9 waved his tired hand and shouted at the top of his lungs. I am in the top 10 now. He smiled with satisfaction, but his smile stiffened when someone from the crowd challenged him the next second. 9 cleared his throat and looked at the muscular boy who just stepped out from the rows of students. How can you challenge one of the top 10 so recklessly? Don't you have any sense? Do you want to get beaten up so badly? He said with a scoff, but then his expression turned heavy as he looked at the youth. Sigh. Unlike you, Lily is strong, so don't blame me if you break a bone or two. The students were silent in the training ground as Professor Liam stared at 9, who was busy threatening his opponent without any care. After hearing 9's long and threatening speech, the muscular boy hesitated, but then Professor Liam raised his hand. All right, 9 will rest for half an hour. Afterward, Duran will challenge him. 9 grumbled and glared at the muscular boy while cracking his knuckles. He wanted to intimidate his challenger. Tusk, after I recover my mana, I will see you, just you wait. He gave the guy a last warning glare and jumped down from the stage. His eyes moved around before fixing on Kyle with a sigh. It's been a whole month already, but nothing out of the ordinary happened inside the academy. Does that mean the scene I saw would happen in the tournament? He massaged his temples with a frown. 9 had stopped going out for a while now, and he had been watching over Kyle's surroundings. He even followed the ladder to the library, but was shocked to find out that Kyle was learning about arrays. How can you have time to learn about arrays when our schedule is packed with classes and training sessions? Anyway, even though I was kicked out from the study by Vice Principal George, I am sure he would keep an eye on us for a while after my sudden warning. He walked and sat beside Kyle, who gave him a water bottle. They are fighting again. 9 clicked his tongue when he saw how Alec changed his opponent to Lara and Carcel was now fighting with Jake. Show off. Kyle chuckled, but then he felt a little dizzy and his smile vanished, replaced by a sudden cold chill shooting up his spine. 9 saw Kyle's unfocused eyes and stretched out his hand to touch his forehead. Are you all right? Kyle jolted and instantly backed away from his hand with a frown. I am fine. All right. If you say so. 9 retracted his hand and prepared himself for the next fight with that idiot muscular boy. On the other hand, Bia shuffled her wings and left Mia's side. Are you all right? She flew toward Kyle before sitting on his lap while straightening her messy wings. I am fine, but my body temperature is dropping too much. In the past 2 weeks, it's become worse. That's why I didn't let 9 touch me just now. My body is almost freezing. He would have freaked out if he touched me. Bia hummed and slow waves of heat emitted from her body. The heat gathered around Kyle, who smiled. When did you learn this? Also, you do know that it won't work on me because of my passive skill, fire resistance. Bia didn't reply and just sat down on his shoulder with a sleepy expression. The next week in the Royal Academy was very hectic, mostly for the professors who were in charge of supervising the 1v battles between the kids. In the last week, the atmosphere became a little tense and anxious because even the weakest students wanted to try their luck and they started challenging the top students. Even though the weak students were defeated, fighting so many battles was very taxing on the top students. That's why when 3 days were left, the professors announced the end of the 2-month battles. The top 10 students from each year were selected and the professors wrote down their names. Meanwhile, George was busy as well because the principal asked him to bring some defensive artifacts with him to the tournament. The location and everything about the Academy's tournament was decided by the king himself, so he didn't have any idea about it. He wasn't sure what type of stage would be waiting for the kids or him. That's why he picked one old elder named Alaise and 3 capable professors to accompany him. The tense atmosphere around the academy was gradually lifted when the vice principal appeared and gathered all the students in a large field. His eyes were serious as he started a long speech. During the speech, he tried his best to console the students who were unable to participate in the tournament. After the speech finished, one of the professors handed him a name list. George nodded and looked at the top students' names. His eyes narrowed a little when he saw Kyle's name, but then he just shook his head with a helpless sigh. The principal has already informed him about Kyle's actual talent 2 months ago. He was shocked at first because how was it possible for the Academy artifact to make a mistake while checking Kyle's talent? Not only that, the artifact only showed Kyle's talent wrongly while everyone else's talent was accurate. George scoffed and saw Kyle's figure standing in the crowd. I need to verify his talent, he noted inwardly and raised his hand to quiet the students who were speaking. All right. We will leave for the Academy's tournament in 3 days through a teleportation device to avoid any problems, so all the students who are selected should rest for the next few days. After George waved his hand, the students left one by one. The ones who were selected left the field with bright faces, while the ones who weren't selected left with dejected faces. Chapter 179. What is she doing here? Kyle woke up early as today was the day the selected students would leave for the tournament. The past 3 days for him were ordinary, and he mostly spent his time lying on his bed as he didn't have to attend any lecture or training sessions. He also skipped learning about arrays because a week ago he reached advanced mastery in arrays. He was excited because now he was able to read some symbols present in the ancient array books he found in the tower. As he was trying to read the books, he had the urge to tell Elder Han about his achievement. That's why, after contemplating for a while, he decided to contact the old man through the communication crystal, but to his dismay, the latter didn't pick up his call. In the end, he sighed and threw the matter in the back of his head. Kyle inhaled deeply and propelled his body out of the bed. It took him a while to remove the layer of blankets present around his body. His bare feet touched the cold ground and his toe curled up. "It's cold," he grumbled and entered the bathroom to take a bath. In the water, he could see his eyes were a little drowsy, and in the last 2 days his complexion had turned paler. Kyle shook his head and touched the white earring present on his ear. "I didn't advance to the next rank even after so much training and hard work, and from my body, I can sense I am not even near." He lightly clenched his fists with a frustrated expression, and after wiping his body, he came out from the bathroom wearing the academy blue uniform. Kyle looked at his clothes with a rather unsatisfied expression. He didn't like the academy uniform because it was a little tight, but all the students participating in the tournament were required to wear it. That's why he had no other choice. Kyle looked at Bia, who was still dozing on the pillow. He picked her up with 2 fingers. Bia slowly opened her eyes with reluctance, but when she saw Kyle's evil smile and mischievous eyes, she blinked because something was amiss. Her premonition was right because Kyle's next sentence sent chills down her spine. "You are looking too ugly, let me clean you a little." "What? You are joking, right?" Kyle turned around and started walking toward the bathroom again. Bia's eyes widened. Wait. She struggled and tried to bite Kyle's fingers, but the latter was already used to her protest and didn't let her fly. With an evil smirk, he entered the bathroom, and for the next few minutes, painful cries of Bia could be heard as Kyle mercilessly washed her with cold water. When Kyle came out, Bia's feathers were wet and her eyes were cold as she cursed him inwardly nonstop. Kyle ignored her, and after wiping her with a towel, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. "You look pretty now," he said with a serious nod, and Bia shut her mouth with a grumble. Kyle's eyes trailed off to the ordinary-looking brooch present on the table. It was the same brooch Elder Han left behind for him. He wore it regularly because, according to the Elder, it was a life-saving artifact even though it looked very ordinary. Kyle picked up the brooch and wore it on his shirt before picking up Bia, who was moody, and left the room. He gazed at the 3 storage rings present on his fingers. Should I take them all or leave some behind? It was fine for him to carry them in the academy as no one cared, but now when he would meet new people, it was a different story. While thinking, he knocked on 9 door. After a few seconds, the door opened. Kyle raised his brow because after opening the door, 9 turned around and started ruffling his blankets, and his wardrobe was a mess. "What happened?" he said with a serious expression and entered the room. "Nothing, I just lost something. It is like a bead, very small. I think I dropped it somewhere." 9 stopped and sighed. It was the artifact that would inform him if the people from his race were nearby, no matter strong or weak. He acquired it after he found out about the Queen's shadows following behind him. "Let's leave." "Maybe I lost it." He threw the blanket away and left the building with Kyle. While they were walking, many passerby students looked at them with envy because, unlike the other students who have to prepare for the final exam, the students entering the tournament were exempted from the exam. After walking for a while, both of them arrived at the open square field behind the students' hall. A few students were already gathered in the field. Kyle gazed at the students, but when he saw the 2 similar-looking boys standing arrogantly at the front, his gaze paused for a second. They both looked identical with light smoke eyes and gray hair. "The third-year seniors." He retracted his gaze when the others noticed his presence. He walked beside 9 and they stood between the students who were chatting. Some of the students glanced at Kyle but didn't approach him when they saw his nonchalant expression. Kyle watched quietly while 9 became busy talking to the seniors like they were his long-lost friends. After a few minutes, some more students arrived. Alec and the others also appeared. In the end, a total of 30 students were gathered in the field, 10 students from each year. In front of the students, 2 professors wearing blue robes roamed around the square field as they checked the round teleportation array present in the middle. One of them set the coordinates according to the location they received from George in the morning. Everything was going smoothly, and after a few more minutes, Vice Principal George also arrived in the field with Elder Allays. Professor Liam was following behind them with a wide grin, because from all the professors he was selected to follow the kids. Well, he wasn't the only professor who was selected, but who cares as long as he could watch some nice battles between the kids. Kyle's eyes were a little drowsy, but he shook his head again to focus. When the array was ready, George waved his hand to gesture to the students to enter the round boundary of the array. Kyle started walking with the others, but then he saw a familiar face coming out from behind a wall of the student hall. "What is she doing here?" He frowned and narrowed his eyes when he saw the librarian's new assistant standing at the end of the square field. Chapter 180 Who Did It? Professor Astor paced around his room with a sweaty forehead. He gazed at the communication crystal present on the table opposite him. A figure of a woman wearing a long black shirt with gray pants could be seen on the projection hovering above the crystal. I just need to stop him for a minute, right? He said while swallowing his saliva. Thick beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he knew even a single mistake would cause him to lose his life. The long-haired woman inside the projection looked familiar. She was the new assistant assigned to the librarian after careful consideration. She scoffed when she saw Astor's pale face. If you're going to act like this, you will get caught for being suspicious even before I did something. Just do as I said, I will face all the consequences. Astor took a deep breath and nodded. He could see the woman was already half crazy from the look in her eyes. He didn't know why she was doing such a suicidal mission, but he didn't care as long as all this didn't impact him. All right, he cut the connection of the communication crystal and left the room, heading straight toward the students' hall. While walking, he arranged his poster and tidied his clothes. A serious and nonchalant expression appeared on his face as he looked around like nothing happened a while ago. After a few minutes, he appeared at the field present behind the student hall. He gazed at the students standing on a side before he focused on George, who was standing opposite to the students with Elder Alays and Professor Liam. When the teleportation array was ready, George waved his hand toward the students while walking. Step in the array. His voice was deep, and the students instantly moved to stand inside the array one by one, but George stopped midway because someone called him from behind. Sir, he turned around with a frown as he looked at the approaching figure. Elder Alays and Professor Liam stopped as well as they gazed at the individual who appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Kyle heard Professor Astor's voice. He stopped for a second, but Nine pushed him toward the teleportation array. Hurry up, wait, why is your back so cold? Kyle stepped back with a nonchalant expression and raised his hands to avoid the topic. All right, I am moving. He entered the array with the other students. One of the blue-robed professors who was checking the array before stopped and entered the array with the students. They all waited for the vice principal to step inside the teleportation array. Nine rubbed his hands with a smile. I am excited, but inwardly I am freaking out. We are going to fight face-to-face all the other academies. Alec touched his shoulder with a solemn expression. Don't worry, we will save you if you are near death. Nine slapped his hand away with a dark gaze. Hump, I can beat all those who will challenge me. The gray-haired twins from the third year looked at the group of first-year juniors with amused expressions, but Blaine, the second-year student who was standing behind them, looked at Nine with a narrowed gaze. He still hasn't taken his revenge on Nine. Kyle chuckled slightly at Alec and Carcel because they were doing their best to ruin Nine's image in front of the seniors. Even though he looked focused at Nine and the others, his gaze was fixed at the vice principal because he was having a nagging feeling at the pit of his stomach. His nervous eyes looked at the place where the strange woman was standing a few minutes ago, but he didn't see anyone. Where did she go? His sentence was answered with a familiar sensation that enveloped his body. White particles gushed out from the array surrounding the dumbfounded students. Kyle's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth because he wanted to step out from the array, but it was too late. With the remaining willpower, he hugged Bia, and the last thing he heard was the miserable shrieks from the students standing beside him. On the other hand, when Astor called out to the vice principal. Astor, what happened? George said with a frown. He was busy, so he wondered why the latter stopped him so urgently. Astor wore a serious expression as he took out a plaque from his storage ring. Sir, I just received the news. More than 5 students have gone missing after leaving the academy. His voice was grave as he showed a D-shaped wooden plaque to the vice principal. George's eyes narrowed when he saw the plaque. It was given to the professors who were in charge of the mission hall in their free time. Astor continued after getting George's attention. At first, I thought they would return after completing their missions, that's why I didn't bother with them, but even after a whole month there is no news about them. Liam grabbed the plaque from his hand with a frown. Who are they? The names of the missing students. Did you check their mission location? Maybe they suffered while fighting or worse. His words trailed off as he knew they couldn't protect each student after they left the city around the academy. George sighed and opened his mouth, but his eyes contracted the next second when he sensed the movement of Mana behind him. He turned around frantically with a deadpan expression, and his eyes instantly narrowed into a slit as he saw the teleportation array had been activated without his permission. Who did it? George shouted, but he knew he didn't have time. That's why instead of looking for the culprit, he leaped into the sky. The ground rumbled beneath him. He stretched out his hand within a second. Contract? A vein appeared on his forehead as he tried to stop the teleportation array that was already activated. Even for an array master, it was very hard to stop a teleportation array that was activated because it could cause damage to the ones who were present inside the array. Under George's anxious expression, the ground beneath the array cracked and a huge hole appeared. The array, which was brimming with white particles, split into many different parts. Loud and painful shouts of the students rang out in the field as some of them were injured, but it was too late because the remaining half of the students with the blue-robed professor disappeared within the array. George's eyes darkened as he saw the remaining injured students lying on the ground. "No way," he shouted. "How could this happen under his watch?" His heart trembled with anger as the mana inside his body seeped out. Professor Liam cursed and hurriedly dashed forward to give healing potions to the injured students. George's bloodshot eyes locked on the only person standing at the end of the field. That woman. "Stop right there," he vanished and grabbed the neck of the fleeting young woman. "You did." His question was cut off when the woman in his hands snickered with a mocking expression. She already planted an artifact that could change the teleportation array coordinates in the ground last night. The only thing she needed to do was to activate it. But for that to succeed, George had to stay away from the array. She bit her tongue and killed herself while gazing at the angry vice principal with a satisfied expression. Chapter 181, The Tragedy Before the Tournament I. A miserable voice rang out inside the students' hall and Nine was jolted awake. He hissed and clutched one of his knees. It was bleeding. His eyes were blurry and the only thing he could hear was a male voice crying beside him. After a minute, when his mind became clear enough to think properly, his eyes darkened as he frantically looked around the familiar hall. Not far away from him were some students lying or sitting while tending to their injuries. A few professors were running here and they're trying to calm the panicked students. On his left, a gray-haired boy was crying as he mumbled someone's name again and again. A crowd of unharmed students was standing at the hall entrance with solemn expressions. They were whispering and looking at the injured students with complicated expressions. Nine's eyes became moist as he remembered what transpired a while ago. With a groan, he moved his painful body and patted the shoulder of the boy crying beside him. It was one of the twins who stood inside the array with him and the others. As the mention of his friends, his mind raced. His knee was severely injured, but he gritted his teeth and looked around the crowded hall with a panicked expression, trying to find even a single familiar face. His gaze lingered on the faces of the students sitting or lying around him. Soon he saw a familiar face. "Lara." He took a deep breath. Her eyes were shut and her clothes were covered with blood, but after sensing her normal breathing, he sighed with relief. After he saw Lara, he looked around but didn't see any other familiar face. His heart trembled as he counted the injured students present in the hall. 717. A total of 18 students were present in the hall. That means from the total 30 students, 12 students, including the blue-robed professor, disappeared within the array. Nine slumped down on the floor with a deadpan expression. He could see almost all the students present in the hall were injured. Does not it mean the ones who disappeared would have suffered injuries as well? The array was broken forcefully. It was almost impossible for the others to escape intact. "I knew something was going to happen, yet I let down my guards." He cursed himself inwardly and clenched his fists tightly. No, they will be fine, I am sure." Nine took a deep breath to regulate his ragged breathing. He looked at his knee. It seemed the professor gave him a healing potion when he was unconscious because he could see the injuries recovering, but the speed was too slow. With a thought, the mana within his body swirled before it transferred to his knee. The thin veil of mana spread out gently from his skin and enveloped his knee in a warm embrace. After a minute, the injury around his knee disappeared. He stood up and stopped a nearby professor. "Sir, have you seen the vice principal?" He tried to be calm, but his voice gave him away because it sounded too impatient. The professor gazed at Nine with a frown, but then he pointed out the hall. "They are trying to locate the array coordinates." The professor's sentence was cut short because Nine dashed out from the hall. He bumped into some students standing at the entrance, but he pushed them away roughly and ran straight toward the place where everything happened. The students looked at him with displeased expressions, but then they sighed, thinking maybe he also lost his family member like the gray-haired boy who was crying his heart out in the hall. Nine ran for a while, and after taking a turn, he appeared at the square field. The array circle was broken into many pieces, and many pits can be seen in the field. His eyes darted around when he saw a familiar figure shouting with anger. Damn it, it's been an hour, how can you all not even locate a simple coordinate? Useless." Gerard shouted at Elder Allays and the professors who were doing their best to locate the coordinates through the broken array. Elder Allays sighed and looked at George. He could see the frustration and anger present in the latter's face. They have been doing their best to locate the coordinates, but it seemed that the woman planned everything because the moment the array was destroyed, the coordinates were tangled up into a bundle of mess. The elder looked at the sweating professors who were trembling under George's pressure. He pinched his nose and approached George with a frown. "I don't think we can locate the coordinates. We need an array master," he said with a solemn expression. "Have the principal picked up your call?" George's expression was blank as he shook his head. "Not yet." He clenched his fist. Now where should he find an array master? Array masters were rare and not easily available. The other professors in the academy had some knowledge regarding the arrays, but just like him, they only had very basic knowledge, like how to operate and destroy some intermediate-grade arrays. In the end, the people who learned about this profession were always low in numbers. The only array master in the academy was Elder Han, who had left the kingdom 2 months ago. George knew very well he couldn't contact Han after he entered the central continent. The only person who could do it was the principal, but he wasn't picking up his calls. I swear if anything happened to the students. No matter who is it, as long as the person is involved, I will skin them alive. From a corner, Nine looked at the situation. His pupils trembled slightly when he heard the vice principal's words. He staggered and anxiously took out a communication crystal from his storage ring. Jaroj had noticed his presence, but he didn't look at him. Within a second, the crystal lit up and Nine talked with someone before walking toward the vice principal with a serious expression. Sir, Jaroj finally turned around with a frown. Don't walk around this area, go back. Nine fiddled and looked at the broken array. No, I just want to say something. I know someone proficient in arrays. I hope you can permit the person to enter the academy because we need to find the coordinates as soon as possible. I have already talked to the person. He will arrive within an hour. Jaroj frown deepened. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the academy. That's why even when Nine's identity was disclosed to him, he didn't let the people following behind Nine enter the academy. In the end, they all stayed outside the academy. I need as much as help possible until I can contact the principal. The more time I waste, the more dangerous it would be for the kids. He gazed at Nine with a serious expression and nodded. All right, I will let the individual in. Chapter 182, The Tragedy Before the Tournament. Kyle's body was floating above a layer of cold surface. No matter where one looked, they could only see burning blue flames, but ironically the flames were not hot. Instead, they were cold enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Beautiful, brilliant blue flames gently swirled around his body. Everything in front of Kyle was blurry and hazy. The only thought that resounded inside his blank mind was that he should sleep. It's so peaceful. His body floated and the dangerous flames touched his skin gently. It was cold, but Kyle felt the flames were a part of his body. A warm, trickling sensation spread around his body and a thought crept up at the back of his mind. It's time. When it appeared, Kyle frowned with discomfort. He didn't want to sleep, yet he felt like he was forgetting something important. His mind started to become clear as he fought the urge to let the blue flames envelop his body. After a few minutes of struggle, a small memory appeared in his mind. He was clutching a soft thing before everything turned blurry. Wasn't he? He mumbled and his fingers moved, curling up into a fist. Bia? Kyle waited, but no one replied. His brow knitted into a deep frown as a frost breath came out from his mouth. From his blurry gaze, he could see the flames around him. It felt like a dream. I need to wake up. Meanwhile, inside a dark, damp, underground place, a red-haired, middle-aged man walked between the 2 rows of prison cells. His eyes were brown and many scars could be seen on his face. The man wore a mask to hide half of his face. As he moved between the prison cells, he looked at the young individuals tied up inside with a smirk. The place was dark, and the only sounds one could hear were the occasional clicks of the metal chains on the prisoners. After a while, the red-haired man's eyes landed on a blue-haired woman lying unconscious in one of the prison cells. He smacked his lips and looked at the woman with a heated gaze. Tusk, what a beauty. It is a pity I can't touch anyone because they are all specimens who will turn into potions soon. Ha 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 ha. He laughed and looked back at the 4 men standing behind him. Are all the kids transferred to this place? One of the 4 men stepped forward and nodded with an evil smile. They all lost consciousness because almost all of them were injured. The array was broken midway, that's why only half of them were teleported at the planned location. The man's smile widened. Don't worry though, the one Master wanted was among the ones who appeared. The red-haired man nodded with satisfaction. They have done their job perfectly, all because of a crazy woman who killed herself to complete the mission. Have you transferred the beast? Yes, we have. The beast was strong, but all of us worked together to put a metal chain around its neck. We even took the kids' storage rings and sent everything to Master. The red-haired man's eyes trailed off to one of the cells and he grinned. Look, it seems someone has woken up. He walked and looked at the golden-haired crawling individual who seemed to have woken up due to their voices. As the red-haired man advanced toward the cell, he stopped because the golden-haired youth shot him a deadly glare. His black eyes shone with anger as he shouted at them while clutching the long metal bars in front of him. Who the hell are you all? Where is this place? The red-haired man snickered. Does it matter? Just sleep like the others. Oh, I almost forgot, you are a prince, aren't you? Carcel's eyes darkened when the red-haired man crouched down in front of him while looking at him with disdain. So what? It doesn't matter who you are because no one will save you. If you want a peaceful and painless life, just stay quiet like an obedient puppy. Anyway, it's not like you can do anything with those chains restraining you. One of the men standing behind the red-haired man looked at the carcel before pointing at someone else lying in a nearby cell. I think that black-haired one is already half dead. His body is freezing like ice. I almost freaked out when I touched him. The red-haired man frowned, showing displeasure. He stood up. Don't let him die yet. Master is busy with the beast now, but he needs all these youngsters for future experiments, so give him a healing potion, he said with a heavy tone and gestured for one of the men to give the freezing individual a potion. Afterward, all of them moved between the prison cells to confirm that everyone inside the cells was alive. The red-haired man gave Carcel a sidelong glance with a chuckle, and together with the four men following behind him, he left the area. Carcel cursed and tried to pull the metal bars present in front of him, but not even an ounce of mana came out from his body. Damn it, these chains! He wriggled his hands uncomfortably. Both of his wrists were tied with metal chains. After observing the chains, he could mentally deduce the chains were made of some special material that was stopping him from using the mana present within his body. He hissed when he sensed the large gash present on his shoulder. He was too focused on the red-haired man before and didn't notice his injuries. Carcel took a deep breath and stood up with gritted teeth. He saw another person who was tied up inside his cell. It was one of the gray-haired twins. Guys, can anyone hear me? He shouted while banging the metal bars with his bare fists. Soon, he heard some groaning sounds and saw a familiar face standing in the opposite prison cell. Trey panicked when he saw his situation, but after Carcel calmed him down, both of them tried their best to wake up the others. After a few minutes of struggle, everyone was awake except the black-haired youth lying in the last cell. Chapter 183, The Tragedy Before the Tournament. The air around the prison cells was eerily quiet. All the chained students woke up when Carcel and Trey made a ruckus. At first, when they opened their eyes in an unfamiliar place, they were shocked and dread clenched their hearts. But after spending a few hours inside the prison cells, they looked a lot calmer now. A few injured students were lying on the cold ground. Carcel and Alec both stood while grabbing the metal bars. Their breath hitched when they saw the blue-robed professor who was chained up in the last cell. The professor shook his head with a grim expression. His name was Oliver. He was one of the oldest and most loyal professors working in the academy. When he was selected to go to the tournament with the vice principal, he was happy beyond means because he was only S. Rank, not like those young strong professors, but alas, who could have thought something like this would happen? Oliver pointed at the black-haired youth lying opposite him. He winced slightly because the black chains around his wrists were thicker than the kids. Even though he is in my cell, I can't touch him because he is too far away and the chains are stopping me from any excess movement. I can sense he is breathing, but no matter how much I call, he isn't waking up. Oliver eyed the few youths who were clinging to the metal bars with frustrated expressions. He sighed. Kids, don't worry, I know I am not useful right now, but I will do my best to protect you all until the academy sends reinforcement. Alex sucked in a cold breath. He gazed at Kyle with narrowed eyes. Why isn't he waking up? He said with a slightly agitated voice and looked at the prison cells. Each cell had 2 people tied up inside with chains. Damn it, Alec cursed and looked at the system notification. It had been 5 hours since he woke up in this place and the system wasn't useful at all. He used the system appraisal function on the chains but got nothing. The chains were made of a special material called lethril. They were usually used on dangerous criminals to seal their mana and strength, making them the same as any other normal unawakened human. Alec took a deep breath and looked at everyone. Do any of you have any hidden artifacts that can help us? No one replied, but then one of the girls wearing the third-year uniform looked at Alec with a frown. I only had one artifact and it was in my storage ring. Just like me, the others would have probably put their artifacts in the rings as well. No one would carry them around because it's a hassle. The only thing we can do is wait for the person who imprisoned us here. Maybe we can trick them and escape. Her sentence was cut short when the boy standing inside the cell opposite to her spoke with an anxious voice. Jenny, just how would we trick them? Our mana is sealed. I can't even fight a lower F-rank monster with my current strength. The girl named Jenny gritted her teeth. Her long pink hair was tied up in a ponytail and her olive-colored eyes were fuming with anger. So what should we do, Lindsay? Should we wait for them to kill us all? Her loud voice resounded everywhere and Lindsay shut his mouth. He was a silent boy who liked peace. In his whole life he was carefree, but after hearing that the famous principal would give personal training sessions to the ones who fought in the tournament, he worked hard for the first time in his life, but now he regrets everything. Blaine, who was sitting behind Jenny, pinched his nose. His round glasses were nowhere to be found. Maybe they dropped when the teleportation array was broken. I don't think we should fight with each other in this situation. The academy would probably send reinforcement. We are all the top students. How can they just leave us all to die here in this dark place? He spoke with a calm tone and stood up. Blaine looked at Professor Oliver and opened his mouth to say something, but a small movement behind the professor caught his attention. Kyle is waking up, he mumbled, but almost all the chained students heard him. They all turned around and stared at the black-haired youth who was finally moving after so long. Alec and Carcel looked at each other and sighed with relief. It was fine as long as they were all alive. Mia stood up and walked to the metal bars while dragging the chains tied to her wrists. I hope he is fine, I didn't see Bia, she whispered and gazed outside. She wasn't able to see Kyle, but her gaze lingered around the long road present between the two rows of prisons. On the other hand, Kyle opened his eyes with a groan. Everything was foggy, but when he moved his hand to rub his eyes, he felt the weight around his wrists. His expression hardened when the memories of the event that transpired before he disappeared within the array appeared in his mind. Kyle's half-opened eyes widened as he dragged his lower body to sit up straight and looked around. Bia, Bia. He forgot to breathe for a second when he saw Professor Oliver chained opposite to him. His emotionless gaze traveled to the metal bars. Gazing outside, he saw many familiar faces. All of them were chained, and from the look of it, he was the last person to wake up. Seeing Kyle's eyes, Carcel shouted with a tinge of worry in his voice. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Kyle didn't reply and closed his eyes for a second. He wanted to arrange his thoughts. When the teleportation array was activated, his mind was a little hazy. He wanted to activate the skill instant teleportation, but he knew his body would have shredded into many pieces the moment he used that skill inside the activated teleportation array. He had been learning about arrays, so he knew very well about the consequences of his actions. Also, even if he succeeded and used the skill to escape, what about Bia and the others? I can only use the teleportation skill on myself. Bia would have disappeared within the array. Kyle took a deep breath and stood up. He gazed outside. Where are we? Does anyone have any idea? With a sigh, Alec shook his head. No, but we are underground. It's been 5 hours, but no one come here to check on us. Chapter 184 Dead. Kyle yanked the chains around his wrists with frustration. I can't use my mana. He was already angry because even though he could sense Bia through their link, she wasn't replying. Just stay safe for a while. He mumbled inwardly and looked at his empty fingers. Damn my hard-earned gold coins and thousands of mana stones, those ancient books, and my S-rank sword, everything is gone. He shouted with frustration. Professor Oliver gazed at Kyle and blinked his eyes. He smiled, thinking maybe Kyle was joking to light up the mood, but then Alec hissed as well. My sword is also gone. It was even more precious than yours. Alec humped and cursed inwardly. He was already poor, but now he was dirt poor, just like a beggar. Kyle shot him a glare. What precious? Your old sword was just a piece of long metal. One of the storage rings on my finger was supreme grade. I am gonna kill all those bastards who dare to steal from me. Kyle was fuming. It was the first time he suffered such a big loss. He looked at his shirt. The ordinary-looking brooch was still there. Why the hell did they leave it? Wasn't it better to take it as well? His eyes darted to the stairs at the end of the prison cells. He touched the white earring present on his ear. It seemed because of my cold body they didn't focus on me that much. Professor Oliver was stunned, and he wasn't alone who found Kyle's words unbelievable. A supreme-grade ring wasn't something anyone could easily have. Carcel looked at Kyle and Alec and shook his head with a sigh. The atmosphere that was previously too tense and eerie was now relaxed because they bickered. Kyle took a deep breath. The chains tied around his wrists clicked as he approached the metal bars. He looked at Alec and Carcel with an unknown expression. I am dying for a while. Make a ruckus big enough to alert all those people present at the end of those stairs. He whispered slowly with a serious expression. Alec blinked his eyes. How? Kyle waved his hand and lay down on the ground. It doesn't matter, just do as I say. I am the only person who can fake death due to my special condition. If someone died, they would probably discard the body because it would root. Shout with everything because I don't want to stay in this place even for a second. Also, Bia. Kyle's voice turned into a whisper when he said Bia's name. I can sense she is not far. I need to find her. He closed his eyes. His body was already cold. Coupled with the earring, it wasn't hard for him to act dead. The others looked at Kyle's body. They gazed at each other with serious expressions. It was a big gamble. If they got caught, no one would be able to survive. Lindsay's nervous voice rang out as he gazed at Kyle. Can't we wait for the academy reinforcement? It's too dangerous. Kyle shot open his eyes and looked at Lindsay with a cold gaze. What if they didn't appear on time and we all died? Can you take the responsibility? Lindsay shut his mouth and didn't dare to make eye contact with Kyle. Who? With a long breath, Kyle gazed at the ceiling and shut his eyes once again. Alec was the first one who started shouting. He cursed and called the ones who tied them here heartless bastards. Soon the whole area was in chaos with metal chains bagging here and there while the students cried out their lungs. Carcel yanked the metal bars with force and kicked the nearby wall. You bastards, save him, he is dying. I will kill you all. His voice was thunderous as he shouted again and again. Some of the students were even spotting nonsense because after cursing the kidnappers and their entire generations, they were out of words. Among all of them, there was a person who was chanting the last lecture he heard in the classroom. Jenny looked at Blaine with a speechless expression. She shook her head and started chanting a lecture as well. Meanwhile, outside the underground chamber, two tall black-haired men were standing in front of the stairway leading underground. They looked at each other while holding their ears. One of them cursed. "Can these kids fucking shut up for even a second? Man, they have gone crazy." The other replied and then looked at the stairs. "Should we check them?" The first man shook his head with a frown. "No, we aren't allowed." "Wait, I will go and inform the boss." He left, and after walking for a while he knocked on a door. A red-haired individual opened the door and stared at him with a yawn. "What happened?" "Boss Larry, the kids are shouting non-stop. They are saying someone died down there." Larry frowned and gestured for the man to follow behind him while calling two more men. He approached the stairs with the four men following behind him. After descending, he grabbed his ears with annoyance because the voices were too loud. "What the fuck is wrong with you all? Want to die?" Larry shouted with anger, and finally, the individuals in the prison cells turned quiet. Alec grabbed the metal bars and gazed at him with moist eyes. "Save my friend, or else I will kill you even if I have to die together with you." His voice sounded emotional. Jenny's acting was even more superb than Alec's as tears welled up in her eyes. "Save him, please, I can't." Her voice choked midway as she slumped down on the floor with ragged breathing. Alec was stunned. He gazed at Carcel and the others with a knowing expression. She overdid it. On the other hand, Kyle's eyebrow almost twitched when he heard Jenny's words. He calmed his troubled heart. "I am dead, hoo-hoo." Everyone watched as the familiar masked man, Larry, walked up to Kyle's prison cell. He opened the metal bars with a key and stepped inside. "Who is this kid?" He spit on the ground and kicked Kyle's body, but when his foot touched Kyle's stomach, his eyes widened slightly. "So cold, don't tell me these kids were telling the truth and he is really dead." Chapter 185, Second Chamber. Larry crouched down and looked at Kyle's body with a frown, hidden behind the mask present on his face. His head snapped back, eyes glaring at one of the four black-haired men. "If I recalled correctly, didn't I fucking ask you to give him a potion?" His loud voice resounded in the prison cell. The black-haired man trembled slightly before he anxiously stepped forward. "I swear I did give him a potion, it's just it was a low-grade one." Larry clicked his tongue. Potions were expensive even though he had some high-grade ones, but why would he waste them on someone he kidnapped? "Leave it, I will speak with the old man about this. I don't think this guy is important except for the fact that he is the one who bonded with that fire beast." He gazed at Kyle again. This time more seriously, his mana seeped out from his body as he stared at Kyle with a foreign, because no matter how much he probed he couldn't sense even a speck of mana within Kyle's body. Strange. Even if he is dead, why is his body like an empty shell devoid of any energy or force? I can't sense anything. Larry moved his hand and placed two of his fingers beneath Kyle's nose to sense any breathing. Alec's gaze was fixed on Larry's back as he held his breath while grabbing the metal bars tightly. He was continuously praying inwardly for Kyle not to get caught. The other students were not better either, with anxiousness written on their faces. They knew if Kyle got caught, nothing good would happen. Under their intense stares, Larry checked Kyle's breathing. "He isn't breathing," he whispered before grabbing Kyle's wrist to check more, but the moment he grabbed Kyle's wrist, he let go of it instantly. Damn, why is his body so cold? At first, when he kicked Kyle's stomach, the coldness was not that severe as he didn't touch him directly, but now after touching Kyle's skin directly, Larry didn't dare to touch him again. "This coldness isn't simple. Just with a single touch, it's burned the mana around my palm. What the hell is wrong with this kid?" Larry stood up and gazed at the others. "I need to report this. So you all stay here and keep an eye on his body until I return." The four black-haired men nodded and watched as Larry's back faded away in the distance. Alec wiped the sweat from his forehead when he saw everything going smoothly. "All right, hope it's work." He gazed at Carcel and they all waited for Larry to come back. On the other hand, Kyle was quietly lying at the same place, but if someone looked closely, he was breathing, albeit very faintly. His face was serene, devoid of any emotions, but inwardly his thoughts were a mess. He was 100% sure he would have started sweating when Larry suddenly released his aura to probe his body, but thanks to the coldness clinging to his skin, he avoided dying. "He is stronger than I expected." After Larry released his aura, Kyle sensed his rank. Larry wasn't weak at all. His aura was restrained, but he was at least A rank. "He is strong, but I have to risk it. The more time I wasted, the more dangerous it would be for Bia. I need to leave this place soon." Kyle waited for a long time when he heard the rhythm of footsteps echoing outside the prison cell. He regulated his hushed breathing and it became quiet once again. Larry stopped outside the prison cell. He glanced at Kyle's body. "Just like I thought, he was not that much important. Pick up his body and throw it inside the second chamber." The black-haired men trembled when they heard about the second chamber. It was a dangerous place where one of the sick head elders working for their big boss experimented on dead bodies. "Hurry up!" Larry waved his hand and one of the back-haired men entered Kyle's cell. He opened the black chains present on Kyle's wrists with a strange-looking square-shaped device before dragging his body like a rag. His body is too cold. The man hissed because he felt like he was touching ice, but the ice was 10 times more colder than any normal ice. Larry left the place with the 4 black-haired individuals following behind him. The one at the last was dragging Kyle's body. All the students watched as Kyle was dragged outside. In normal circumstances, they would have created a fuss about how their friend was killed by those heartless men, but because of the serious matter, they forget to act. Jenny took a deep breath and looked outside. "Why do I feel like he won't come back to save us?" Alec pinched his nose bridge. He knew why Kyle was so desperate to leave this place. It was because of Bia. He will if he survived out there. Meanwhile, at the academy, George paced around in the square field with a frustrated expression. He looked at the blue-haired old man who was tracking the broken array coordinates. It's already been 5 hours, but there was no progress. 9 was standing a few meters away from him. The person working on the array was one of the men who was following behind him after he left his kingdom. He gazed at the other 2 individuals standing beside him with a sigh. The first one was Gon, one of the gray-haired twins, while the other one was Lara. She had woken up 2 hours ago and was just as shaken as 9. Her cold gaze was locked on the blue-haired man who was fumbling with the array here and there. "How much more time do you need?" she said while looking at the blue-haired man with knitted brows. She wanted to ask her father for help as he was strong, but the vice principal stopped her. "We have already wasted so much time." The blue-haired old man glanced at Lara with an emotionless face, but then he ignored the kids and looked at George. "I have found the coordinates." George disappeared from where he was standing and appeared in front of him with a flash. "Location, it's quite far from here, almost near the east border. The one connected with the dark forest." George nodded and started floating. In an instant he disappeared from the academy. Elder Alays gazed at his figure and followed behind him with a grim expression. 9 and Lara looked at each other with frustration. They wanted to follow behind them, but how can they match their speed? The only thing they could do was to wait. Sensing George and Alays' departure, another elder came out from one of the academy buildings and quietly floated above the academy looking at their fading backs. Unlike the other elders, he looked much more distant from the mortal world. His long black hair swirled behind his back as he gazed around with his sharp, emotionless eyes. "Sigh, I wonder who dared to attack us even after knowing the consequences of their actions." Chapter 186 got tricked. Kyle was breathing faintly as he half opened his eyes and engraved every place he saw in his mind while being dragged around like a rag. He thanked his past self for not cutting his hair because the slightly long hair hid his eyes. He could hear small voices as he was dragged around a long, narrow path. My butt and back. Can't they pick me up properly? At least respect the dead." With another turn, Larry left after gesturing to 2 of the black-haired men to take Kyle's body ahead. Now Kyle was alone with 2 black-haired men. One was dragging him while the other was just walking beside the first one. Kyle thought about attacking, but discarded the thought because he wasn't sure just how strong his opponents were. His eyes darted around as he sensed Bia's presence everywhere. "She is somewhere above. I think this place has a lot of floors." Kyle contemplated inwardly and stayed quiet. While being dragged, he saw a lot of men patrolling here and there. In front of the underground prison where he was chained up with the others, a large array was present, so it was almost impossible for anyone to escape the prison. "I can't break that array, but I can tackle with it." He waited for a while before the man dragging him finally stopped in front of a large door. The man looked at his companion with dread. "I don't want to go inside, he is too creepy. Just go and deliver the dead body, he won't attack you." "All right." The man took a deep breath, and after knocking once, he opened the door and entered inside. Kyle wrinkled his nose the moment the door was opened. Blood. The smell of blood and rotten flesh drifted through his nostrils and he felt his head spin. He was dragged inside the room and the smell became heavy. From the corner of his half-opened eyes, he saw what one would call hell. A mountain of mingled and broken bodies, a lot of skeletons in the corner. The room ground was painted red with blood. Dread crept up in his heart. He knew this place wasn't safe at all. His finger grazed at the ground and he felt a wet sensation below his body. Amidst all this, he stayed calm. His heart was beating wildly inside his chest, but he didn't dare to move or do something reckless. The man dragging him stopped. Kyle didn't know who he was talking to, but the man's body visibly trembled as he let go of Kyle's collar and spoke with a broken and scared voice. "Sir, I am sorry, but I am here to deliver this bod." "Why?" His sentence was cut short as the person he was talking to shot him a glare. "Leave it, I will check it later, I am busy right now." The black-haired man nodded frantically, and after tossing Kyle's body nearby, he ran out of the room. Kyle's breath hitched in his throat as he took in the sight of the man standing a few meters away from him. Messy large cyan color hair and pitch black eyes, the man's body was filled with blood and he was holding someone's broken flesh. He was wearing a large coat that swept the blood present on the ground. The man's eyes were fixed on a table in front of him. Kyle's eyes froze when he saw the thing present on the table. A dead body of a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. He clenched his fist and held the urge to attack the cyan-haired man. Kyle wasn't a good person, he would never go out of his way to help others, but he felt sick and angry after seeing this room. His gaze lingered on the cyan-haired man back a tad longer. "I can't, not right now, I am not strong enough." With a forced breath, he shut his eyes to calm down. After a few seconds, he focused on the door of the room. The security outside this room wasn't tight. It seemed the man standing in front of him was feared by others. Kyle measured the distance between himself and the door with emotionless eyes. He gave another cold glance to the cyan-haired man and disappeared from the room. Instant teleportation. After Kyle used instant teleportation, the cyan-haired man turned around with a jolt. What was that? I felt a large movement of mana. He looked around with narrowed eyes and didn't see anything. Did I imagine it? Then suddenly he raised his brow while gazing at a specific place. There were clear signs of a body being dragged inside and placed in a corner, but there was no sign of the fresh dead body. Where did the body go? Interesting, did they get tricked? Hehe, he chuckled and shook his head. A few moments ago someone sent him a dead body, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Did it just disappear into thin air? A fly is trying to run away. I want to see who it is, but let's play for a while. The person wouldn't have gone far. He removed his bloodied coat and after wearing a cleaner one he left the room. On the other hand, after Kyle used instant teleportation he directly appeared outside the room. Without even waiting for a second, he ran toward the direction he was dragged from. On his way, he saw some guards, but because of the earring, his presence was concealed, which is why he easily avoided them. He walked between the shadows, and after a few turns, he appeared in front of a few rooms, but he didn't enter inside. Instead, he went toward the stairway leading underground. Two back-haired men were standing in front of the stairway. He took a deep breath and gazed at them from behind a wall with squinted eyes. I need that strange square-shaped device they used to open my chains. Chapter 187. Let's go together. Kyle frowned, feeling the weight of the situation, carefully assessing the black-haired man's position from behind a nearby wall. They were standing slightly far from each other, completely blocking the entrance of the underground stairway. I can't sense their ranks, they are probably stronger than me. He clenched his fists and gazed around with narrowed eyes. After scanning for a few seconds, he noticed a stack of crates placed a few meters away from the underground stairway and formulated a plan. With a swift and precise movement, he approached the crates filled with strange-looking grass and pushed one of the crates to distract the guards. The black-haired guards looked at each other with frowns, and one of them approached the crates to investigate the noise. Seizing the opportunity, Kyle swiftly approached the remaining guard from behind. He summoned a thunder arrow and delivered a swift strike on the back of the guard's neck that rendered him unconscious. Before the guard fainted, he released his aura and Kyle sighed with relief because the latter wasn't as strong as he expected. The guard was D+ rank, only a sub-rank higher than Kyle. Kyle was a little anxious when he didn't sense the guard's auras, but now he felt confident looking at the other black-haired man who was looking through the stack of crates. Kyle looked at the unconscious man lying between his feet and bent down to remove the storage ring on one of his fingers before grabbing the gray steel spear present between one of the guard's hands. He gazed at the spear that wasn't even close to his precious S-rank sword and gave a reluctant nod. This will do for now. Kyle silently tiptoed toward the other guard who was looking around the crates. The guard wanted to turn around when he felt a large palm grabbing his neck from behind. He wanted to shout, but before he could, a jolt of lightning coursed through his entire neck, making his entire body tremble with pain, and he lost consciousness within a few seconds. Kyle rubbed his hands and checked the black-haired man's body for a storage ring, but to his disappointment, he didn't find anything. With a sigh, he silently dragged both of the bodies and carefully hid them behind the stack of crates. He looked through the only storage ring he found and his disappointment increased. They are so poor. Kyle shook his head silently. First, the storage ring only had a few meters space, and second, it didn't have anything precious. The only things present inside the ring were some clothes, a handful of mana stones, 4 low-grade healing potions, and the square-shaped device he was looking for. He clicked his tongue and made his way toward the array present outside the stairway. The two guards didn't have anything related to this array. He was sure if he passed through it without any preparation, the one who made this array would know instantly. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he focused on the mana movement around the stairway. The bright, invisible mana particles moved and swirled around the array gently. With the precise gestures of his fingers, Kyle tapped on the air, touching various parts of the array. After a minute, a hole appeared within the smooth array, and Kyle entered the hole, hurriedly descending the stairway with large strides. On the other hand, inside one of the prison cells, Alec was sitting on the cold ground with a serious expression. He lifted his head and gazed at the others who were silent for a while now. It's been 15 minutes. What do you all think Kyle is doing right now? Blaine perked up his ears with a chuckle. He moved his body and looked at Alec. He was dragged like a rag. Just pray those men don't bury his body 10 feet underground. Mia looked at Alec and showed him her hand. Now it's 16 minutes. Jenny, who was sitting in the same cell as Blaine, looked at them with annoyance. Why are you all fucking counting each second like your life depends on it? She massaged her temples. Even if he somehow got the chance to flee from those men, it would take him a while before he returned. The prison cells turned eerily silent again, with everyone contemplating what to do next, but it's not like they could do anything while being tied up like this. Professor Oliver stood up with a frown. He didn't sense anything, but his eyes were locked on the black shadow descending the stairs. With a serious expression, he pointed at the stairs. Someone's coming. The chains around the students' wrists clicked as they stood up with vigilant expressions, locking their gaze on the approaching shadow. Their eyes widened with shock and disbelief when the shadow owner appeared in their vision. They all looked at each other with a familiar question written on their faces. It's only been 16 minutes and he was back already. Alex suppressed the urge to laugh and called out Kyle's name. Kyle? Kyle waved his hand at them with an emotionless face and hurriedly approached the cells. After witnessing that strange room, he was not in the mood to smile. He took out the square-shaped device from the storage ring and first opened the chains around the professor's wrists. With a click, the chains dropped down and Professor Oliver sighed with relief. How's the situation outside? He spoke to Kyle, who proceeded to enter another prison cell. There are a lot of guards patrolling. A few rooms on this floor and many stairways leading upward, but I didn't see any exit or window on my way here. Kyle spoke with a serious tone and removed the chains hurriedly. The students were practically beaming with joy as Kyle removed the chains around their wrists. At last, he entered Alec's cell and removed his chains. Alec rubbed his wrists with a hiss, but he stopped and he noticed Kyle's deadly pale face. Hey, are you feeling all right? He stepped forward and wanted to touch Kyle's forehead, but the latter flinched away. I am fine. You all should find the exit and leave with the professor. I am going to find Bia. Chapter 188. Let's go together. Aye. Alec held the urge to smack Kyle's head when he heard his words. Are you kidding me? No way, you are going alone. It's too dangerous. Let's go together, he said with a deadly serious expression, not wanting to back down even a little. Kyle sighed when he saw Alec's stubborn expression. Okay, then the others should. His sentence was cut short when Carcel, who always stayed quiet, showed him an irritated expression. I will go with you as well. Mia stepped toward the trio with a frown. She was the second closest person to Bia after Kyle. Me too, I won't be able to take it if something happened to Bia. Carcel gazed back at her with a serious expression. It was dangerous, he knew very well, but if she wanted to come along, who was he to stop her? Professor Oliver shook his head looking at them. They were all young and filled with hormones, even though the beast was important, but for him getting the kids out of this place safely was a top priority. Kids, it's better if we leave this place first. After we are in a more safe location, I will contact the academy. They will send someone to save Kyle's bonded companion. Kyle looked back at the professor with a dissatisfied expression, but he kept quiet for a few seconds. He could sense Bia's presence. She was not that far. There was no way he was going to leave her behind because he was having a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. After all, no matter how much he called her name, inwardly she didn't reply. Through their link, Kyle was able to talk to Bia no matter where they were, but now the sudden quietness was making him uneasy. I am leaving, he said with a serious expression and started moving toward the stairway. Alec and Carcel both glared at the professor, who was speechless. We are going to follow him. They instantly followed behind Kyle, with Mia tagging together with them. Jenny looked at Blaine, who shrugged his shoulders. I don't know why, but I think it's a lot better if we followed them, he said and dashed behind Carcel, fading back. Jenny looked at the professor. Sir, I am gonna follow Blaine. Please make sure to send reinforcement if you find the exit. She didn't wait for an answer and left the bewildered professor, who massaged his temples with a sigh. He looked at the remaining students with a complicated expression. Let's follow them. It's safer if we all stayed together. Professor Oliver staggered toward the stairway, but he stopped when he reached the end because his hair stood up behind his back. There's an array around here. He spoke in a hushed tone, but Kyle, who was waiting outside the array so the others could leave safely, raised his brow. Kyle pointed to the left. Walked out from that place, it's safe. Professor Oliver looked at Kyle's finger. He was anxious because if the array was activated, their escape plan would be busted. But after seeing how Alec, Carcel, Mia, Blaine, and Jenny were standing outside the array, he followed Kyle's finger and stepped out from the left side. The other students quietly followed behind the professor. Kyle looked at the professor, who stood beside him, and blinked his eyes. Oliver stared back at him with a serious expression. He wasn't strong, but he would do his best to protect the kids. What? Stop staring and lead the way before someone arrives at this place. Kyle didn't say anything and nodded. He started walking in the shadows with silent footsteps while everyone followed behind him. After a minute, he stopped because he saw two men patrolling around a few meters away from him. He tightly grabbed the spear in his hand, ready to attack when Oliver moved swiftly and slit their necks within a few seconds. Let's move. Kyle snapped out of his daze and nodded. We need to go up. He pointed at a stairway and started climbing with the others silently following behind him. They passed through a few more narrow paths and climbed two more stairways. While moving, Kyle spotted some more people patrolling around, but Oliver quietly took out everyone without making any noise. After taking out another enemy, Oliver looked back at Kyle with a frown. Is it my imagination, or are we strolling around a dangerous place like it's our backyard? There was no way this eerie place only had these weak bugs Oliver could take care of very easily. He narrowed his eyes and quietly walked beside Kyle, who closed his eyes to sense something and pointed at their left. Alec chuckled slightly when he saw Oliver's complicated expression. Meanwhile, the cyan-haired man Kyle saw in the room filled with dead bodies walked around for a few minutes, but a frustrated expression appeared on his face when he didn't sense or find any other tracks, except for some bloodstains leading toward the dead body which disappeared from his room. He clenched his brows with a furious expression and moved forward with large strides. After walking around for a while, he arrived in front of the underground prison where the new subjects from the Royal Academy were tied up. His dark facial expression brightens a little. I can't find that fly, but I can play with the new kids. He rubbed his hands with an evil grin but frowned when he didn't see any guard around the stairway. So irresponsible. I know the kids can't run away because they are tied up with mana-restraining metal, but they should place some guards in this place. He spoke angrily and was going to call someone to send a few guards when his eyes narrowed into a slit as he noticed a huge hole within the array present outside the stairway. Shit, he cursed and entered the array. The ring present on his finger shone when the faint mana touched his skin as he easily passed the array. He hurriedly descended the stairway only to curse once again with a livid expression. Damn it. Those kids funking ran away. What the hell is Larry doing? Chapter 189, the tournament is cancelled. Inside a grand hall fit for royalty, with opulent chandeliers casting a warm, golden glow. The hall was adorned with intricately carved chairs, plush velvet drapes, and gilded accents, creating an air of majesty and elegance, creating a truly regal atmosphere. The hall door swung open, and a dignified, golden-haired middle-aged man walked inside with a few old faces following behind him. The golden-haired man approached the middle chair designed with beautiful patterns and sat down with a serious expression. After him, an old man with a wrinkled forehead proceeded to open up a small device, and instantly afterward 3 big projections lit up midair. Your Majesty, the tournament will start within 30 minutes. The old man said in a nonchalant voice before he and the other 3 old individuals sat down on the empty chairs available in the hall. Cedric, the current king of Kingdom Escalante, gazed at the middle projection. It showed a vast expanse of light green bushes. Among the grassy field, a big stage coupled with many small stages was set up in a circular fashion, with rows of audience seats set up in one corner upon one another. The other 2 projections showed many individuals varying from young to old. The young were the students participating in the tournament, while the old individuals were their protectors. Cedric frowned and his eyes narrowed when he didn't see the familiar face of his acquaintance George. No, not just George, no one from the Royal Academy was present in the projections. He tapped the chair's armpit and looked at the old man sitting on his left. Ratrick, where's your people? His voice was heavy, but the old man sitting beside him was confused as well. I don't know, after leaving the forest I directly arrived here. It was indeed strange. All the participating academies were required to arrive at the platform 5 hours earlier to start the tournament as soon as possible. Let me check. Ratrick fiddled with one of his communication devices that was linked with the academy, but his frown deepened when he opened the device. It was broken. Ah, I didn't notice this. He sighed because he was too busy running around and forgot about the broken device. With a swift movement, he took out another device, and after injecting the device with his mana signature, he called George directly. The communication crystal vibrated for a while before it stopped, and an anxious voice resounded in the hall, attracting the attention of everyone. Sir, Ratrick's expression hardened a little. It was very rare for George to panic. Yes, it's me. Where are you? The tournament is about to start. There was silence for a second before George's voice resounded as he recounted everything that happened in the academy. Ratrick's face was ashen as he heard everything with clenched fists, an angry vein bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. Who dare to show such audacity and kidnap my people? His angry voice died down when the king stood up with a dark expression and patted his shoulder. What about the students? How many were abducted? The king's voice was calm, but everyone sitting inside the hall could feel the hidden rage in his voice. 12 students including Professor Oliver. Carcel, Alec, and Kyle included. There was an eerie silence within the hall as Ritrick stood up and clenched his fist with anger. Tell me the location of the coordinates you find. I am coming there. I will destroy them with my own hands. Geroj didn't waste any time and hurriedly told him the location. Ritrick looked at the king, who was livid, and finally took a deep breath to calm his troubled heart. Cedric, I am leaving. Please take care of the matter regarding the tournament. The king simply nodded, and Principal Ratrick stormed out of the hall, directly floating toward the east border. After he left, the king ordered someone to link his projection with the place where the tournament was going to be held. Soon, his floating image appeared in front of the hundreds of excited students and old individuals who were waiting for the tournament to start. The crowd cheered with enthusiasm, but the king's next words poured a bucket of cold water off their heads, and their excitement disappeared, replaced with confusion and bewilderment. For now, the tournament is cancelled. The single line resounded in their heads like a bolt of lightning. Some of them wanted to know the reason behind this decision, and some wanted to confirm if they were hearing things, but the projection was abruptly cut off, making them curse inwardly. After making the announcement, the king dismissed everyone present in the hall. When he was alone, his nonchalant expression disappeared, replaced with worry. He clasped his hands together and called out his two loyal shadow guards. The two shadows appeared out of nowhere, kneeling in front of him with their faces hidden behind black masks. Do whatever you can to find the culprit behind all this. Also, make sure nothing happened to the young prince. His voice was deep and heavy. The two kneeling figures nodded and disappeared from the hall. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit dark room filled with eerie equipment and mysterious contraptions. The room was shrouded in darkness, with flickering lights casting eerie shadows on the walls. A man with deep red eyes and long uncombed black hair was pacing around a table where patches of red blood could be seen. Two ancient books filled with unreadable text were lying on the table. He laughed historically as he looked at the red vial present in his hand. His deep gaze locked on the steel cage placed at the edge of the table. An injured beast that looked like a red, fluffy bird was lying unconscious in the cage with its neck trapped in a circular steel chain. It was Bia. Her feathers were dyed in blood and a large gash could be seen on her back. I can't believe it. I just used the beast blood, and within a few hours, I succeeded in making such a potent potion that can extend anyone's life force. Just gulping the content of this single vial, and the person can live a few hundred years more even if he is lying on deathbed. What would happen if I used its heart? Now I am 100% sure I can make a potion that will increase my talent. An incredible sensation surged inside his heaving chest as he snickered and jumped around with joy, staring at the small vial. Chapter 190. She is breathing. The black-haired man's smile disappeared when a sweet voice called out to him from behind. Ziner, aren't you going to share it with me? He wore a nonchalant expression and turned around to look at the projection floating behind him. Tusk, I do all the hard work and you reap the benefits. Anyway, I will send you some when I am done with my experiments. His voice turned grave for a few seconds. Lily, how many times did I tell you don't call out my name? Call me father or dad. The projection showed a beautiful lady sitting lazily on a small bed. From the projection, one could see the scenery around the lady was extremely ordinary. A simple room containing a square-shaped wardrobe, a single bed, and a study table with a chair. Her long black hair was tied up in a ponytail and her eyes were arched up with a glint. Nope, Ziner is better because we both know very well if something happened to one of us, the other will run away without looking back. Also, who was the one who gave you all the information? Now don't be greedy and share some benefits with me. I have some more information for you. That useless Aster won't tell you anything if you don't give him something in return. Ziner raised his brow, looking at his daughter. Just like her, he didn't care if she died or not, but she was indeed useful whenever he needed free information regarding the academy. What news? A giggle escaped Lily's mouth as she neared the communication crystal with a grin. They found out the coordinates of the array. George and an elder ran away the moment they knew the location. Ziner nodded and waved his hand nonchalantly. Even if they found the location, it doesn't matter. After the kids were teleported, I changed their location. Lily's smile faltered as she lay down on the bed. Tusk, what a pity you won't die. I am off, I have a class. Make sure to send me some of the potions or else I will release your exact location to the whole academy. Her eyes were sharp as a knife when she turned off the communication crystal and stood up from the bed. Now that a lot of top students are out of the picture, I can participate in the tournament. There was a reason why she didn't challenge anyone else after 9 kicked her out from the top 10. I can only hope Ziner sent me those potions before getting caught. She tidied up her appearance and left her room with a smile. On the other hand, Ziner clicked his tongue after the projection disappeared. Not even a minute was passed when his communication device trembled again. With an irritated expression, he picked up the device but frowned when he saw the caller's face. A man with messy cyan-colored hair and pitch-black eyes looked at him with a panicked expression. Ziner saw the panicked man and wondered why the latter called him out of nowhere. What happened? Ayaki. Ayaki wiped the sweat present on his forehead. Boss, those kids from the Royal Academy, they ran away. His sentence was like a thunderbolt as Ziner's eyes flew open wide. His pupils shrink slightly, not believing his ears, he questioned. They what? I just came out from my room. They are all gone, Ziner's expression paled slightly. Damn it, you all can't even take care of some kids, find them immediately. They can't go far because we are in the middle of a forest. Hurry up, deploy everyone, single man. I will check all the passages leading outside. He shouted with a vein bulging on his forehead. If somehow his hidden location was released, he was done for. George and Ratrick would tear him apart. Not just him, they would destroy everything. His name was famous because he was a dark mage who had done many experiments on all types of living things. Still, he was one of the S+ rank individuals of the kingdom. That's why the king overlooked his dark work, but now that he dared to touch the beloved Royal Academy, he knew the risk of his own decision. I can't expose myself, I need to find the kids. With an angry breath, Ziner disappeared from the room, heading straight toward the passages from where the kids could leave. Meanwhile, after climbing another stairway, Kyle stood in front of a large, narrow path. His heartbeat quickened because he could sense Bia was nearby. He walked, passing through a few rooms before stopping in front of a black door. With closed eyes, Kyle placed his hand on the room. She is in there. He spoke with a serious expression and looked at the others. Professor Oliver's clothes were filled with blood because a few minutes ago they encountered a strong opponent who was A rank. It took him much more time to take out that man with cautious and minimum noise. Even though the professor won, he suffered a few injuries, and from his ragged breathing, Kyle was sure that Oliver was tired after fighting so many people. Alex stepped forward and touched the door. He was holding a long blue lance. Not just him, almost all the students were holding different weapons. After Oliver killed the enemies, they robed their weapons in storage rings. Alec looked back at everyone with a serious expression. Be ready, I believe someone strong is waiting for us behind this door. Kyle nodded, and with another glance at the professor, he pushed the door open. With a low creak, the door opened and Kyle's eyes darted around the dimly lit room, looking around for Bia's figure. Without waiting for the professor, he stepped inside hurriedly with everyone else following behind him. Kyle's breath hitched when his eyes landed on the table present at the end of the room. He didn't care about the strange tools and glass containers lying around the room and staggered toward the table with red eyes. Bia, his voice was barely audible as he fixed his gaze on the metal cage. Mia followed behind him with moist eyes. The other students' eyes were saddened when they saw Bia's condition. A sigh escaped Oliver's lips as he looked at Kyle's back. Alec patted Kyle's shoulder with a serious expression. I can sense she is breathing. After hearing Alec's words, Kyle finally released the breath he didn't even know he was holding. Chapter 191, A Trapping Array. Kyle gazed at the hand pressing on his shoulder. He patted Alec's hand with a blank face. Alec's fingers curled up as the cold sensation from Kyle's touch seeped through his hand. What the? He gazed at Kyle back with a frown. Kyle's hand was freezing like ice. Meanwhile, a large breath escaped from Kyle's mouth as he slowly opened his clenched fists. It was the first time he wanted to kill someone so badly. Not even Sen, the person he disliked the most, infuriated him so much. After spending so much time together with Bia, she was an important part of his life. They bickered, cursed each other, heck they even hurled various attacks on each other, but they relied on each other the most whenever there was a dangerous situation. With a dazed expression, Kyle approached the cage. His fingertips touched the cold metal bars surrounding the unconscious Bia. Bia, she didn't reply. Kyle grabbed the cage roughly and used so much force that a door was broken. Unbeknownst to him, his palm was bleeding due to the sheer amount of brute force he used to open the cage. The drops of blood trickled down before they were absorbed by the table, directly heading toward a container attached underneath the table where Bia's blood was stored. With a worried gaze, he gently caresses Bia's wings, but when his gaze landed on the metal chain present around her neck, a surge of anger flooded his mind. Kyle hurriedly looked around for the square-shaped device he acquired from the guard standing outside the underground prison cells. With a swift movement, he placed the device on the chain. A clank sound resounded and the chain around Bia's neck dropped before Kyle picked up her limp body. He fiddled with the storage ring present on his finger and took out all the low-grade healing potions, sprinkling all of them on the deep large gash present on Bia's back. A barely audible painful groan resounded inside his mind and Kyle finally sighed with relief. Bia, her round watery eyes opened slightly and she glanced at Kyle. It's okay, just sleep. I will wake you up when we are in a safe location. Kyle patted her head and looked at the person standing beside him. Ah, she is fine. Mia nodded and gently tugged at Bia's head with relief. At this moment, Oliver sighed and spoke with a serious expression while looking around the room for a map or something related to the place where they were trapped. Let's not waste any more time, we have to leave this place. Kyle nodded and finally gazed around the dimly lit room. Various equipment and rows of glass containers with many monsters' body parts floating inside a strange liquid. His sharp gaze swept through everything before he saw a square-shaped platform hidden behind a U-shaped glass container. With beer in his hands, Kyle approached the platform, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the symbols carved on the platform. The other students were busy looking around the room as they ruffled through each corner when Blaine whispered with excitement. I found a communication crystal. Alex stopped and gazed at Blaine, who was emptying a silver bucket normally used to store water. Not just him, everyone gazed at Blaine with expectations until Jenny slapped him from behind. It's broken, idiot, you are rummaging through a dustbin. Can't you see the used-up papers and other broken devices inside? Blaine looked at her dumbfounded. What for? The slap was unexpected. Oliver massaged his temples with sweaty hands and looked at the kids who were curiously pacing around the room like they were on a picnic. All right, stop fooling around. I don't think there's anything important in this place except for these strange containers. Let's leave. Oliver gathered everyone ready to leave when he noticed Kyle standing in front of the platform. What are you doing? We need to leave. With a frown, he approached Kyle and gazed at the platform. It's an array, maybe a trapping array used to trap living beings. Oliver whispered slowly. He was not proficient in arrays, but from the small knowledge he had, he could tell the array was used to trap something but was broken when the trapped individual used too much force. Kyle gazed at Olive and nodded. It was indeed a trapping array. He looked back at the students before gazing at the blue-haired girl standing beside Carcel. Mia, can you please take care of Bia for a while? Sure. With a nod, Mia stretched out her hands and Kyle placed Bia's body on her hands. She will be fine after some rest. Kyle's eyes traced around the array as he rubbed his cold palm. Professor, I think we can escape through this array. It's not a teleportation array, but I can do some fiddling and add some advanced symbols to form a one-way teleportation array. Though we can't teleport far and the array will be completely broken, after one usage we can leave this place. A shocked expression appeared on Oliver's face as he looked at Kyle with a deep frown. I know you know arrays, seeing how easily you passed through the array present outside the underground prison, but still, how is it possible for you to make a teleportation array? It's too difficult. Even a single mishap can cause death causalities, and it will take too much time just to design the complicated symbols. Kyle looked at the professor with a serious expression, not backing down even the slightest. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible because something inside him was forcing him to close his eyes and just fall asleep. If not for Bia, he would have succumbed to that feeling a long time ago. I can do it. I have learned it from Elder Han. If I am successful, we can leave this place. His voice came out a little hoarse as he gazed at the professor, who flinched when he heard Elder Han's name. Alec gazed at the room door and hurriedly approached Kyle. All right, instead of running around aimlessly, your idea is a lot better, but how much time will it take? You do know we are in a dangerous place right now. Kyle looked back at Alec with a nod. I know it's dangerous, but I only need 10 minutes. If anyone has another idea, I am willing to follow. For a moment, there was silence. After contemplating for a few seconds, Oliver nodded in agreement because he didn't have any other plan as to how they should leave this place. Also, the more time they wasted, the dangerous it was. Chapter 192. How much more time? The dimly lit room door was closed as Oliver and the students stood in front of it with serious expressions. They were holding weapons, ready to kill any enemy who dared to enter inside. Alec looked at the lance present in his hand with a dissatisfied expression. I miss my sword. I wonder where these jerks placed our storage rings. Not just him, almost everyone was sad at the loss of their precious storage rings. That's why they looked around every corner of this room, but didn't find even a single clue. With a sigh, Alec shook his head. He gazed at the system, expecting some help, only to become disappointed. After we leave, I will ask the vice principal to help me find my sword. I can't let it go, it's too precious. In a corner behind the U-shaped container, Mia and Rio, one of the gray-haired twins, were standing while observing Kyle, who was making symbols on the platform. Mia's eyes were half opened as she gazed at Kyle while sitting on Mia's hands. She was lightheaded due to the injuries, but now she was able to see the situation more clearly while occasionally moving her feathers. Kyle's figure moved on the platform as he used a broken glass shard to carve the symbols on the ground because he didn't have any other thing available. It's so time-consuming. I need to advance my array skills so I can draw array symbols just by using mana. It's too uncomfortable to carve the ground with this piece of glass. He grumbled inwardly as he saw the many symbols. Time trickled by as he moved around the platform. His vision turned hazy for a second, but Kyle bit his tongue to stay conscious. Alec looked at the door and gazed back at Kyle. Kyle, how much more time? he said with a hesitant voice because he could hear faint footsteps outside the door. Professor Oliver tensed up as well and gestured for the kids to stand behind him. Kyle didn't pause in his actions as he dragged the glass shard on the platform. Just 4 more minutes. Meanwhile, a few meters away from the room Kyle and the others were currently present. Larry stomped his foot with anger as he glared at the 10 men standing behind him. His mask was nowhere to be seen, and his condition was disheveled because he had just been beaten up by one of his superiors. Damn it. Just where the fuck did they disappear? There are only 5 floors in this building. Where can they go if not around these floors? He cursed and kicked a nearby man with anger. As he was taking out his anger, another man dressed in formal clothes appeared behind the group of people. Larry stopped lashing out. Ziner checked the exit passages and didn't find them. He and the other A ranks are currently outside looking around the forest madly. We need to check each floor thoroughly. Larry glanced at the cyan-colored haired man who just appeared out of nowhere. Ayaki, you said the dead body disappeared from your room. Don't tell it's that dead body who did all this. If only you stopped playing with those creepy bodies and kept an eye on your surroundings, nothing like this would have happened. Ayaki snorted and looked at him with a snicker. Shut up, it's not my fault. You and Bastion were the ones in charge of those kids from the Royal Academy. I just want to applaud for the fact that you were tricked by a single kid. We are both dead if we didn't find those kids. Ziner is angry enough to explode any time. He massaged his temples and licked his dry lips. I am going to pack my stuff and run away if we can't find the kids on the last 2 floors. Who knows what would happen if those kids somehow found a secure place outside and contacted the academy. Larry paled when he heard the consequences of their actions. It was good as long as they didn't get caught, but now the only thing they could do was to flee for their life. He kicked a nearby wall with anger. A tremble shook the wall, and the row of wooden boxes stacked a few meters away came crashing down with loud sounds. Larry clicked his tongue when he saw the boxes, but his eyes narrowed into a slit when he saw the 2 dark, unconscious figures lying behind the boxes. The fuck? He dashed and threw away the boxes and looked at the figures. A vein bulged on his forehead. After he got beaten up by the superior, he called almost every guard, but a lot of low-rank guards did not answer his calls. So this was a reason they were all dead. Larry's bloodshot eyes gazed at the dead bodies as he looked around the narrow floor filled with rooms. They are still here. Check every room on this floor. Hurry up, the guard standing behind him dashed forward and started opening door after door. Ayaki looked at the dead bodies with a serious expression. What a waste of materials. Larry glared at him. Shut up. We are fucking standing at death door and you want to play with dead bodies. Ayaki shook his head with disdain. Did you lose your brain after getting kicked? If they are really inside the building, there's no way they can run away. Larry calmed down and nodded while carefully folding his sleeves. There was no way the captives could run away from this floor because except for some experiment tools, nothing precious was available here. He walked around the floor when a muffled cry echoed in his ears. With wide eyes, he gazed at the largest door present in the middle. 2 of the guards rushed to the room with their weapons, but they were attacked with a dangerous wind attack. They are hiding inside the boss room. Larry looked at the person standing beside, and both of them rushed toward the room. Chapter 193. Too much knowledge is bad. Oliver tensed when he saw the door of the room open. With a creak, a man clad in black gazed inside with a cautious expression. His eyes widened with visible shock and disbelief when he saw the group of people standing in the room. The man wanted to shout out to alarm the others, but Oliver jumped forward and grabbed the man's mouth with his palm to shut him up. A barely audible muffled sound escaped from the man's throat as he eyed Oliver with horror before his throat was slit with a sharp glass shard. Oliver clenched his jaw. He wanted to take out the enemy as quietly as possible, but alas, when he was busy killing, he didn't notice the other man in black standing outside the door. They are here, a loud shout echoed throughout the whole floor. Within a second, the other men clad in black stopped what they were doing and dashed toward the room. Oliver heard the approaching footsteps and cursed under his breath. He opened his palm wide and hurled out a wind attack at the fleeting man. With a bang, the man in black crashed into the wall opposite the room, but it was too late. Their location was exposed as many individuals reached the room in no time. The students standing behind Oliver went stiff. Some tensed when they saw an ominous-looking man with striking cyan hair step in the room. The man's very presence sent shivers down their spines, his aura dripping with the scent of fresh blood. After a second, another person with fiery red hair who looked familiar yet unfamiliar stepped into the room followed by many men in black. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. Unlike the cyan-haired man who stood quietly, the red-haired man gritted his teeth with anger while throwing a dangerous glare at Oliver and the kids standing opposite him. Capture them, Larry shouted, and the group of men standing behind him stepped forward only to become scared shitless when Oliver released his aura and looked at them with emotionless eyes. Damn it. I forget there's a professor among them. With another curse, a chain appeared in Larry's hand as he leaped forward to knock the professor. "I will take care of him, grab the kids." Oliver's face hardened when he sensed Larry's rank. He looked at the kids who were ready to fight a life-and-death battle and engaged himself with Larry. Larry's expression didn't change even when he sensed that Oliver was S rank. He scoffed, and to Oliver's dismay, he was able to parry his attacks very easily. The situation stunned the students because they could see Oliver was being pressured. The clink of chains filled the air as Larry swung them with deadly precision. They clashed, and with gritted teeth, Oliver pushed Larry backward toward a container to not influence the kids. On the other hand, Alex's gaze turned solemn. He silently counted the approaching group of men inwardly. 128. The 8 men didn't even flinch when the kids glared at them with dark eyes. They immediately pulled out chains to capture them like slaves. Alec gazed at the system window and saw the appraisal result. A cold breath escaped his mouth. 2 of the men were C rank, 1 B rank, and the remaining 5 D rank. Carcel attacked the one on the left. "I will take care of the one in the middle," he shouted and lashed out with incredible agility. The men in black were stunned at the kids' audacity, but they recovered within a second. Carcel and the students followed behind Alec and attacked their respective enemies. Alec grazed the lance he was holding on the floor. Sparks flew out as he blocked the strongest man in black. Even before he decided to battle the man, he knew he was too weak compared to his opponent, but he didn't expect he would stumble many steps backward in their first clash. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth as he backflipped and planted his feet on the floor. Carcel gazed at Alec, but he couldn't help because he was overpowered by a C-rank individual Alec asked him to fight. Blaine and Jenny handled the last C-rank together while the other students got engaged with the remaining D-rank men. All this while, Aoki the cyan hair man stood at the door with amused eyes. He didn't release his aura, nor did he attack anyone. His dark eyes followed the drops of blood trickling down from each individual. He rubbed his hands with anticipation. He wanted to see many dead bodies. "Tusk, Larry can handle these kids easily, but I should inform the others so they come back." He silently pushed out a small device from his pocket and pressed on it before looking at the battle again. Alec's eyes darkened when he saw Aoki's figure. He gritted his teeth and blocked another attack from his opponent, only to be flung backward with an even greater force. He wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up again even though his body was in pain. His eyes traced the figure standing between the door, because if that cyan hair man attacked, they were all done for. "If he got involved, we have 0% chance of winning this fight. Damn it, Kyle, just how much more time do you need? Now I am not sure if we will be able to leave this place." Alec didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the fact that he knew the enemy ranks, because too much knowledge was always bad for his heart. System analysis. Name: Aoki Dinazir. Race: demi-human. Rank: A. Talent: S+. Skills. Alec blocked another attack when a large ice boulder was thrown at his opponent from behind. He turned around for a second and saw Mia's figure standing further at the back. She was throwing magical attacks here and there while grasping Bia tightly. Alec's eyes wandered around for a second. Carcel was injured. The other students were having a very hard time as well. Lastly, from the faint reflections, he could tell Oliver's situation wasn't looking good as well. The professor was ruthlessly pushed back as he countered Larry each attack. Chapter 194. The last 5 minutes. Kyle could hear the sounds of battle behind him as he drew another symbol hurriedly on the platform. He clenched his jaw tightly, and with another stroke, he was done with the array. He gazed at the place where Mia was standing a while ago and hurriedly took out all the mana stones present in the storage ring present on his finger. Not enough, Kyle cursed, and his mind raced as he gazed back. Oliver's bloodied figure was flung backward as he blocked the red-haired man's attack. Kyle's breath hitched when he saw a familiar figure standing nonchalantly between the door. "It's that man." He shook his head and looked back at the array. Within a second, he made a decision. "I need mana. I am not sure if it will work." He bent down and placed both of his palms on the platform. He did read about this method in one of the ancient books he acquired from the tower, but he only comprehended a few lines, so he wasn't sure if it would work. With a deep breath, he threw away the anxiousness eating away at his heart and solely focused on the mana present in his body, circulating it gently around his wrists before injecting the mana within the array symbols. It was a very strange feeling because instead of the natural mana present in the surroundings, he was using his mana as a catalyst to fuel the array. His hand trembled slightly as the mana within his body drained at a visibly fast speed. Within 2 seconds, half of his mana was gone. Kyle's eyes shone slightly as he saw the symbols reacting under his guidance. "It's worked." Relief appeared on his pale face as he stood up and looked at the array. "It will activate automatically within 5 minutes. Kyle's eyes landed on the battle behind him. He stepped out from behind the glass container and sharply gazed around. The strange mana movement behind the container attracted Aoki's attention as he squinted his eyes to look at the container, but he was distracted due to Kyle's presence. I didn't sense this kid. Where did he come from so suddenly? So many questions appeared in his mind as his curious eyes followed Kyle, who looked around with a deadpan expression. What happened next made his scalp go numb, and he almost stepped forward to grab Kyle's neck. Kyle gazed at every single individual and grabbed a large glass shard in his hand tightly. I am done, we have only 5 minutes, he shouted, and immediately afterward all students knew what he meant. Alec almost cursed. How were they going to free themselves in 5 minutes? The moment this thought flashed through Alec's mind, Kyle's figure flashed as he used instant teleportation to appear behind Alec's opponent. It was too sudden. The man clad in black wasn't able to react properly. Even Alec was stunned. Kyle slashed at the man's neck from behind. The man's hair stood up as he tilted his body out of reflex and avoided the sharp shard from penetrating his neck. Instead, the glass shard pierced through his shoulder and he cried out in pain. Attack! Kyle shouted, and Alec snapped out before stabbing his opponent with a deadly strike. The B-rank individual was overwhelmed. He wanted to block Alec's attack, but Kyle threw a fireball at his face and Alec's lance penetrated his abdomen. With a loud shriek, the man dropped down. Alec could sense the man only fainted because he was breathing. He wanted to attack again when a painful cry echoed and both Kyle and Alec looked at Blaine. Help Carcel! Alec shouted at Kyle and dashed forward to help Blaine. Kyle's eyes landed on Carcel's figure. Instead of moving, a large ice spear appeared above his head. Even though he seemed distracted, he was focused on the cyan hair man standing between the door. The man didn't move even when Kyle and Alec took out one of their strongest members, but the faint anger on his face wasn't something he could hide. Kyle could feel the man's eyes looking at him from head to toe with intense curiosity, but he didn't gaze back and threw the ice spear at the opponent Carcel was facing. With a flash, the floating ice spear crashed into the unsuspecting enemy, and many ice fragments scattered around, heading straight toward the other men in black. The atmosphere around the room became chilly and Kyle's gaze flickered for a second. He shook his head. I need to stay conscious. Meanwhile, after Alec saw Kyle's skill, he opened his palm and shouted, Cyclonic Gale. A small tornado appeared in his palm, and within a second it danced around Alec, turning large enough to engulf everything in front of him. Hundreds of wind blades swirled within the tornado, and it almost crushed the opponent fighting Blaine. Large gusts of winds flew around the room, and the ice present on the ground scattered as the tornado finally dissipated after gravely wounding the C-rank man. Aoki merely chuckled, but the vein bulging on his forehead gave him away. He wanted to applaud because, true to its name, the Royal Academy students were very strong. He clicked his tongue and finally stepped forward to stop everything when Kyle turned around and pointed the glass shard at him. With a raised brow, Aoki looked at Kyle with amusement. You want to attack me? Okay, come on, I will give you a chance. His voice was filled with disdain and anger as he pointed his finger at Kyle, who looked at him with a dark expression. Alec gazed at Aoki with gritted teeth. Kyle, he is strong. Don't battle with him, he shouted, but Kyle's eyes were fixed on the cyan hair man as he replied with a serious expression. We don't have time, so finish them up and step on the platform. Aoki was confused, but Alec and the others knew what he meant. They became aggressive in their attacks and slowly started moving backward toward the platform. The cyan hair man's gaze followed them when Kyle curled up his finger with a mocking smile. Your opponent is me. Didn't you say you will give me a chance, or are you going to back off now? Aoki scoffed. All right, come on. However, what happened next almost made his blood boil in anger. Chapter 195, Unexpected Move. Kyle's gaze was fixed on the cyan hair man, but his mind was somewhere else. He counted the duration when the array would activate in his mind, and to everyone's surprise, the glass shard present in his hand dropped with a clink. Within a second, Kyle felt the remaining mana left in his body in Oliver's location. The mana is not enough, but if I endure the pain, then I can do it. A cold chuckle escaped from the cyan hair man as he looked at Kyle with a fed-up expression. Aoki's gaze lingered on the kids who had killed a few more men clad in black. Now only 2 men were left, but from the look of it, the remaining men would be soon out of the picture, leaving behind only him and Larry. He fixed his eyes on Kyle, ready to release his aura to subdue him if the latter didn't move in the next few seconds. What got cold feet? Why are you not attacking me now? Kyle's gaze subtly moved as he looked at a bloodied sword present on the ground, belonging to one of the enemies. His fingers curled up into a fist as he took a deep breath and looked at the cyan hair man, who laughed at his minor actions. Aoki raised his brow with disdain when Kyle's figure moved only to grab the sword with one swift movement and dash at him at full speed. With a snort, he opened his fingers. Wisp of mana lingered on his nails as he prepared to stab them in Kyle's neck to satisfy his anger. Under his gaze, Kyle's lips curved upward and his eyes almost popped out because the moment Kyle arrived in front of him, he disappeared. Aoki blinked. He had seen this move before, but he was stunned for a second. How can a person just disappear into thin air? Meanwhile, Kyle's figure appeared behind Larry. He didn't want to use too much mana, that's why he waited until Oliver and Larry neared his position and activated the skill instant teleportation. His grip on his sword tightened and Oliver's eyes widened when he saw Kyle appearing out of nowhere. Oliver's condition wasn't good, he was bleeding from his mouth, and a large wound could be seen on his arm. Seeing Oliver's distracted eyes, Larry frowned and wanted to distance himself for a second when the cyan-hair man's shout resounded in the room. "Watch out!" Larry's eyes contracted when he sensed the mana movement behind himself. It was too chaotic. Chaotic enough to make his scalp go numb. Oliver saw Kyle attack, he was shocked, but he gritted his teeth and clawed Larry's neck to stop him from moving from his location. Ayaki's eyes turned bloodshot as he disappeared from his place to snap Kyle's neck. How presumptuous. He was tricked by a small fry he could kill with a single slap. Kyle's eyes turned cold. He didn't stop his movement because he knew after this move his mana would be drained. Ethereal Voidbreaker slash. He mused and the mana around the room trembled. It danced around the metal sword in a tangled manner. The sword cracked due to the sheer amount of pressure, but Kyle's grasp on it was tight. He imbued every bit of mana present in his body to the sword without caring about the cracks, and before the cyan-hair man could grab him, he unleashed a devastating strike, but this time the sword aura was filled with coldness and tiny beads of ice appeared on its blade. With a swift and precise swing, the blade sliced through the air. Larry panicked. He could sense the attack was devastating enough to cripple him, but Oliver forced him to stay in his place. Amidst the coldness, a rift of light and energy that obliterated anything in its path appeared in front of Kyle. With a resounding boom, the sword shattered. Larry spurted out a mouthful of blood as his figure was flung in the opposite direction, while Kyle flew backward due to the pressure of his attack. Under Ayaki's horrid gaze, everything stopped for a second as he tried to digest the situation. A mere kid who was barely 20 used a move dangerous enough to threaten a A-rank individual. It took him a second to believe this fact. If a few minutes ago someone said this to him, he would just scoff and consider that person an idiot. Kyle didn't care about the blood seeping out from his mouth. He gritted his teeth and propelled himself midair to fly toward the platform. The students were stunned as they all watched Kyle's figure crashing into the container with a loud bang. The glass shattered and the murky liquid present within the container gushed out, splashing everywhere. A groan escaped from Kyle's lips as he clenched his fists to stop himself from crumbling down because of the pain. The moment Kyle's figure crashed with the glass container, Bia's cry rang out in his mind as she saw him with her half-opened eyes. "Kyle!" She flapped her weak wings frantically to leave Mia's embrace, but Kyle's firm voice replied. "Stay with Mia." Bia's protest echoed in his mind, but Kyle stayed quiet. Alec cursed when he saw Kyle's bloodied figure, and with a dark expression, he took care of the last man clad in black. Kyle shook his head when his eyelids suddenly turned heavy and a barely audible voice escaped through his mouth. Platform." The students knew what he meant. They all rushed backward, while Alec and Carcel rushed toward Kyle to help him up. Ayaki gazed at Kyle's figure with red veins bulging out on his forehead. His nails dug into his flesh as he dashed forward to kill Kyle. He no longer cared about anything else, he just wanted to kill Kyle with his hands. Oliver blocked Ayaki's path with ragged breathing when he saw his crazed expression. On the side, Larry's condition wasn't good. His clothes were tattered and he lay on the ground with dim breathing. A large pool of blood gushed out from the large gash present on his back. His eyes were hazy and mind blank for a while. It took him a few seconds to snap out of the daze as he moved his trembling body to take out a healing potion from his storage ring. Kyle gazed at Alec and Carcel's approaching figures with hazy eyes. Right now, he just wanted to sleep. His body was screaming, asking him to just close his eyes, but he didn't. With the remaining amount of strength left in his body, he straightened his palms on the ground to stand up, but what happened next left not just him but almost everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 196 Ziner Anger. Alec and Carcel froze in their place as they saw a bright light engulfing Kyle's figure. Kyle eyed the warm light surrounding his body with confusion, but then his eyes widened in the next second when he saw the broken brooch lying on top of his left thigh. All the pieces of the brooch shone brightly, turning into small particles, and soon they engulfed Kyle's whole body. Kyle cursed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry in this situation. He felt his body lighten up, and a familiar nauseating sensation crept up in his stomach. "Master, I want to question if this brooch is a life-saving treasure, or did you plot my death secretly?" Kyle eyed the warm light and stopped the urge to curse the old man. "Step on the platform now," he shouted as he knew barely 10 seconds were left and the array would activate itself. Alec and Carcel wanted to step forward to grab his body, but Kyle disappeared from the room with bright light blinding everyone. Everything happened so fast that even Ayaki and Oliver were dumbfounded, but they didn't stop fighting. Bia cried out again, this time with more vigor, but Mia grabbed her firmly. After a second, Kyle's voice resounded in her mind, barely calming her down. "Stay with Mia until I pick you up." After this single line, she didn't hear Kyle's voice again. Her round eyes turned moist with tears when she felt the connection between them becoming dim with each passing second. At the same time, Alec and Carcel dashed to the platform with gritted teeth. They could only wish for Kyle to be safe in their mind. The students were standing on the platform when the mana around them surged upward violently. Aoki's eyes almost bulged out from the sockets when he sensed the mana movement. His gaze swept past the broken containers as he kicked Oliver with his leg, sending him a few steps backward. How? He questioned when he saw the edge of the platform where the kids were standing firmly. How was it possible for a teleportation array to appear in this place? Aoki wanted to pull his hair with anger. Just what the heck was happening? He couldn't even secure some kids. At this movement, Alex shouted at the top of his lungs. Professor jumped backward. Oliver saw another attack coming his way. Opposite him, the cyan-hair man attacked crazily without even caring about his safety. At the same time, Larry dragged his body and tried his best to stand up, but from his pale face, Oliver was sure it would at least take the latter half a minute to handle the grave injury. Oliver didn't bother blocking the cyan-hair man's attack and jumped backward toward the platform. The blazing attack landed on his chest, and a pained expression appeared on his face. His left hand twitched as his body flew back with an unimaginable speed. Alex saw Oliver's figure and shouted again. Now! Immediately afterward, all the individuals standing on the platform drained every bit of mana present in their bodies, hurling out all the skills present in their arsenal without restraint. Aoki saw the many attacks aimed at him. He shouted with so much frustration and anger that the ground beneath him cracked. Ah! Oliver spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body crashed at the edge of the platform. A hand tugged on his shoulder and dragged him inside the platform. Another blinding flash of light appeared in the room, but this time the light was brighter. The ground beneath their feet cracked within a second. Aoki dashed to stop them, but alas, it was too late. The light engulfed everyone present on the platform, and they all disappeared within the void, leaving behind a trail of their warmth. The cyan-hair man gazed at the lingering white particles, but his soul almost flew out from his body. When the remaining mana around the platform trembled so violently that the nearby walls started shaking. A few faint symbols flew in the air. They swelled up with a frightening speed. Aoki's eyes contracted. He didn't care about anything else and ran in the opposite direction with his tail tucked between his legs. Damn it. Those bastards! His protest died down in the next second when a huge force crashed into his body, sending him flying. The ground under the array blasted into many pieces. Dust and debris flew everywhere as one of the room walls crashed down, shaking the whole building. At the same time, with trembling hands, Larry finally managed to stand up straight, but seeing the incoming doom, he almost spit out blood and fainted again. He didn't even know when a large boulder crashed on top of his head and he lost consciousness, while his body was barely grasping a thin thread to stay alive. While all this was happening, Zyner and the group of men looking around for the escaped individuals returned after receiving a signal from Aoki. Zyner's floating figure landed in front of the building with a nonchalant expression. The other men quietly followed behind him. He didn't even step inside when he felt a huge tremor shaking the very foundation of his secret base. Zyner's eyes flew open with shock as he disappeared from his spot, heading directly toward the source of destruction. The group of men following behind him looked at each other with confusion, but followed behind him. After a few seconds, Zyner appeared in front of his room. His vibrant eyes lost their luster when he saw the condition of his room. Dust and smoke flew everywhere. Broken glass containers, the ground was caved in, and one of the walls sustaining the roof was nowhere to be seen. The only table was split into many pieces. Lastly, his eyes landed on the cage that was buried under a large rock. He staggered toward the cage and pushed the rock away. It was empty. The beast was gone. The group of men following behind him stood outside the room with grim expressions when a small groan resounded in the room. Zyner turned around to look at the place where the voice came from, and then he snapped. "You bastard. What the hell did you do with my room? Where is the legendary beast? You were not even able to take care of some kids." He lashed out at Aoki, who was coughing out blood. Aoki's eyes contracted into a slit when he saw Zyner approaching fist. Aoki coughed another mouthful of blood as Zyner's fist collided with his chest. He would have probably perished if not for the other men stopping Zyner on time. Chapter 197. What a beautiful day. It took Zyner 10 whopping minutes just to accept the reality with gritted teeth. All the students escaped unscathed. They even took the beast with them. His eyes darted around the room and landed on the broken pieces of the table. A vein bulged out in his forehead as he waved his hand, and all the pieces started hovering. Among the pieces, Zyner eyed the small, broken, square-shaped container that was used to store the excess blood spilled on the table. He grabbed the container. It was broken, and only a few dribbles of blood were left inside. Zyner cursed under his breath and put it inside his storage ring. With a loud exhale, he turned around to look at everyone when he sensed a weak breath under the debris. With a frown, Ziner waved his hand and the large rocks around the room started floating. His eyes narrowed at the barely alive red-haired man lying under a boulder. Larry. He didn't care if the people working for him died, but Larry was not weak. That's why he gestured for one of the men to give Larry a high-grade healing potion. Aoki eyed Larry's bloodied figure with gritted teeth. He was leaning against a wall and weakly gulped down a healing potion he took out from his storage ring. Anger flashed through his eyes when he recalled what happened a while ago. I swear I am going to dissect those kids with my own hands. Just once let me get my hands on them. At a side, one of the men who followed behind Ziner stood in front of the caved-in broken platform with a sweaty forehead. He gazed at Ziner and shook his head with a serious expression. There's no way I can track the coordinates of this array. Not just me, even a person well-versed in arrays won't be able to track the coordinates. The one who designed this array made sure nothing was left. It was designed to self-destruct after the first usage. Ziner clenched his fist. No one informed him that one of the kidnapped students had knowledge regarding arrays, and from the look of it, the student wasn't a beginner in this field. He took a deep breath and waved his hand to gather everyone's attention. Now that the kidnapped individuals ran away, we can't stay in this place any longer. Sooner or later, the people from the Royal Academy will come for our heads. I am leaving for another kingdom. Just pack every important stuff and things that can expose your identity and leave this place. Go far away and stay low for a while. I will find a new base, and after a few months when the Royal Academy stopped their search and everything calmed down, I will contact you all. Ziner gazed at the group of men standing opposite him with a solemn expression. Today he lost a lot of manpower. After a few more instructions, he looked around his room, but because everything was broken and destroyed, he gritted his teeth with anger. He shot a deadly glare at Aoki and disappeared from the room without saying anything further. After he left, the other men gave a sidelong glance to the injured cyan-hair man and disappeared as well while dragging the unconscious Larry. Aoki cursed under his breath because he was the only one left. Now he had to clean the whole building. After resting for a few minutes, some of his injuries healed because of the many healing potions he gulped down. He staggered inside the whole building to look for everything of value. When he cleaned the storage room, his eyes darted to some storage rings lying in a corner. He didn't think much and tossed all the rings in a cloth bag. However, this was a grave mistake he would regret soon. After he was done, he left the building heading to an unknown place where no one would disturb him for a while. Meanwhile, inside a village present at the edge of Kingdom Tertia. The village nestled deep within a forest, where some old elves couple lived harmoniously. The area was adorned with shimmering treehouses, lush waterfalls, and large green trees, creating a beautiful and serene environment. Two white-haired elves talked about their daily life as they walked around the street present between the various treehouses. After a while, they stopped walking and basked in the sunlight. One of them sighed with a peaceful expression. What a beautiful day! The moment this sentence left his mouth, a lot of individuals dropped from the sky, directly landing in front of the two dumbfounded elves. Og. So heavy, get down. Blaine groaned in pain as he pushed the huge weight that landed on his back. A few more students cried out in pain when their heads banged with a hard surface. The elves' duo finally snapped out of their daze when they smelled blood. A few more old elves stepped out from the treehouses and gathered around the uninvited guests who appeared out of nowhere. Who are you humans? How did you appear in this place? One of the elves wearing white robes questioned with a solemn expression as he could see that the uninvited guests didn't belong to the elf race. He gestured for the other elves to stay calm. Alec rubbed his head with a painful expression. He cursed in his mind because Kyle didn't tell them they would crash land after they used the array. He gazed at the other students and eyed Oliver's injured figure. Professor Oliver is unconscious. What should I do now? Alec sighed and looked at the individuals standing around him. He blinked his eyes. It took him a while to register that the old individuals standing around him were all elves. He patted his clothes and stood up. Carcel arrived beside him and the remaining students stood behind the duo. Mia hid Bia's presence as much as possible and stood between all the students. Alec cleared his throat and looked at the elf who questioned them previously. Hello sir, I am Alec and these are my friends. We just accidentally stepped in a damaged array and arrived at this place. Could you please be kind enough to help us a little so we can return home? The elves narrowed their eyes at Alec with suspicion. How can so many people step in a damaged array all at once, and on top of that you're saying you all stepped in the array accidentally? How ridiculous. However, the white-robed elf nodded his head. He could sense the kids' rank. They were no threat to them. Instead of a threat, the kids looked like they were running for life. Chapter 198. Why is he so far from the kingdom? The white-robed elf helped Oliver and gave him a healing potion. They were vigilant of the sudden arrivals, but after Oliver regained consciousness, he instantly apologized and politely sought help. He didn't ask for much and just borrowed a communication device for a while to contact the academy. Oliver was glad they landed in a place filled with life instead of a dangerous forest or worse, a desert. In their current condition, there was no way the kids would survive without proper rest. While Oliver was busy contacting the academy, an old elf grandma took the kids into her wooden house. The girls were relieved when they took a warm bath and changed into better clothes provided by the kind grandma. Well, the clothes were basically large white robes, but the robes were 100 times better than their blood-filled clothes. The boys went to a separate place to bathe and change their clothes. After they were clean, the old grandma gave them warm food. She was very kind, but when she dragged Blaine and asked him to be her adopted son, everyone was dumbfounded. Her reason: she missed her grandson who hadn't visited her for a while. In the end, the old grandma's husband intervened and stopped her in time, or else Blaine would have gotten another mother. All this while, Bea stayed quiet as Mia enveloped her in cloth secretly to hide her from the prying eyes, but the thing she didn't know was that Bea's presence was discovered when she was trying her best to hide her. The old elves didn't think much about the small bird Mia was hiding desperately because they were unaware of many things happening outside the village. So how would they know anything that was happening in another kingdom? After 2 hours of struggle, Oliver finally managed to contact the academy and returned with a smile. He glanced at the kids who were now looking fresh and well-fed with a relieved sigh. They stayed in the village until midnight when a loud sound resounded outside the village. All the elves left their houses and glared at the three floating old men who appeared out of nowhere and disturbed their night. Oliver cried out with joy when he saw the floating individuals. He dashed forward with a wide smile. "Sir," Ratrick, George, and Elder Alaze, the three of them gazed at Oliver's figure, and in an instant Ratrick disappeared from his place and grabbed Oliver's shoulder. "How about the kids?" Oliver was stunned for a second, but he hurriedly told the principal everything, narrating all the things that happened after they disappeared from the academy. The elves present around them eyed them with frowns, and one of them stepped forward to politely ask the intruder to leave their village. Ratrick was not angry. Instead, he thanked them for taking care of the students. Oliver went inside and brought all the students outside. After eyeing the students, George and Ratrick finally sighed with relief, but then a frown appeared on Ratrick's face. "Where is Kyle?" he said with a serious expression, but Oliver's body slumped when he heard Kyle's name. He was the one who drew the array, but suddenly he just vanished. "I don't know the exact details." Ratrick nodded, but he silently looked at George and Alaze, and both of them disappeared to look around for Kyle. After they left, Ratrick looked at the kids standing behind Oliver. He nodded at the elves and took out a floating boat from his storage ring. There was no teleportation array in this village, so it was better to float and find a nearby city with a teleportation array. "We are leaving." "Climb up," Ratrick shouted, and a stairway appeared in front of Oliver and the kids. They jumped at the boat one by one. Some of the kids waved at the old grandma who almost kidnapped Blaine to make him her adopted son. The boat started floating and disappeared into the sky. Bea silently gazed at the forest around the village. She could feel Kyle was alive, but his presence was very dim, almost like a thin thread. Also, unlike before, she wasn't able to sense his exact location. No matter how much she called out to Kyle in her mind, he didn't reply. Her breath hitched for a second. She wanted to fly and look around for Kyle, but when she recalled his last words, she quietly stayed with Mia. "Idiot, pick me up soon or else I am going to beat you up." After traveling for a few hours, the ship landed in the elf's capital. The principal hurriedly found a teleportation array to avoid the many eyes looking at them with curiosity, and they traveled back to Kingdom Escalante. Meanwhile, after the brooch around Kyle's chest shattered, a certain someone who was busy with some old foggies as they studied some ancient symbols suddenly jolted from his seat. "What happened, Hans?" An old man looked at Han with confusion, but Han didn't reply and hurriedly took out a familiar brooch from his storage ring. "What happened to that kid?" Han cursed because this brooch was connected to the one he left for Kyle. If the brooch was broken, that means something bad happened to his disciple. He dashed forward to leave the place but was stopped by some old individuals. "Han, you can't leave. We are here to complete the task assigned by the king." Elder Han scoffed. He didn't care about the so-called king's order. He was here to help because the principal asked him to. "I don't care. I am leaving. Go tell whoever you want." He shot a glare at the people blocking his path and without saying anything more left. After leaving the area, he bought a communication device from a market because the one he had before was taken away after he arrived in the central continent. With an anxious expression, he called Ratrick, but the latter didn't pick up his call. Then he called George, but after getting no response, he angrily threw the communication device away. "What the heck are they doing?" After cursing, he took out a small plaque from his storage ring. He looked at the plaque and used his mana to sense the other plaque that he gave to Kyle. After observing the other plaque's location for a while, he cursed again. "Damn it, why is he so far from the kingdom?" Chapter 199, A Dream Again. On the other hand, when Kyle disappeared from the room, his mind was ringing. And due to the sudden pull he felt around his body, he wasn't able to stabilize himself on time as he landed in an area filled with grass. He groaned and used his palm to sit, but due to the uneven ground, his body slid downward. A painful expression appeared on his pale face, and to stop his body, he hurriedly tried to grab anything, but the grass around him was too weak to support his weight. After sliding down for a few seconds, his body abruptly halted as he crashed into a tree. Kyle hissed and his toe curled up with pain. He took a few large breaths and opened his blurry eyes. He was surrounded by many trees and tall grass. At a distance, a medium-sized building was standing hidden between the rows of trees. Under his gaze, the building shook slightly, sending small waves of vibrations everywhere. A far contrast to his sorry state, Kyle's lips curled upward slightly. The array blasted. He was a little worried about Alec and the others because he didn't expect to just suddenly disappear on them. I can just hope they used the array and left the room on time, because if they didn't, well, that's a very bad thought. Kyle's eyes narrowed slightly. He wanted to destroy the room where Bia was caged. That's why he added some destructive symbols between the array. After thinking for a few seconds, Kyle sighed. His condition was too bad. At this moment, how dare he worry about others? Anyway, Oliver was strong and he took care of the red-haired man, so they might have escaped unscathed. Kyle's mind wandered around for a minute. He wanted to stand up and look around for a safe place, but his body didn't listen to him. Soon, his breathing turned even colder, and large wisps of white smoke came out of his mouth. I don't want to faint here. He fought a mental battle because his location wasn't safe, but after struggling for a while, he gave up because his whole body was aching. It was painful and cold. In his last attempt, he moved his fingers to look inside the storage ring for a healing potion, but then he recalled he used all of them on Bia. With a resigned sigh, Kyle closed his eyes. If Nine saw Kyle now, he would gasp with shock because this scenario was very familiar to the image he saw in his mind. Kyle's bloodied figure clad in tattered clothes, lying between lush grass. In the end, even though Nine saw the image, he wasn't fated to help Kyle. Amidst the headache, Kyle's mind drifted for a while, and he found himself in a familiar place where blue flames lingered around his floating body. This place, a dream again. Even though Kyle could barely see what was happening around him, he sensed something moving inside his body, but instead of pain, he felt a tingling sensation. The blue flames felt extremely cold around his body. They touched him and danced around him. It was like they were pondering or waiting for the right time to enter his body. Kyle didn't know how much time passed as he floated between the flames when suddenly, like a dam, something burst within his body. The moment this sensation appeared within him, the flames burned with more vigor. They immediately jumped with incredible speed and entered his body. His body didn't resist, and the flames traveled inside his whole body freely. Kyle's mind stopped at that moment, and he let his body freely float in that strange place. While all this was happening within his mind, in the original world, memorizing yet dim blue particles emerged out from his chest and enveloped his whole body. The particles traveled around his body like a gentle breeze, and his injuries healed in a frightening speed. Just in a few seconds, all his wounds disappeared, no matter how big or small. After curing his wounds, the particles trembled violently. It was a very strange phenomenon. The trees and grass around Kyle shook slightly. Their leaves rustled with joy because they were witnessing something incredible that was forgotten a long, long time ago. The mana in the atmosphere surged at Kyle with incredible speed. With each passing second, the blue particles become thicker and thicker, forming a round blue blanket around his whole body. Soon, Kyle's body was completely hidden inside the blanket. Subconsciously, his body curled up and a frost-chilling air spread out everywhere. At the same time, when Aoki was done cleaning the building, he came out of the building with a dark expression and cursed the ones who left him behind to do everything alone. He narrowed his eyes with a frown when he felt the surrounding temperature. It was cold, very cold. He rubbed his arms and clicked his tongue. Now what the heck with the weather? Why is it so cold under a scorching sun? He grumbled inwardly and looked around, but after finding nothing, he left the place hurriedly without looking back. The day soon turned into night, and the temperature around the place turned even colder. Kyle's figure was completely hidden between a layer of blue blanket. His presence was hidden due to the earring and coupled with the dust and debris that flew around with the wind. Soon the blanket turned dusty, making it even harder to locate it between the grassy field and tall trees. A few low-rank monsters and birds around the place sensed the coldness and their bodies shivered. They narrowed their eyes but didn't approach the place for fear of encountering a strong opponent. Next day, a familiar black-haired man appeared in front of the building. It was George. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the building. After a minute, Elder Alaise appeared behind him with a serious expression. I have looked around everywhere. The whole village is surrounded by a forest. This is the only suspicious place and the old elves have no idea about this building because it's too far away from the village. George nodded and his eyes flashed with anger. He entered the building with a laze, and after seeing the condition of the building, they were sure it was the same place where the kids were trapped. Not even a single alive person, and I didn't even see anything useful. George left the building and gazed at it one last time. He waved his hand to crush it completely. The building trembled under his might, and with a loud banging sound, it crumbled. Clouds of smoke appeared in front of George, and he waved his hand to clear his vision. Elise stood behind him with a solemn expression. Should I go even deeper to look around for that kid? George didn't turn around and just nodded. Let's just look around the whole forest. This forest is attached to the outermost area of the dark forest. I am not sure if he is alive, but we should do our best to look for him. Elise nodded, but then he stared around the building. Strange, why is it so cold here? George's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked around the trees and grass. Cold, the air is it, but I can't sense the reason. This area is indeed colder. He whispered and shook his head. Let's separate. Contact me if you find anything regarding Kyle. With a nod, Elise disappeared in the opposite direction. George's gaze lingered around the place for a few seconds, but he sighed and disappeared as well. Meanwhile, Elder Han left the central continent and entered the east continent after traveling for 2 days. It took him another day just to reach the border of Kingdom Tertia. While he was standing above the border, his communication device finally trembled. With a serious expression, he hurriedly received the call. Hello, his voice sounded serious, and after a few seconds, a familiar voice replied. Han. Where are you? I just got a call from King Cedric that you left your assigned job and disappeared. Ratric's voice sounded tired. He was indeed tired after running around in the dark forest, and he even had to worry about the academy matters. I would have never disappeared if you picked up my call on time. Anyway, leave this matter. Just tell me what happened to Kyle. I left him a life-saving artifact, and it's cracked. That means Kyle's life is in danger. Also, from the tracking plaque I asked him to store in his storage ring, I can sense he is not in the kingdom. I do recall the kids had to attend a tournament, but I am 100% sure the king would never hold the tournament in another kingdom. Ratric stayed quiet for a few seconds, but then a sigh resounded from the communication device. I was too busy, that's why I didn't check the communication crystal. About Kyle, I am not sure where he is because something happened within the academy in my absence. Now that you left the central continent, come back for a while. I need to discuss something with you. Ratric's voice was grim, which is why a frown appeared on Han's face. He massaged his temples and held the plaque in his hands. I will come back, but not now. I just sensed through the plaque the person who had the other plaque is nearby, so I am going to take a look. After a second, Ratric's voice sounded again. All right, inform me if you find anything regarding Kyle. Also, contact George and Elise, they are looking for Kyle as well. With a hum, Han closed the communication device. His eyes narrowed looking at a distance, and he started floating, heading straight toward the place where he sensed the presence of the other plaque.